Like, okay, so what's the point of this? Because she's met all those leaders. That was your whole point of this before. Now, what's the reason why Trump's the better candidate? Because that's
because
clearly not true.
I guess more of it because he like kind of met with them individually and kind of like it was more of like a plan. It wasn't just like at the UN you just run into somebody. That's kind of different.
No, I'm literally showing you scenarios of them meeting with each other. Okay.
But that was at the UN, right? Or that was at like some like type of like conference.
Event? Like, of course it's going to be at an event. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say.
I guess what I mean is like he individually met with them. It was kind of like a plan
Yes,
meeting.
yes. This right here, where they're meeting, in the picture that I referenced in the article, is them meeting alone. There's no one else in the room that I see. It's just them two.
Okay. I didn't know that. So
Okay, so like the whole point you just made there doesn't even apply. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
well, the wars didn't happen under him.
There were plenty of wars. He had a 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. He ramped up support for Saudi Arabia, which committed a genocide in Yemen. Right, 85,000 Yemeni children starved or bombed. There was a Turkish-Kurdish war because he pulled out of Kurdistan. Right, there was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. There was conflict between India and China that almost provoked a world war.
That's more of well, it didn't happen. By war, I mean like two countries going at each other. Like
I just referenced multiple times of countries going against you. Dude, are you listening to me? Can you name one thing I just said? Can you name one thing I just said?
You said the Yemen. That's not a, that was.
What about what I say about Yemen?
You said that the genocide or something about Yemen.
Did I give any information? Other information?
I know Yemen's an internal conflict. It's not like
Jesus Christ, it's like he doesn't listen to me. So 85,000 Yemeni children were starved or bombed to death because of Trump ramping up support for Saudi Arabia.
Okay, what was the genocide one then? Was that not Yemen?
Yeah, so I'm just giving an example of conflict that existed at Trump's administration. That was all under Trump.
Yeah, I know they. No, I'm not trying to say conflicts weren't there. But I'm talking about more wars when it's like coming to like Ukraine and Russia.
How do you quantify that?
When they're fully invading like the country, right? And yeah,
but I just referenced multiple things that could indicate that. Not only that, but just because an invasion happens under a particular presidency doesn't mean it's caused by that presidency. Like, do you think specifically that FDR caused a World War II?
No, but
okay. So if FDR didn't cause World War II, what makes you think that just because the Biden-Harris administration is in power that they caused that?
Well, because I think Biden's his son dealings with Ukraine had something to do with it. Also, Biden not really doing enough to prevent it. I'm not saying it's directly his.
What did Biden do to cause it?
Just more of just like Biden's presence. I mean, it seemed like Putin did not respect it at all.
That seems to just be an assumption.
I mean, I think we can logically.
Thank you so much. I don't think that's a logical conclusion. I think that's an interpretation because you're politically
I think
biased.
we could reasonably assume that. Like, can we not?
No, I think you're assuming that because you're politically biased.
Not politically biased. I'm talking about his.
You are absolutely politically biased.
Well, look at his son's dealings, right? Like with Ukraine. That you don't think that like lost respect.
Had nothing to do with him.
It's his son at the end of the day.
So, that guy's 50 years old, 40 years old. Why does that at all show that Joe Biden did something wrong? Not only that, but again, he's not even our candidate.
And we don't know for sure if he was directly involved. There's no evidence saying that he wasn't.
There's no evidence indicating he was involved.
But it's his son, so I think like there's no way that he didn't know.
Okay, was Trump involved in Jared Kushner specifically selling our biggest refinery to the Saudis for billions?
Jared Kushner's not his son, is it?
Son-in-law.
That's different.
He didn't he live in his house?
Son-in-law and a son is completely different. That's his actual like blood son, and his only son.
Wait, if they have that close of a relationship, though, like clearly that would be like close enough. But
I just feel like it's different because
I don't really see how that's different.
That's because I don't know, but yeah, I don't know how. There's no way that Biden did not have no idea about this going on.
Okay, I'll ask you this question: would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, there's a difference when you say civilly liable, right? It's not like the way you're making it seem that he like was guilty in the court of law in a criminal.
That's in a civil court. I said civil court. I never said criminal court. I said civil court. So would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, there's not. The only reason he was held civilly liable is because
that's not an answer to my question. I'm asking you a question. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If they were found guilty, I would not, but not civilly liable.
So okay, so you would vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Okay, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
That's not possible.
That is possible. You can be held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child. So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
They will prosecute you. They're not going to hold you civilly.
You understand there are civil liability cases for child P3DOs in New York State because of their state's statute of limitations on grape. So members of the Catholic Church who graped little kids literally were held civilly liable of it, but they weren't held criminally responsible because of statute of limitations. So now answer the question, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Then no.
No. Okay, so why would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Because there's different context to those cases, right? What I'm saying is that, like...
What context? Tell me, because the only difference is the victim being younger or older.
Well, it was a Democratic judge, it was a Clinton-appointed judge. That kind of doesn't really necessarily make the case more of a fair trial. It's also
So it was unfair, right? But that wasn't different. There was no difference as you apply there. Both of them were just civil liability cases. So why do you accept one but not the other?
Because there's difference. There's difference, and I don't necessarily...
And what's the difference?
I don't 100% believe that is true, right?
What's the difference?
There's a reason why she got held civilly liable, because it's not 100% true. They can't say for sure that this happened.
So it's based upon preponderance of evidence. So again, why would you vote for someone...
The only evidence is her word and...
No, you have no clue any of the evidence. I bet you couldn't even tell me the victim's name.
I told you that. E.G. Carroll. I told you the victim's name.
Okay, name me one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
The dress. That's literally the only thing.
The dress wasn't submitted because it is the case that he didn't give up his DNA in time.
But there was, like, they used the dress.
Name me something else, because that wasn't submitted.
Basically just her saying and a picture. I think that's it.
No. So, there were multiple of her testimonies from her friends, right, that she told specifically at the time. There were therapist notes, right, medical records of her specifically indicating at that time that she was assaulted. Okay.
Was there direct witnesses that were with her at that?
There doesn't need to be a direct witness at the particular place. If she specifically told the therapist at that time, well, here's what you're telling me, actually. You're telling me that her, in the 90s, decided to come up with this idea that when Trump runs for president in the future, that she is going to tell her therapist right now that this happened so that in the future she can use a case against him, even though that civil liability wouldn't have been able to be applicable at that time because of statute of limitations law. So she would have waited until after the statute of limitations to do it when he was going to be president that she had no clue was going to happen, right, decades later. Is that what you're telling me she did?
So why didn't she do it?
So it was politically motivated from the 90s?
Well, a Democratic Party did pay for her
No, answer the question. It was politically motivated from the 90s. That was her intention back then doing this?
I know, just because she's saying to people, also, we don't know if she's mentally stable.
Okay, so she just made it up in the 90s and then comes out with it later on, decades later. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying, like, that could be a possibility.
What was her intention of making it up in the 90s?
No clue.
No clue. So she had like some magic ball that said Trump was going to be president in the future, and she decided to create this false narrative because this magic ball told her that she's going to be able to hold him accountable when he's president. Yeah, that sounds so reasonable. It's definitely not the case that Trump was sexually abusing her in that scenario. Sexually assaulting her in that scenario, raping her in that scenario, forcibly penetrating her against her will. That definitely didn't happen under your worldview, but it did happen that she knew decades before he was going to run for president that he was going to run for president, that the statute of limitation law was going to change in New York State for civil cases. She knew that. She knew she was going to get the funding as well.
I'm not gonna deny that Trump didn't know her, but I don't think that still doesn't mean that like that 1,000% happened. What she's exactly saying.
Wait. What I'm saying is we have best reason to believe it. So you deny that. So I have a question. Like, if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, if you wouldn't vote for them, why would you vote for the person that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I told you, because there's different context to those stories. I mean, if there was the same exact...
No, Lunar. The only difference in this case, because I'm giving you both civil cases, is that the victim is younger or the victim is older. That's the only difference. Now, if you accept one but you don't accept the other, what that tells me is that you think that graping a woman isn't severe enough to say that you wouldn't vote for someone.
No, it's not that. I just don't think.
Raping a child is severe enough to you, but raping a woman's not severe enough to you.
Yeah, it is. But
So if it is severe enough to you, then why are you voting for someone
No, I
who's
think
held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
honestly,
Or a woman, sorry.
raping a child is way worse than raping a woman.
Oh, there you go. He
Yeah.
thinks raping a woman just isn't severe enough. Look at this guy. This
That's not
guy
what I
thinks
said. I
that
just
it's
said
not
it's
bad enough to grape a woman.
I never said that. I never said it wasn't bad. Raping.
That's what you're saying. Because you're saying that graping a child is bad enough, but graping a woman's not bad enough.
I never said it was not bad enough. I just
Okay.
said,
Oh, okay. So if it's not bad enough, then it is bad enough. Then it is the case. If it's not bad enough, then it is bad enough. That means then you wouldn't vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, right?
My words, right? I said yes. Those are still bad. They're both still bad, but one is obviously worse than the other. I'm not trying to say
Oh,
that.
so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If they were 100% like clearly did it, then yes.
Wait. Why didn't you ask for that with the child? When I said, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, you just said no. You didn't say, oh, if it was proven 100%, I would then not do it. Right? I'm asking you, if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you vote for him?
Yeah, if it was 100, like I said.
Civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote
That's
for
why he
him?
was held civilly liable.
So again, you think that graping a woman just isn't severe enough.
Okay, but also
You think it's just not severe enough. And that's insane.
Also, if the what's it called, the trial wasn't fair, it should be completely thrown out. It doesn't matter if he did it or not. If the trial wasn't fair, you can't it shouldn't be like a trial, right? I think that's what
The Carroll person saying them a paid DNC operative in the chat, please join. I've sent you multiple invites. Now, what you're not acknowledging here is the only difference is between the age of the individual. The standard of evidence isn't different. None of the context is different. We're saying if Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him? If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you vote for him? And you're saying in one scenario you would, in the other scenario you would, and the only difference is the age, which tells me specifically because you think that graping a woman isn't as bad as graping a child. You think it is the case that graping a woman just is not severe enough insofar as that you'd still vote for someone who graped a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone or was held civilly liable of that, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable of graping a child.
Because more likely the child it's more likely true because that's different.
Why is it more likely true? Tell me.
Women saying that it's like kind of discredited because they're older, and I think it's because when the child we can see children are not going to make up stuff like this, and people like that are younger are more likely to make up stuff like that. So
so people who are older are more likely to make it up. Now,
not saying it's not true, but I'm just saying.
What evidence do you have of this?
That Jean that she said like rape is sexy or something. She said
No,
that.
she doesn't think that. Of course, you have like all the fucking dumbass talking points. It's actually stupid they used this to dispute the fact that she was raped, by the way. She said other people think that, and it plays into grape culture, which is a bad thing. Okay, that's what she's arguing there in that scenario.
All I heard is
She doesn't think that. She doesn't herself think that.
There wasn't necessarily like direct She might say that, but I looked at the video. I didn't see any context.
Sanchez family saying that in the comment section, that's a fucking lie.
Well, okay. What do you think of this? What do you think of the Democratic Party paying, not like the DNC, but a Democratic Party paying for a legal team? Do you think that's like fair?
For a what?
For paying her legal team.
It wasn't the Democratic Party.
It wasn't. No, I'm not saying it was a DNC, but it was a Democratic group that paid for a legal team.
No, there was a particular individual who has supported Democrats in the past that also supported her. So a Democrat who supported other Democrats, right, also thinks grape is bad and we should hold grapists accountable. Okay? And he funded someone's ability to be able to hold a rapist accountable.
Would that be politically motivated then?
No, not on E. Jean Carroll's behalf.
I mean, how would you know that?
Because it is the case that her therapist notes were from decades ago, and it wouldn't make sense to say that's politically motivated because it's from decades ago when she had no clue that he was going to run for president.
And what did the notes say exactly?
It specifically indicated the story of her being raped. She explained it to her therapist at the time.
Well, if he was found 100% guilty, like in my...
No one is found 100% guilty in court. Okay? That's not a legitimate standard. You only say this shit because he's fucking the guy that you want to vote for. Okay? Listen to this. Would you let someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman take care of your kid in terms of being a babysitter?
Probably not.
Would you let your kids go on a bus with that person?
Civilly liable. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a serious.
Okay, so if you wouldn't trust your kids with them,
I would.
why would you trust the country with them? Tell me.
Because we can look at his record as president. It's not like he's still doing a good job regardless of what you're saying.
No, again, if you wouldn't trust your kids with him, why would you trust the country?
He's good as a
Now,
president.
and let me answer this question. If Kamala Harris was on a bus, would you let your kids go on that bus?
I wouldn't really like care.
Exactly! Exactly! You would care if it were Donald Trump, but you wouldn't care if it's Kamala Harris. Fucking exactly! My point proven! Holy shit, I wouldn't be scared at all. If Kamala Harris was driving the bus and my kids were on that bus, she was driving the school bus, I wouldn't give a shit. But if Donald Trump were doing it, I would drive them myself.
If she's on the bus, oh, I thought you meant like
No, like if Kamala Harris were the bus driver, right, for your kids, for the school bus for the day, would you let them go on the bus?
No, she would probably take my
No,
kids.
no, really.
Yeah, but like probably like I don't know. Her DA, like, dude, she literally like as a DA, she literally like ignores SA victims too. So like she's just
Wait, give me a single source that indicates that. That's a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. That is a bold-faced fucking lie.
I know the source for this.
Wait, denies victims? You're fucking literally on my live right now denying a victim. Right now. You're literally denying a victim on my live.
Because these are actually actual victims. This is like
What? Eugene Carroll is a literal victim. He was held civilly liable of sexual assault. You don't fucking believe it. You don't fucking believe it. Now you can't give me a single source. You can't give me no. Shut up, dude. What the fuck is this bullshit, dude? You seriously, you can't give me a single source of Kamala Harris doing this, and you fucking believe that shit with nothing, with literally nothing. But Trump's held civilly liable unanimously by a jury, right? And you don't fucking believe that.
Can I give you a source?
Unbelievable.
Can I give you a source?
Go for it.
It's AP News. Do you trust AP News?
Yeah. What's the title?
It's I don't know the exact title. It's some. Just look up Kamala Harris ignores SA victims. Like something clergy SA victims. It'll be like it'll be on AP News.
Okay.
And read the
I don't see any AP News article with that.
Okay, let me look it up then. I can
No AP News article.
AP News.
Because I would accept AP News. Okay. All right. Well, first thing that came up was Donald Trump falsely suggests Kamala Harris lied about her background. Kimberly, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I really appreciate you. Can we get some W's for Kimberly in the comment section right now? And Betsy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that, Betsy. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the name is Victims Question. Kamala Harris clergy.
You cut out. I couldn't hear you.
It says victims question Kamala Harris record on clergy abuse. That's what the title is.
Kamala Harris on clergy abuse.
You see that?
Yes, I see that on AP News. All right.
I read the whole thing.
Dun. Okay, so, all right. Was angry when Kamala Harris emerged as a contender for the Democratic presidential nomination. He was a newly minted spokesperson for clergy sex abuse victims, and Harris was San Francisco's district attorney. Piscitelli says Harris never responded to him, and he wrote her to tell her that a priest who had molested him was still in ministry at a local Catholic cathedral. He says she didn't reply 5 years later when he wrote again, urging her to release records on accused clergy. She did nothing. Okay, this just means that she didn't see the letter.
But then no,
This isn't like her not doing this.
No, listen. Then AP News asked for a public record request, and she denied the public.
Dude, are you actually? Wait. Show me the where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Go scroll bottom. Keep scrolling.
Where? Tell me what's the beginning of the. What's the beginning of the paragraph that says that? She literally just didn't see a letter, dude. There's no fucking way. Nicole, thank you for the $10 for all the fake news. Thank you so much.
That's what I thought originally, but there was more to it.
Okay, I'd love to see this. Yeah. All right. Love to see this. Love to see this. You can find your stuff. It's going to take a while for you to find this. All right. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up, y'all. I wonder how much they are paying Parker to be serious about these lies. GM, join my live. Actually, every single person that has said that in my comment section today, I'm not trolling. I've invited almost every single one. None of them are joining. Why are all of y'all sitting in my comment section saying I'm fucking paid, and then literally none of you are joining my live? Why are all of you scared? You guys are fucking terrified. Actually terrified. Alright. Type MAG in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Paid RNC trolls, am I right? Yeah, so right. So right. Alright, let's get some people up here. They are fucking terrified. Alright, people aren't typing MAGA. I gotta try to get that person up. Alright, alright. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, mostly because the Democratic nominee isn't even their nominee. That'd be the first reason.
Dude, why as a Republican do you, first of all, do you care? Second of all, you understand that we vote for delegates, right? And most of the party wants Kamala Harris. They vote based on what most of the party wants.
Yeah.
So
I'm
you
not
just don't know how our party process works at all.
I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian.
So why as a libertarian do you care about how our party process works as Democrats?
So I don't, but it's just ironic that the people that, and this is just the first thing, the people that are so afraid of democracy dying are putting up a candidate that literally nobody voted on.
We did. We voted for Biden-Harris, which if Biden steps...
No. You voted for Biden-Harris. Don't try that.
I just said that. I said we voted for Biden-Harris.
You voted for Biden-Harris. You didn't vote for Harris.
Listen. So can I finish my statement, or do you want to keep cutting me off? Right?
No.
Okay, we voted for Biden-Harris, which means that if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's what vice presidents do when presidents step down. Right. I don't know why that's not clear. I don't think you'd call that undemocratic in any other scenario. If it happened right now, right, say Donald Trump was assassinated and J.D. Vance stepped up, I wouldn't be calling that undemocratic. That's fucking insane, right?
Okay, well, but no. But
if Donald Trump stepped down and J.D. Vance stepped up, I wouldn't call that undemocratic. What I'd call undemocratic is him trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, him trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, him claiming the election was stolen with no sufficient evidence. 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence, 17 of which appointed judges specifically by him.
Okay, 10,000 mules. Okay.
2,000 mules, and 2,000 mules was submitted in court and shown as not sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Nowhere even near. It was actually taken down from plenty of places because it was shown as misinformation, right? And it was debunked.
Okay, so hold on. So anyway, that's just my first point. But really, my main reason is the Kamala Harris's stance on gun control. That's my number one reason.
Okay, so my neck hurts from pivoting this much, but if yes, we'll talk about the stance on guns. So what about, how do you feel about Trump wanting to do doing the bump stock ban?
I'm against it.
Okay, so I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. You care about our Constitution, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so violation of Second Amendment for Trump, violation of Second Amendment for Kamala Harris. Cool.
Oh,
They're both the same. Now Trump wants to violate the First Amendment. He wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So he wants to violate 2 amendments, and you're voting for the person that's violating more amendments than less amendments?
Let's talk about guns real quick. So I'm a libertarian. I'm voting on the less of 2 evils. So let's stick with guns. So Trump's gun policy is not as extreme as Kamala's. And so I just have to vote for that. Yeah, Kamala. Oh, okay.
Kamala.
Yeah, sorry. As dick breaths. I don't know what you want to call her, but
What'd you just say?
Dick breath. Kamala Harris.
Why are you referring to her that way? What the fuck is wrong with you? You just sound like a pig.
Because she's a piece of shit.
No, you know who's a piece of shit? You, the guy you're voting for. What the fuck? Why the hell would you say that? That's like the fucking weirdest shit ever. Yeah, get the fuck off my live. That was TikTok that flagged you, by the way, but you're fucking gross, dude. What a fucking weirdo. Like, you're really not passing what Wall said. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. You guys are fucking weird. You guys are really fucking weird.
Okay, I think I found kind of what it said, but basically, you can look it up. You can look at this too. But basically, what it summarized is that the San Francisco Weekly Post tried to ask for a public record request, and she said she didn't want to release it because it would give the victims identities somehow. But all the other DAs didn't have a problem doing it, and she's the only DA that wouldn't cooperate. So I feel like that kind of proves.
No. There's nowhere in this that says that she was the only DA that didn't do that, by the way. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, it literally in this article says Kamala Harris, quote unquote, Kamala Harris has been a staunch advocate on behalf of sexual assault victims, especially child sexual assault victims, the statement said, noting that she used her position as district attorney to create the first unit focused on child sexual assault cases in the office's history. So I like how you'll specifically read past that. You won't acknowledge that when you just sat there and you read it, but then you're going to sit there and you're going to try to say something that wasn't even listed in the AP News article. That's laughable.
No, it is. I know.
Where is it?
No. Scroll down. It starts with the San Francisco Weekly that they asked for a public record request, but she said no because it was to hide the victims' identities for some reason.
Wait, what's the issue with that?
Well, because it proves the story that...
And also, I don't see that. I don't see where it says San Francisco at the top. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. I'm scrolling down. There's no paragraph that says starts with San Francisco.
Okay, this guy said out of all the DAs, it also says this in the article, it says out of all the DAs, she's the only one that wouldn't cooperate with us. That definitely says that for sure.
Wait, by the way, you just said that it starts with that one thing. It didn't start with that. So I'll look for your second thing, but the first thing you said is on there. There's no paragraph that starts like that on the AP News article.
Yeah, no, it starts with at about the same time, and then it says the San Francisco SF.
About the same time, the SF Weekly renewed the previous public records requests to the church documents on sexual abuse. Harris again refused to release them. I appreciate the paper. Thank you so much. Our office still adamant about the decision was made with the victims in mind. We're not interested in selling out our victims to look good in the paper.
Well, that's what
after Harris was elected, she avoided taking a stand on the Catholic Church's abuse problem, according to Pistelli and other advocates. They say the current state has been more aggressive in dealing with the issue. So she just didn't know about it. That's all it was.
Know about it because it just says she knew about it.
No, it didn't. It never said she knew about it. It just said that she never took a stand on the issue because she wasn't knowledgeable about it.
She just said she wouldn't release. No, but she didn't. She wouldn't release
That's in 2010. That's 2010. This is before what you're referencing. The same about the same time. The referencing of that. This is wait. Let me see. Hold up. I'd have to look because I don't see when it says about the same time. I'm not quite sure if it's because it says by 2010 Harris was running for a state attorney general, right?
But I think this also referenced.
So Pistelli wrote her a second letter asking her to release the clergy personnel files. We all tell you this. And about the same time, the SF Weekly renewed a previous public records request for the church documents.
And on
so her office was the one that was saying that they're not releasing it because of this. It wasn't specifically Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but she's responsible for her office, right?
I mean, it could be. I'd have to see that though. Appreciate the gooses. Thank you so much, though.
I was trying to say that her office wasn't basically they weren't responding to him. He was an actor. He was a state spokesperson. So it wasn't just some random guy. It was a spokesperson hired by the state or hired for these people, and he was ignoring them. So how could he not know that a spokesperson is trying to come to you and speak to you about this, and she didn't see it? That seems really I don't think she just didn't see it because it wasn't just a random person coming at her. So isn't that kind of
I don't think you're going to see everyone, and especially with our history specifically on creating those particular the state of California's first sort of group against child sexual assault for victims, right? Specifically the first unit focused on child sexual assault cases in the history. It's obvious that she wouldn't want to not address child sexual assault.
Why would she not want to? Isn't that what she stands for?
That's exactly what I just said, right? So it's unlikely that it is the case that she was specifically trying to avoid it.
Well, her office did, and I don't know. Her office should be you can't just she's
so what? Wait. So what is she supposed to do? Tell me, what is she supposed to say? The victims?
Well, she's
Names? Like,
supposed
what
to-
is she supposed to do?
Never properly addressed it, and she never said
Properly
why.
address what? What is she supposed to say?
She never addressed on why they were ignored. She just said, "Oh, we don't want to release the victim," but she never like addressed that like these people were ignored through her
Oh, these people. So she'd have to reference who the people are, right?
reference. What, like the SA victims?
Yeah. How would she address this without going out and saying like the names? Would she just say like these victims have been like negatively
she-
impacted?
She didn't say like we didn't like about ignoring the victim. She didn't.
Danielle, think of the dollar. No, she's just not saying the victims'
But
names.
she's not proven like that she didn't like ignore, like she's not really proven that she didn't, or like what's it called? She's not proven against that.
Appreciate the fruits friend. Thank you so much.
She didn't
I think
ignore
you're
her.
just trying to look for something against her. You're not actually trying to like critique what she specifically did as an individual. Because all this is just keeping the victims in mind and not coming out specifically with like the names of the victims. Tell me like what specifically she could have done.
What?
Tell me what she could have done.
She didn't. Well, she didn't even address on why she ignored, or like why her office ignored them. Why did she not address that?
Why did she not address why her office didn't address this?
Yeah, and then she just no. But then when she gets asked about it, she says she doesn't want to release the or
The
doesn't want.
victim's name because of the victims.
Yeah, but then why did she not say anything about why they're ignored? Why did she not say that her office ignored her? Isn't that kind of weird?
Because this was her office that responded to this, not her.
But yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. But why didn't she not like? She would have obviously probably had a whereabouts about it. She like probably knew about it. 'Cause
So when you're saying probably, okay, so did Trump probably
just-
know about the racial discrimination that his business was doing? Because they got direct orders from the boss, right, specifically to not rent to black people.
Well, that was her dad probably, or his dad, right?
So let's address this, right? Let's address this. Do you think that he's totally responsible for that? Or how about his businesses hiring undocumented immigrants? Do you think he's totally responsible for that?
Not totally.
The goose, thank you.
Probably
So if he's
somewhat.
not totally responsible for that, how is Kamala Harris totally responsible for this? He probably knew. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, but Kamala Harris. I'm not trying to argue about Trump. I'm more trying to argue why is Kamala Harris. She's saying, but like she's
Wait,
saying.
no, but Trump probably knew that these undocumented immigrants were going to be hired, right?
I don't know,
Oh, okay. Why do you not know?
because I don't know the context of that case. I didn't read that.
Oh, okay. So, but you know the
If
context of
if
this.
I read that case,
but
then
but apparently you know the context of this.
because I didn't read that case. Well, because I actually
Jesus Christ,
If I read that case, then I could probably.
you haven't read this case. You just read one article.
I read this. Yeah, I read this article. Sorry.
Okay.
But then, okay, what I'm trying to say is why she's. You're saying like Kamala Harris wants to stand, wants to do this, but then now she's like doing something else in her office, like the record. The record.
Okay. Well, yeah. Donald Trump stands against undocumented immigration, but his business is hired undocumented immigrants.
Hired on. I don't know the case about that, but I don't know if he was directly involved. I don't know the evidence.
Oh, okay. So
I think you're just trying to get me in something which I don't know, and I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not gonna say I don't. Like I do know. Like other people do. I just don't know. So I
no,
don't know.
but like the thing is, you'll make this specific point specifically about Kamala Harris, but you won't make it about Donald Trump. So
Yeah.
if Donald Trump, if Kamala Harris knew everything about what was happening specifically as it relates to her office, right, with the people who work in her office, well then obviously Donald Trump's going to know that too. And if Donald Trump knows that, well then that's going to indicate that he was allowing for undocumented migrants to be hired by his company, even though he's saying that he's against that.
Yeah, I gotta look it up for myself. I'm not gonna just take somebody's word, right? So I don't know about that. That's why I'm telling you I'm not gonna answer because I don't know. At least I'm gonna talk about the stuff I do know. So
All right, so do you want to go look into that and then come back another time?
I mean, we could talk about. I don't know if you want to talk about anything else, but
Yeah, I'm good. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 72.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell no. been a
Based.
Democrat.
Based. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, because I feel like our economy was the best when Trump was in office. Like our
What's your
gas
birth year?
prices. 2003.
And you said you're how old?
21.
2003, 21. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, why are you voting Trump?
Well,
Danielle, think of the
because
dollar.
I feel like our economy was the best when he was in office, and like the gas prices were way lower. Everything's went up, and how you say her name? Kamala. How you say
Kamala.
it? Kamala. Okay, well, she talks about what all she's going to do and this and that, but they didn't do anything while she's been vice president. So why are you going to do it now when she could have been done it?
She's actually been the most influential vice president throughout all of history. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in history. So she has done a lot. But you can't do everything as vice president. You obviously can advocate for more as president of the United States. Not only can you advocate for more as president of the United States, but it's mainly about influencing Congress to support particular legislation. Parker, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So if it's about that, well, then it relies upon who exists in Congress. But she can be there to sign things whenever it's there.
Okay, so why are you voting for her?
Yeah, so I am voting for her because she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, of defamation, of fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies that she's been convicted of. She didn't try to overthrow the government by specifically getting Mike Pence to not certify the election results and trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when she didn't win. She didn't specifically try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things.
Yeah, but also she's talking about the border, but she was the person assigned to the border this whole time, and we've had an open border with thousands of illegal immigrants coming in. You know that Brazil emptied their jails and dumped all their prisoners over here.
Thank you for the $1.11. Okay, so actually there are plenty of fact checks indicating that's wrong. There's not a single source indicating that the people from jails are specifically coming here. 1, 2, we have the same level of border crossings right now as we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if there's a border crisis right now, then there was the border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Thirdly, as it relates to this, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crime than natural-born U.S. citizens, multiple times less likely to commit violent crime. Okay, and then we don't have open borders, and she didn't specifically oversee everything as it relates to the border. She specifically had authority over like diplomatic relations with South and Central American countries to like increase the quality and standards of those countries. Appreciate the goose, thank you. To decrease the likelihood that they would want to come here. She didn't have like a border czar or anything like that people were claiming. And then also they didn't pass any policy to open the border. So.
Okay, but are you okay with living how we're living right now? You're okay buying groceries, buying food, doing all that? It doesn't bother you, the prices?
The prices weren't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. I don't like the prices at the point they are, but the point I'm making is that's not caused by the president.
Well,
That's
I never
something they
said it was
inherited,
caused
because this is happening.
specifically by them.
Well, Jay, did you know that there's been global inflation? The same level of inflation happened in Europe, it happened in Asia, it happened in Africa, it happened in South and Central America, it happened everywhere around the world. So it's not a uniquely American problem. You can look at global inflation rates, look at it right next to the inflation rates here in the United States, you can see it on the same trend. Same trend.
Everywhere?
Yeah, literally everywhere. Within 1 or 2%. Like there was increases 2021, 2022, right? And then obviously it's gone down since then. We've had one of the fastest recoveries as it relates to inflation. Thank you for the hand arts.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like she wouldn't be a good role for president.
Okay, why would she be a good vote for president?
I said I feel like she just wouldn't, because like I said, our economy was better when Trump was in office, and I know that
So at the end of 2020, when like a million people died in the United States, we had 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression.
that was because of COVID.
Oh, okay, but the point you're acknowledging then is that you don't blame Trump for a global pandemic, but you are blaming Biden-Harris for global inflation.
I mean,
Doesn't that sound a little hypocritical to claim?
it does when you put it that way. It does.
Okay. So so given that being the case, like what policy of Trump's is going to like fix this issue? Like to make inflation better off?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into that, but here was
I can tell you what's going to make it worse. He wants tariffs. Tariffs cause inflation. The reason why they cause inflation is because it's a tax on goods coming into the country.
It's a tax on goods coming into the country.
Yep, which is mostly passed to the consumer. If you look at tariffs, out of all the taxes that exist, it passes almost the most onto the consumer out of almost any tax you can put on the economy. So it causes inflation.
Okay, but here's one thing I want to say. So Trump said that he wanted to do the no tax on tips, and everybody said, "Oh, that's a bad thing. That's going to be horrible. It's going to cost us millions." But then as soon as she said it, she was like, "I'm going to do no tax on tips." Everybody's like, "Oh my God, so great. So great."
Yeah, so like there are a lot of issues with no tax on tips in terms of how they're going to flesh it out in Congress, but both sides supports it. Okay, so yeah, I think it's a political move. I think that both sides are supporting no tax on tips because it's politically advantageous.
Do you think no tax on tips would be a good thing?
It can be in certain contexts, but like that could apply to me. And are you saying people like me shouldn't have to pay any taxes?
No, but like on tips, I feel like it shouldn't be taxed on tips.
I get tips. All the money I make is through tips.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I should pay no taxes.
Not on the tips, you shouldn't.
Okay. You know what? Because
they gave that to you.
Okay, all right. Okay, if I should pay no taxes, hey, shit. Okay. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. You know, that'd be great. I'd love to pay no taxes. You know.
No taxes on your tips because
I only make money through tips. So good.
Okay,
let's go.
Listen, if you're a server and you're serving a table and they tip you $10, why should you have to pay taxes on that? That's your $10 they gave to you.
Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think you can do no tax on tips up to a particular point. I think that makes sense. Appreciate the relax. Thank you so much. Because I think that tips are a huge way that the middle class like helps pay for things, and I think that's a good thing. I want to help the middle class. So having it tailored specifically to affect people in the middle class and having it capped at a particular point probably is the best way to do it. Because otherwise, you're gonna get people like me where I get tax free. Janelle, thank you for the $5 tax free. Thank you so much. Like, tell me that isn't a bit ridiculous that like I wouldn't have to pay any taxes. Josh, thank you for the $3 tip. Thank you so much. Like that is a little ridiculous, right? Like that streamers wouldn't have to pay any taxes.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. It could be to a certain extent, but I still feel like they shouldn't have to pay that much because it's given to specifically to them. It's not like
yeah, okay. So I mean, everyone's giving me money specifically to me. So you think I should pay no taxes?
Not on that money if they're giving it to you.
Parker, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Paid by the DOJ. Thank you so much. Thank you for the roses. Thank you so much, Tara. Okay, you know what? Okay, all right. You know, if you want me to pay no taxes, I'm not gonna say no. You know, I'm not gonna say no. But like, yeah, no. The point I'm making is that like there obviously can be issues with no tax on tips policy, like how you set it up, and like there are gonna have to be ways that they put it in to like Congress to like work it that way. But it's just bipartisan agreement. Like if both sides say no tax on tips, well then what's really the argument? I think everyone who was critiquing it before is just like not making the right point then. Like against like one person in terms of a party like Trump or like Harris. If you're arguing against no tax on tips, you're arguing against both of them, which is totally legitimate.
That's true. What about when she said she was going to give people, their families, like $26,000 to take for their kid to go to college and all that?
Oh, so it was $25,000 subsidy for new homes, right?
Yeah,
so,
for the new
specifically, homes. That's meant to subsidize the development of new homes. So, like, to build housing. Veronica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
No, in the video, the lady that was at one of her like convention things, she said that it's going to help put her kid through college, and they can both get new houses. Like they can put it down on their new house, and both their kids will have houses.
Well, it's $25,000 that they don't have to put into a house, and it's $25,000 that they can put into their education. So maybe they mean that. I don't know the clip you're referencing.
Okay, but so like with that's not a good idea, I don't think, to me.
Why? That's meant to stimulate the development of new houses. That's what we need.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, nothing's free. So you're giving them $25,000 so they don't have to put that on a house, and they can get a house.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, the taxpayers still have to pay for that $25,000.
What'd you say?
at the end of the day, the taxpayers will still have to pay for that $25,000. Somebody has to pay for it, and we're already in debt.
Wait, no tax on tips we have to pay for. Yeah, and you understand that Trump added more to the debt than under the Biden-Harris administration?
No.
You'd rather be sending this to weapons of war and bombs and stuff than sending it here home to people who need it?
I mean, no, but I feel like we should try to focus on paying off our debt to other countries and stuff like that first.
Most of our debt is held by United States citizens in their savings accounts. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah. So like it's the 35 trillion number, that's our overall debt, including debt that American citizens hold, including debt from foreign countries. Most of it again is held by United States citizens, so it's not as big of an issue as people make it out to seem in that aspect. The biggest issue with the debt is the interest payments on the debt. Like the fact that we got to pay like hundreds of billions of dollars a year in interest payments is the biggest issue. It's like a lagging indicator of the debt. And that's why I think that the debt is a problem, because we could be using those hundreds of billions of dollars per year on like expanding healthcare, on like, you know, ending homelessness, on like all these things that we would need. So when Trump adds money to the debt, okay, they just left. All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, Parker. I'm 37.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
We've talked a million times. I haven't seen you in a while.
Have we talked on this topic?
Yeah, not since Harris has been aboard.
I guess this is a different conversation. So yeah, go for it.
Definitely is. So how do you feel? Oh, also, you never responded to my Instagram message. I sent you that picture of Biden sniffing and groping my mom.
Piggly thing for $2. Whoa, when? What the
Remember?
fuck?
And remember when we talked and you told me you sent me that picture and I said, okay, I'll send it to you. I don't want you to show anybody. But yeah, I sent that to you.
Wait, what's your name? I'll find it.
Tori from the block.
Tori from the block. How long ago did you send it?
I don't know, maybe like a month ago.
Okay.
It's been a while.
I don't see anything from that name from a month ago.
Maybe 2 months ago. It's been a while.
They get deleted by that time.
It deletes?
Yeah. All of my I get too many messages where they start deleting them after a month.
I'll send it to you again.
I don't get any messages that were from over a month ago.
I'll send it to you again, but I mean, it doesn't matter because Biden's not the candidate anymore.
Yeah, so would you vote for Kamala Harris?
Hell no.
Why not?
First of all, how do you feel that you got no say in who your candidate is going to be? They straight up told you who your candidate is going to be.
I'm so happy that Kamala Harris is our candidate.
You just followed. That's funny. Because all this time talking to you, we've talked a couple of times, you've never mentioned your like of Kamala Harris. Never.
I've always said, even prior to Kamala Harris being the candidate, even prior to Biden stepping down, that Kamala Harris is preferable to Joe Biden, and that I would prefer Kamala Harris over Joe Biden, and that I would want Joe Biden to step down. I've always said that, like literally always.
It's funny because I've always said the opposite. Like I was the biggest person on Joe Biden even 5 years ago. Joe Biden is not well, and he clearly wasn't. But I always found Harris to be worse because she is younger, supposed to be with it, and she still makes less sense than he does. She doesn't.
She makes total sense. She makes total sense. That's so ridiculous.
Have you seen her speak?
Yeah. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree?
It's called word salad.
You just gotta like exist in the context, and maybe you'll understand.
I don't know what that means.
No, you'll understand.
No, I don't.
She makes total sense.
She makes no sense. She was asked if she'd ever been to the border when that was her main job.
She has been to the border.
Never went to the border.
She did in 2021.
Was cocky as hell about it.
June 2021.
She don't give a shit about Americans.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ocean. So why did Trump block the border bill? Why do you get people in Congress to not vote for the border bill?
Because there were so many other things attached to it. It's like a game.
Wasn't there a solo border bill as well?
They wanted to come up with a bill so that they could say, oh, Trump denied this because they attached too many other things to it that didn't make sense.
Wait, but those things got passed anyway, and yet he still didn't support the bill.
It's all smoke and mirrors, the Democrat Party, okay?
What are the smoke and what are the mirrors?
Well, you guys, she's now running on fixing all these things that she helped destroy. This country's in shambles.
Like,
The
what did she
world's at
destroy?
war. We're about to be in a civil war. What do you
What'd
mean
she
what did
destroy?
Middle America or lower middle America is in shambles, which is me. I have no savings. I can't save. All my money goes to rent, bills, yada, yada, yada. Everything's increasing nonstop. And now she's like,
None of this was
oh,
caused by the Kamala Harris.
when I'm president, I'll fix that. Then why do these people claim that they'll be able to fix it when they're president?
So she's not claiming she can fix everything. What she's claiming is that she can try to make it more affordable. Now, as it relates to this, we acknowledge that there's been global inflation. There's inflation literally in Europe and Africa and Asia, everywhere around the world. Okay, so this is not a uniquely American problem. It was not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It's something they inherited. The same way that you don't blame Trump for COVID, you acknowledge that it's something that he inherited. Appreciate the hint. Thank you so much. In terms of the effect on the
Then
economy.
how is she claiming that she's going to fix things? And I love when she says that too, because you're in office now. Fix it now.
Yeah, so she can't fix everything as it relates to that. She can advocate for things, which she's doing for now, and she's been doing, and she can sign things into law as president. Right now, again, she can do that, but she requires Congress. Okay.
She's an idiot. She's gonna drive the country more
How
to the ground than Biden did.
How about Trump specifically with the wall? How come he couldn't get the wall done?
Probably Congress.
Whoa. Okay, there you go. So you require Congress, but he had both the
Sometimes.
House and the Senate for 2 years. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
He built a lot of the wall, and look how things
much of
were.
the wall-
And
how
look
much
how
of-
things were then.
How much?
There weren't
How much
illegal
of the?
immigrants.
How much new wall did he
stabbing,
build?
Killing, raping, taking up our funds.
How much new wall did he build?
I don't have the acreage.
3.7%.
Oh, okay.
So
how
about
did you know
49
that off the
miles.
top of your head?
Because I've looked it up before and I brought it up.
Do you have a little iPad right there where you're researching these little facts?
No. I'm literally sitting here just talking to you.
I don't know. I think you're Biden. You got like a little bug in your ear telling you what to say.
That's so sad that you like literally are grasping for that just because
It's probably Harry.
deplorable. I literally have these conversations every day. Of course I'm gonna remember that, especially if I like this. Like I love these conversations. I easily remember this stuff. It becomes very natural to me. So like if I hear it like 1 or 2 times, I'm gonna remember it.
So how much acreage is it?
No, there was about 49 to 52 miles. That's about the range that I've seen. That's of new wall. They refurbished other parts of the wall, right, which would make up around like 450 miles or something like that, which is about 23% of the wall. But that's not new wall. That's just refurbishment.
And do you acknowledge that there's a crisis at the border?
I don't think there's a crisis right now.
No.
No, because there wasn't a crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Because we have the same
Trump
border crossing
let in
numbers. We actually have lower border crossing numbers right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration.
And that's a big fat lie. That's what that is.
That's not.
That's a Democrat lie. That's like
It's
what
not.
you guys say certain things to people and just like expect them to believe it when everyone knows it's a freaking lie.
Wait, I have a question. Is the Biden-Harris administration responsible for Molly Tippett's death? Appreciate the marvelous confetti. She got killed by an undocumented immigrant.
Probably.
You think so?
I don't know. I don't know her case, so I'm not just gonna like make up shit. But
No, you just like think because it happens under administration, it's caused by them, right?
well, did the illegal immigrant come in under their watch?
Yeah. So they came in under their watch and they killed Molly Tibbetts. Now, do you believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are responsible for that?
Responsible? No. Liable? Probably, yeah.
Okay, so that actually happened under Trump's administration.
And that's why I asked you that.
Is Trump
You straight up lied to me. It's called gaslighting. 101.
Is Trump liable?
Yo, you're such a joke.
Is Trump liable?
See, this is where I don't know, because Trump is the one that wants. No, hear me out, because Trump is the one that is trying to fix things at the border.
No, he's not. He actually got people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. Even people like Lindsey Graham acknowledge this.
He acknowledges there's an issue there. They do not.
No, Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey
Graham literally said that Trump tried to block the border bill. I mean, literally, Donald Trump himself says he tried to block the border bill. Everyone acknowledges that he tried to block the border bill. You're like the only person not acknowledging that.
Was a facade.
No, it wasn't. It was literally Republican-backed border bill.
The border bill was a coup.
It was backed by the Border Patrol. Girl, it was literally like a right-wing policy.
I don't think so.
It literally was. That's a fact.
No, like, see what I mean? Like
Who wrote the bill? Wait, look at the person. Look at the person who wrote the bill. Look at the person who wrote the bill. Langford. He's a Republican.
A rhino.
Ah.
Yeah.
Everyone on the right that you disagree with is just a rhino. Is Mitt Romney? Is Mitt Romney a rhino? Is John McCain a rhino? Are they both rhinos?
I wasn't really into
is Mike Pence? Is Mike Pence a rhino?
Oh, for sure.
Bill Barr's a rhino. Everyone that goes against Trump is a rhino.
Because Trump is the new Republican Party. Okay?
Andrew, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Sorry I didn't get invited to the DNC. I was kind of sad about that. That'd be fun to go to, honestly. I'm paid by the DNC, but I didn't get to go. It's really sad. Cameron, thank you for the $10. And Katie, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate the super. Thank you so much, probably. And Chris is there too, but I didn't get invited. But Katie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Katie. Give me some W's for Katie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
You're the better streamer out of Harry. I don't know who Chris is, but
that's subjective. But
so it's totally subjective. But Harry's annoying to talk to.
Yeah. So like, did you get my points there?
Yeah, I mean, in between you shouting "thanks for the money," but
I did it one time. You
did it like 6 times, bro.
I just did thank you literally right then. I just answered. I said thank you to a few people. I said it was 3 people. I said thank you to.
So, question: are you not allowing people on your live multiple times?
Yeah, I don't really do that. Appreciate Little Crowd. Thank you so much. I really only do. I do like one time because I don't want to do the same conversations over and over again.
Oh, okay.
And I want to do people because there's always like 100 people in my guest box, and if I kept talking to the same people, I wouldn't be able to get to everyone or get to more.
Yeah, I'm a good guest though, even though your chat.
Well, it's because we haven't talked about under Kamala Harris, so I mean it's a different conversation.
I would like to come back on again though because right now I'm about to go to work, so I couldn't really give you my couldn't really give you my full personality here because I'm trying to be like quiet. So
okay, for sure.
But yeah, MAGA 2024, let's go, baby, make America great again.
Oh God. All right, get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. But thank you so much, Katie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, thank you for the little crowd. Thank you so much, Kate. I really appreciate that. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. I pressed that by accident.
You're fine. Don't worry. All right, let's get this next person up. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, thank you so much for the corgi. I appreciate it. Yo, chat, if I'm DNC paid, okay, how the hell did they not invite me to the DNC? Can someone explain that to me? Why did they not invite me to the DNC? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Oh, why so?
Well, maybe we could start by reverting back to your border discussion. Since I have experience there, I spent a lot of time working there. I'm not going to get too specific on that one, but we can have a conversation.
Okay, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yeah, in my opinion, there's been a border crisis for as long as I was there. I would call it a crisis just by the sheer number of people coming, people dying on their way to get here.
So even under Trump?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
That mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, so why didn't Trump fix the border crisis?
So I think what people don't understand is that immigration law hasn't changed that much through any of these presidents, going back to Obama. But the way that things are enforced is a top-down, like from the current admin down through DHS and then into these organizations, Border Patrol, ICE, and the way that things are enforced, the type of people you're allowed to pursue, deport, arrest, et cetera, et cetera. So things were absolutely different under each president. I mean, it's immediate when one takes over from the other. And under Trump, there was definitely more arrests happening, like out in the streets, like pursuing criminal non-citizens, stuff like that.
There were more removals under the Trump administration, I mean, under the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration.
But by sheer volume
so-
of people coming, though, as a percentage.
So how do you feel about Trump trying to block the border bill?
I just think, like your past guest said, these bills, not just the border bill, but all of them, they attach so many things. There was funding for...
There was a solo border bill.
There was... What I saw was...
That funding for Israel got passed anyway, but it was literally like, there was a solo border bill. DJ, think of the dollar.
And what is that going to accomplish? So, like, what is the goal of these border bills?
So the goal of the border bills is to get more people who are judges to expedite the asylum process. Instead of it taking 6 to 8 years for people to go through the asylum process, it would take under 1 year.
Yeah, I don't see that as ever happening. Just having been in that
Bobby,
space.
thank you, the dinosaur. Thank you.
There are like 6 million cases, I think, behind on that particular front.
Wait, but that's what the border bill would do. You can sit there and you can act like that wouldn't happen. Right, but that's what the border bill indicated it was going to do. Secondly, as it relates to the context of the border bill, it would limit how many people would be able to come here. Again, this bill specifically was supported by Republicans. It was written by a Republican, Langford, and it was specifically backed by the Border Patrol.
Yeah, I think the Border Patrol will probably back anything that gives them relief because they're completely swamped over there. Like, I don't blame them at all. Even if it carried with it certain things that weren't desirable. So I don't remember this bill, to be honest, where there was only one clause that said we're going to give you more judges.
Why didn't Trump get if it was for the other things, the reason why they didn't vote for the border bill, why didn't Trump try to get them to not vote for the funding for Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan and the other appropriations bill?
I can't answer
Breezy,
that.
thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. It's because he wanted to limit the border stuff so that he could use it as a talking point for the election.
Yeah, that may be true. I'm not a crazy MAGA fan here by any stretch. I don't like, to be honest, any of them. I think people are kind of delusional thinking that any of these candidates are going to really do a whole lot for you because they're probably not. Not much changes overall, regardless of who the president is. So.
Yeah, Parker.
Yeah, what's up, Bobby? Did you want to say something about the border real quick?
Yeah, if I may, just real quick. I appreciate you letting me up here. Swoltown, you mentioned earlier about the policies under different presidents, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the laws have respectively been the same since 1952. That's correct.
Yep.
But the way it's handled, you're correct on that instance, where it's different under Biden and the Trump administration. The Trump administration actually... they had lower apprehension rates. So if you look at 2017 and 18, respectively, they had about 300, 400,000 people arrested. So my question to you is, do you believe that a lower apprehension rate is a more secure border? And when in regards to also, if you're going to consider gotaways in between the ports of entry, can we also suggest that he's not catching as much?
I'm not sure. All I can speak to is the way things were run, or like as an organization under each person. Like even under Obama, things were pretty aggressive, like on that front. But under Biden, he did have COVID going on, but I would say things definitely did a 360 there, where things definitely cooled off quite a bit on what you were able to do. Actually,
and Trump did declare an emergency in 2019. If you also look up Operation Stone Garden in 2019, we actually had congressional oversight on who was going to be patrolling the border and more funding. And under Biden's administration, they had $110 million in that pot of money, as opposed to just $55 million or $91 million in some cases.
I think part of the problem with the Biden admin was their rhetoric before they came on, and when they ran, I think it was very immigrant friendly, which you did see a rise in the amount of people trying to come over here.
But did they lie about the statement with the lost day? Say, because in 8 U.S.C. 1158 specifically says that if you come to the United States, you can claim asylum.
Of course,
so they're not lying to the people. I don't agree that maybe the timing was a little off, but they're not lying to the people and what our Constitution says, both under due process. And if you look back at all the documentation from our 13 colonies, we wanted immigration, right? And we've been reliant upon immigration for a very long time. That's why we have an open, half-closed type border system. We cherry-pick the people that we want, and the ones that qualify, and the ones that don't qualify, we send back to their home country.
Right. And how many of those claims, though, are bogus for the most part? Would you say like 90% probably?
Well, see, that's just a determination based off the asylum claims officer, and if they don't meet that,
were, right?
Yeah, well, no, I was a border patrol agent. So they actually, if they don't meet the burden of proof, it doesn't mean that they're not facing harm. They just couldn't prove it, and the burden of proof is on them. So just keep that in mind. But I really want you to think about just one more thing. I'll drop down. Think about the apprehensions under Trump. A lot of Republicans think that apprehension rates, which was lower at that time, means a more secure border. That's only apprehensions. You can also conclude that he arrested less people at the border. And we didn't have guidance under Operation Stone Garden, full guidance until 2019, and we declared an emergency in 2019. So just keep that in mind.
What do you think is the reason that Border Patrol seems to overwhelmingly support Trump?
They're mostly Republican hacks. I've worked with them. They would show up to their muster pre-shift meeting with "Let's Go Brandon" mugs, violation of the Hatch Act. They were just there's a lot of good agents, but there's mostly bad agents, I would say, and they're all far-right Republican hacks.
Yeah, I mean that's not a terrible answer. Yeah.
I know them personally. Like I know them on an individual basis. So yes. Hey Parker, thanks for bringing me up here. I appreciate your show.
Appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Wait, am I even still here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have a question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Would I in this situation? I'm not. All this stuff seems kind of murky to me. Where the moment he's running for president, all these cases are brought up and he's in court, and so I do think there's a political aspect to all of it. Obviously, is Trump the most moral, upstanding citizen of all time?
So is that a yes?
No. Yeah, probably.
So would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No.
So why would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's held liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I haven't seen overwhelming evidence here that's not politically motivated in that case.
Okay, but like what I'm saying is that if Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, you wouldn't vote for him, even though it could possibly be politically motivated there. But in the context in which you would be held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, you would vote for him because of the political motivations?
I understand the direction you're trying to frame an argument from, but all these people are, in my opinion, none of them are great people, morally or otherwise.
And if it was a political move, how come she had therapist notes from the 90s that indicated that she was assaulted?
I mean, why is this stuff all coming up while he's running now, though?
Wait. Why did she have therapist notes from the 90s?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Okay, so did she know that he was going to run for president in the 90s?
People aren't making their decision based on some things that happened in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They're basing it on.
Oh, really? So if he raped a child in the 90s, you'd still vote for him?
I mean, we all heard things Joe Biden said back.
Would you still vote for him?
If he what?
Would you vote for him if he raped a child in 1990?
I mean, that's a pretty awful thing to do. I'm not going to sit here and defend that behavior.
Would you vote for him though?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not is crazy. So you could.
You could easily make a case why you just don't vote anymore. Period. Because you're presented with parasitic sociopath A and B, and that's our democracy right now for the most part.
So no, but the point I'm making is that you're saying you said probably not. So you would.
Would what?
In certain scenarios, you might vote for someone who raped a child in the 90s.
No, that's terrible. I'd rather not vote at all.
So you never would, right?
Probably not.
Okay, so if you never would, why would you vote for him if it was a woman? You're literally saying raping a woman is not bad enough.
It's a little more heinous when you bring a child into it, don't you think?
So you're saying that raping a woman isn't bad enough?
I mean, what about Biden's daughter's diary there? It looks like she had
raping a woman isn't bad enough? And also, again, the diary that you're referencing, the contents were never verified.
Okay.
Not only is that a pivot onto someone who's not even running for our president anymore, but it is the case that that's not verified.
You're trying to make this argument here of, well, would I vote for someone who did X, Y, and Z? And I'm not defending that behavior.
Okay.
I'm saying
but what you're saying is that you would vote for Trump even though he raped a woman in the 90s.
Raped?
Yes, forcefully penetrated against her will.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true or not.
That's what the jury
wasn't
determined.
Convicted of that.
He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse. The only reason it was sexual abuse was because under New York state law, specifically has to be a male member. She wasn't sure if it was a male member or his fingers, right? but she was forcefully penetrated against her will, and I consider that grape. I know you consider that grape. I know any reasonable person considers that grape.
We could talk about the varying degrees of moral like degradation of their past. Harris, Biden, Trump. None of them
Wait,
are.
so are you
morally-
saying that you would still vote for him even if you were? So again, you're just saying grape of a woman's not bad enough. It's not. You're like grape of a child. Yep, I couldn't vote for that person, but grape of a woman, I could. That's crazy. That's insane.
So do I look and see who has the most moral past of all the candidates?
Obviously,
If
you
they're
look
all-
into that. Obviously, you look into if someone is. I think I draw a line at sexual assault. Be like Mitt Romney, where you draw a line at sexual assault. Right? Be a moral human being.
I mean,
What?
no, I get your point, but people are going to vote by what's best for they think is best for their family.
Yeah, and you think it's
their
best to vote
careers.
for someone. Okay, so I have a question. If Kamala Harris was driving a bus, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Would you let your was like the bus driver for the day? Would you let your kids go on the bus to go to school with Kamala Harris as the bus driver?
What?
Yeah, I'm just asking.
I don't know, bro. I've never thought about Kamala Harris being a bus driver.
Yeah, like would you let them on the bus to let her drive them to school?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. If it were Donald Trump, would you do it?
Yeah, I don't see Donald Trump doing
So
anything.
you'd let
to
someone
Donald
who
Trump.
is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman alone with your kids?
I would think you would try to frame more arguments based on substance and policy and stuff versus all these hypothetical situations of buses.
By the way,
and-
this is substance. This is absolutely substance. Because what I'm demonstrating here is that if you're a good person, honestly, you draw a line at sexual assault. You say, I'm not going to vote for that person because they've done this. You draw a line, okay? If you're not willing to do that, you look insane, right? And that's what you're going to do. You're either going to be a moral human being or you're going to look insane, okay? And I can have this conversation and it should convince everyone. This shouldn't even be something that we have to talk about. This is a non-political sort of thing. This is ethical, okay? Now, if we want to talk political, we can go into that. I disagree with him politically as well. But even before we get into the political conversation, you should not vote for someone who has done this in the past. You should not vote for someone like that, okay? It is non-political. If there were a Democrat that did this, I wouldn't vote for them. If there were a Republican that did this, I wouldn't vote for them. I can see that in every scenario. I'm not going to do it. I draw a line. I will not do that. And you're saying that you won't draw that line.
No, I'm not drawing that line because one, it's a civil case and he denies doing it. I can't say for sure whether he did that or not.
Okay.
Neither
So
can you.
if someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you let them babysit your children?
Of course not.
Okay. So if you wouldn't trust them with your children, why would you trust them with the country?
These arguments to me have no substance at all. You're not talking policy or anything else.
Okay. So the only thing that
I know you
think
do
is
this for a
substance is
living.
policy.
You can get people into a corner with these kinds of arguments. I get where you're going.
Sultan, I just explained to you why I was doing this, right? Why I was giving this argument because it's non-political. But if you won't accept this and you will concede to it, and then we'll talk about the policy.
I'm not conceding to that.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to concede because
If
you
there
don't
was-
want to engage.
No, if there was overwhelming evidence and if he was factually
He was
raping
held civilly liable,
Okay.
right? And you said that you wouldn't trust them with your kids, so why would you trust them with the country? You
I mean,
can't answer the question.
I started this conversation by saying I don't think any of these people are morally upright by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I don't think any of them put anything in place that benefited the middle class.
Really? I appreciate the rose. Thank you so much for the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Didn't do that? Didn't help the
No.
middle class?
I don't think so.
No.
Being
So
middle
building
class,
up roads
I'd
and
say,
bridges, ensuring that there's clean drinking water by getting lead out of drinking pipes, expanding access to broadband, high-speed internet. That doesn't impact the middle class?
How much money went to
Can
like
you answer the question? Does that impact the middle
electric
class?
charging stations and green energy?
Did that
stuff?
go? So that was in the Inflation Reduction Act, and that also benefits the middle class because it is the case that allows for us to better transition to renewable energies in the future, which is a must, right? And it is the case that it specifically is going to bring down energy costs by long term by making us less energy, or by making us more energy independent.
It's
right?
it's going to, right? That's the key
Yeah,
word.
that's the
someday
of course.
someday in the future this stuff's going to work, but right now you're paying more for everything.
No, wait,
the
no,
middle
right?
class is definitely worse off than it was 4 years ago.
Okay, so again, you say that when we were in the middle of COVID. I think that's kind of funny that you say 4 years ago and then you don't remember that when we were 14.8% unemployment. We had high savings rates. We literally had to give people unemployment and stimulus checks to keep the economy afloat because people did not have money to pay for basic amenities. So it's laughable that you say that 4 years ago was better when you have no fucking clue what you're even referencing. Okay. Literally the middle of the pandemic, million people dead. Million people dead in the country.
Okay.
Literally million people dead, high unemployment, and he's like, "Oh, it was so much better." What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally delusional, dude. I understand eggs cost more, but you're actually fucking delusional if you believe that.
Everything costs more.
I understand. I'm giving you an
example. Homes cost more.
I totally agree with you, but to say that is insane.
You said what they did benefited the middle class, and nothing. I don't see that.
I gave you multiple things. So do you think capping pharmaceutical drugs helped the middle class? That's what the Inflation Reduction Act did. It capped pharmaceutical drugs like insulin specifically $35 a month. Okay? And people were paying tens of thousands of dollars per month, literally $6,000 per month, and now they're paying almost fucking nothing.
Yeah, that's
you say
great.
Trump did that. That was a non-enforceable executive order. Let's give them credit for something that they did that was great. Okay? That is great.
What percentage of the middle class is taking insulin?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying it's beneficial to the middle class. People in the middle class benefit from that because they couldn't pay for these particular types of things before. Do you think someone in the middle class could afford $6,000 per month for basic necessities?
Look, of course not. But I don't.
Think of the dollar. So that does help the middle class.
I don't think that infrastructure bill is helping anybody.
The infrastructure, I gave you multiple things. So it built up roads and bridges. It specifically funded colleges and universities. It specifically funded getting lead out of water pipes for clean drinking water. It specifically funded broadening access to high-speed internet. That helped so many people. We needed infrastructure in this country. Trump ran on infrastructure. He never got it done. You can't tell me infrastructure is not good when that's what Trump ran on.
You can call something infrastructure, but...
That's infrastructure.
No, too much of that money went to stuff that's not infrastructure related.
Can you give me one thing that they spent money on in the infrastructure bill that you think is bad?
I mean, where's all this?
Tell me one thing in the infrastructure you think is bad. Tell me one thing in the infrastructure bill.
I think it's a waste of money. All the electric charging stations and all that stuff. It's not really playing out.
Oh, okay. So just electric charging stations. So how much money do we spend on that?
Don't know. I just remember looking at it.
You don't know? You have no clue?
I don't study this stuff to pull it up by memory, but I looked over it and saw all kinds of spending in there that was not infrastructure related.
And you can't tell me one. Appreciate the relax. Thank you so much.
No, I don't debate for a living, but...
You don't need to debate for a living to have, like, basic memory, right? So, you don't like any of those things that I mentioned? You don't think those benefit people?
Hey, maybe some of them do, but overall, that bill, it was extremely expensive. I mean, that's the reason we have inflation like we do, because the government's spending money that they don't have continuously on things that are frivolous. So,
yeah. So you're saying we're spending money on things that are frivolous. Okay, what about tax cuts for corporations and billionaires? Do you think that's frivolous?
To some degree, I don't mind tax cuts for corporations.
Dude, like this guy, bro. He's like, I really mind the electric charging infrastructure, but I don't mind giving money to billionaires for extra yachts. I don't care. That sounds so great. What are you talking about, bro? Thank you for the box club. Thank you so much. What are you talking about?
I just don't think either of the presidents did anything for the middle class. That is really my
I just
main
mentioned
stand
multiple things that were for the middle class. The cap on insulin and other pharmaceutical drugs. The top pharmaceutical drugs were cut in price for people. They don't have to spend thousands of dollars per month. Now it's like $35 a month. That's not good. That's not good enough for you? Okay, if that's not good enough for you, how about the million veterans, right, that are under the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2022? Right, and what about that? For people who were, exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances who are veterans. Appreciate the little comment. Thank you so much. Is that good enough for you? Do you like that?
Of course. I'm a veteran.
You like
I'm
that.
a veteran. So, I support anything veteran related for sure.
Yeah. So, okay. So you don't support the clean drinking water for people, like the getting lead out of the water pipes for clean drinking water. You don't support that?
Sure. I don't know enough about that to speak. The
broadening access to high-speed internet. Is that okay?
No, I don't know about that either, honestly. I haven't seen that.
You disagree with that?
I mean, it sounds good. I just don't know if it's reality for the average person or not.
What do you mean if it's reality? People have.
Has any of the 6.4 thousand people in the comments benefited from
Type 1 in the comment section right now if you've benefited from the infrastructure bill.
I mean, of course, people
Type 1 in the comment section right now if you've benefited from the infrastructure bill.
People are going to type 1 just because they like you and agree with you.
No, they're typing it because this happened.
Okay.
Look at all those ones.
Type 2 if you completely disagree. I mean, now people are going to type 2.
Wait. Not everyone's going to be impacted by every policy. But yes, do type 2 if you disagree to boost the algorithm. Thank you very much. Now,
I'm not going to take polar arguments and say everything this person did was good and everything this person did was bad. I think overall they're both bad. Net negative from all the choices you get to pick from. But it is what it is, man.
Okay, so you're saying it's a net negative. Okay, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
I mean, I already told you that I had spent time working there, and I felt like things were better on the border under him. It was just there was more.
I'm asking, what policy was that?
I mean, Trump's policy on releasing people from prison was a good one. I know he.
What did he do? What was the policy name?
I can't remember it.
Okay.
You do though. I know you do. Do you?
He didn't influence to get it passed. You're referencing the First Step Act, but he didn't influence to get it passed.
It got passed under Trump, right?
He signed it into law, but he never influenced to get it passed.
So we'll go ahead and give him credit for it.
Just I do give him credit for signing into law, but not for influencing to get it passed. So I asked you, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I mean, from a personal level, I did see a slight improvement on my taxes, but I don't think that's probably true for everyone.
Thank you for the $5. We're still currently under Trump tax policy.
No, totally.
Yeah. So the benefit from the taxes, and yet taxes are worse now. Okay.
I didn't say taxes were worse now.
Okay, so if you saw the benefit, are you saying from Obama years?
I said a slight benefit.
From when?
Yeah, from previous. Like
from
my return, my return was better, but
appreciate
really,
that. Thank you so much.
Mostly negligible. I don't think the tax cuts did a whole lot.
Is it still good now?
I mean, I'm okay with it. I think we pay way too much taxes regardless.
So do you want to do another $3.9 trillion tax bill for extending the tax cuts?
I mean, we're in a situation now where we can't. Like our debt's so high, and
okay. If we cannot extend the tax cuts, did you know that after-tax income is going to decrease for the middle class and for the lowest quintile, while increasing for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile due to this tax policy?
People should be paying dramatically lower taxes, but we're in a situation.
No. Listen, if you don't extend the tax policy like you just mentioned, that's going to cause after-tax income to decrease for the middle class and for the lowest quintile, while increasing for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile.
Okay.
That means it's going to take money from poor people in the middle class and give it to rich people.
If it's not extended?
Yes. So from 2025 and beyond, if it's not extended, that's what's going to happen. So either you're going to spend $3.9 trillion of debt-related spending, or you're going to, cut Social Security or something like that, right? Or it is the case that you're going to have taking money from poor people and giving it to rich people.
Yeah, that's for Congress to work out and figure that one out. Obviously, I'm not for taking more money from people with less money, but I'm also not for dramatically increasing taxes on anybody, including the rich. I think taxes are at ridiculous rates already for everybody. So,
thank you so much for the Ian raid. I really appreciate everyone joining in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tap that screen and share the live. Next question I have: are you pro law and order?
Of course.
Okay, but why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
I mean, you're citing these what I view as highly politically motivated.
You couldn't name me a single policy that you like of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than a benefit rich people. And you're going to say to people like, why are you not talking about the substance? Because you don't have any substance to talk about. That's literally why we're not talking about that. If you have the substance to talk about, I could have conversation with you about the policy. You don't even know about the policies. We just talked about it. You had nothing.
I don't think any of them benefit the middle class. You're citing a bunch of stuff that I disagree with. I don't think anything Joe Biden did benefited me as a middle class person, period.
Well, you're just denying reality. I told you multiple things I did. You can't tell me a single thing that Trump did that benefit the middle class.
I can't tell you something Biden did either. You're citing stuff.
I gave you multiple examples I did.
I don't agree with that, man. I think you're prepared here to
So,
cite.
so the PACT Act didn't benefit veterans in the middle class.
I mean, as a veteran, again, I don't see that much difference. But
Were you exposed to burn pits abroad?
obviously not.
Thank you. Or
No.
toxic substances?
I was
Yeah,
not.
push the hand mustache. Okay, so obviously it's not expanded to you.
And I already told you, I support that. That's military related. I don't know if that's benefiting the average middle class person. So
So I gave you things that are going to do that. Also, have you seen the proposed policies?
have I seen the what?
The proposed policies.
By
Kamala Harris.
oh, she's finally come out with some policies like what? Capping prices on things, ridiculous stuff like that.
That's not ridiculous. Even Trump wanted to do that with a $35 cap on insulin, but his was not enforceable as it was an executive order. Okay? So if you disagree with price caps, you're going to look pretty insane there. Now, she wants to cap pharmaceutical drugs to stop price gouging of pharmaceutical companies. Yeah. You know what they've already done already? They've decreased the cost for people a part of Medicare because of the bargaining power of Medicare. That's what they've done, right? So they specifically have brought down pharmaceutical costs. That's what they're advocating for, to cap that for all of them, to ensure that people aren't paying exorbitant amounts for basic pharmaceutical necessities. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much.
It's also one
receive.
thing. It's one thing for her to spit out a bunch of stuff. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z like they all do.
No, they have. I gave you.
Actually doing it.
I literally gave you a history of them doing it. Thank you for all the gooses, everyone. And I also showed you that they're advocating for more. Okay, and you still won't believe it. Now, can you give me? You couldn't give me anything that Trump did, yet you need it for Kamala Harris, but you don't need it for Trump. It's almost like you need more from Democrats. Why do? Okay, you know, why do we do this as a society, especially people on the left? Like, it's not even you. Always, is that we expect more from Democrats than we expect from Republicans. If a Republican does less than what a Democrat does, it still can be considered more just simply because of the fact that they're a Republican.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay. Because, like, you're not expecting this from, you know, Kamala Harris.
I'm not
and then all the
expecting
people who
very
are
much from
protesting, they're not protesting the RNC. Where were they protesting the RNC when RNC is supporting all these terrible war crimes even more? Where were they with that? But they're going to go to the DNC. I think if we're actually, like, you know, consistent here, we'd go to both, right? Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. If not put more, you know, of our energy on the Republicans that are doing even worse.
So under this Democrat president, I'd say there's been an awful lot of war crimes being funded, wouldn't you?
Under both administrations.
Definitely under this one, though.
Under both. If not more under the Trump administration. Thank you for the goose. Thank you. He's more in support of the war crimes. He's more pro-Israel. He was pro-Saudi Arabia committing a genocide in Yemen, literally gave them more support when that was happening. Biden pulled back on that. There was a specific person, as it relates to the Congo, that was committing illegal mining and stuff like that, that had a specific sanction on them from the Obama administration. Trump got rid of it. Biden brought it back. You know,
okay,
they're acknowledging things around the world, whereas what the hell are the Republicans doing? Now, I don't think that they're perfect. I don't even think that they're necessarily good on foreign policy, things like that. But hell, what the fuck is the Republican position, and how are we not going to acknowledge that?
But both of their positions are, I mean, they both commit the war crimes. They're both in favor of it, of funding it. I mean,
I'm a very anti-war individual. I don't think that either side has a really good position, other than, I mean, I think Tim Walz specifically has a history of anti-war. I mean, he's a 24-year veteran. He's came into office advocating against war. He opposed the Iraq War. And he's very anti-war. So if we want the future of this country to be anti-war, I don't think it's Trump. I don't think it's Biden. It's someone like Walz. It's someone like them, right? They're the people who are quite literally trying to say, oh, we're done with it. I don't want to support this war. I want to support people here at home. I want to make sure kids have food. I want to make sure they have health care. I want to make sure they have paid sick leave, maternity leave, paternity leave. I want to make sure that they have health care, that they have housing. They have basic amenities. That's what is at the top of their thing. And you can sit there and you guys can call them radical liberals. They're the most liberal we've ever seen. We've never seen people more liberal than this. But what are we talking about? They're socialists. They're communism. Like, he literally post-tweeted a fucking communism thing about Kamala Harris. You know how ridiculous that is? What is the communism? The giving food to children who are underprivileged, right? the healthcare to people that are needing it, the capping the pharmaceutical costs to ensure that people aren't spending thousands of dollars per month on basic pharmaceutical necessities, and instead they're spending $35 a month.
Well, you're talking
is that
about
the communism?
You're
At
talking about,
what point is communism instituted? Because
You're
it
talking-
happened with Obama. It happened with basically every Democratic candidate. Biden. All of these people were pushing communism. When does it start?
I mean, you're talking about capping pharmaceutical prices, which is a far cry from capping prices on groceries and everything else, which is, it sounded like what she was talking about. Capping prices.
No, it's price gouging laws as it relates to
that. Listening to what she said, that's not how I took that, but 'cause obviously that would be sort of a socialist sounding policy, no?
No, that's not socialism at all.
Dictating the prices of everything?
I don't think that's what socialism is. Socialism is the workers controlling the means of production.
Yeah, by definition,
It's
yes.
not setting the prices of things at all. No. It's about a method of production. Most of what Marx talks about is method of production. Okay, it's not how markets necessarily operated.
I'm not saying the fundamental aspect of socialism is to set prices of things, but that as a policy is certainly not capitalist. It's not going to have a positive effect on anything.
So again, when you say it's not capitalist, sure there are regulations, right? But are you saying the border? So like for example, you having more regulations on the border, is that capitalist? Because you're restricting the free flow of labor, which is a fundamental aspect of the market.
I mean, there's people that have the right to come, and then.
Oh wait, but that's not capitalism.
I don't think what you're saying has anything to do with my argument, though.
Yes, it does. Why are you advocating for socialism? Isn't that like socialism?
If we want to talk about border policies,
why are you advocating for socialism?
No, not at all.
Like, we're gonna become a communist country at this point, man. Because you're advocating for borders and shit. Like,
telling companies how much they have to charge for products is, you don't see that as being problematic for a company.
Okay, so you don't think that we should do that in any scenario? Think of the sunglasses.
I didn't say that. The pharmaceutical example, given the amount of profits and exploitation there.
Yeah, so it's given the exploitation, this makes sense. Yeah, because, okay, so for example, the reason why we step up in these pharmaceutical scenarios is because the demand for pharmaceutical goods is inelastic, which means that the demand for the good doesn't really change given a larger change in price. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. More people are still going to demand it, even though the price went way up. So they're able to gouge people for money. Okay, because the demand is inelastic. So when the demand is inelastic for a particular good, that means we should step in the market and we should do it ourselves, right? As a regulatory agency, because it will lead to more efficient outcomes. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. Then if you specifically just leave it to the market, there are certain scenarios where leaving it to the market leads to less efficient outcomes. That's what I'm saying.
I get where you're going, but I disagree. I think trying to set prices on everything is going to have a negative effect. Companies are going to probably lay more people off, hire less people. Economically, it doesn't make sense to me. In a free market, you don't cap prices on everything.
Wait, you don't have a free market if you have a border.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, so that's a regulatory agency that limits the free flow of labor, the free flow of people, which is a part of the market. People moving around towards different areas is a part of how the market works. So what you're doing is you're restricting the market from operating freely.
You're
also Nordic countries in Europe that have the models like I'm referencing, they have freer economies according to the Economic Freedom Index than the United States, but go off.
Yes, and there are entire countries in Europe that the native population is literally the minority now because of their immigration policies.
Who cares? You're like the people who are like, oh, I don't want immigration because I want white people to be a majority of America. You're fucking weird.
Didn't say that. But having somebody cross...
It's like the same shit. You're like the native population. Okay, what is the native population of the United States? Tell me. Is it,
what you want?
Is it people that look like me?
No.
Oh, okay. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much.
The United States is not a country like Sweden or Amsterdam with much, much smaller populations. The United States is obviously a different animal, but having people cross through 7-8 countries and then come here to claim asylum, I don't think.
So why are you complaining about the United States? The fact that a majority of the people in this country are not native. That's
not the argument I made. I was talking about European countries.
Well, but it's the same thing here in the United States. It's called colonialization, like the fact that there was like Europe colonized the Americas, and majority of the people here are not native to the American continent.
I mean, what
Like
what
in the United
land
States.
what land wasn't colonized at some point?
No, that's just the point I'm making, right? And
But you're also agreeing that it was bad. It sounds like.
I think, yeah, obviously it's bad. What?
So
You don't think
so
it's
then-
bad to fucking colonize people and genocide?
So if it was bad then, why is it not bad now?
Colonization is bad now. When did I argue colonization is not bad? And also, do you need to blow your nose?
So is it? I'm actually sick.
I apologize, man.
Is it,
Sorry, bro.
Is it not sort of a form of colonization? I mean, it's not the same thing, but having millions of people flood into a country from a different
letting
culture,
people immigrate to the country is not colonization.
letting people or letting millions.
Bro said immigration is colonizing. What? Dude, if I am, wait, I have a question. When I moved from Iowa to California, did I colonize California?
Of course not.
Okay, so what the fuck are you saying, bro?
If you took,
dude,
if you took 60% of the population of a Middle Eastern country and swapped them with 60% of the population in Amsterdam or some other smaller European country, what happens?
Wait, say that one more time.
If you take 60% of the population of some Middle Eastern country with a different culture and you swap them with a European country like Amsterdam or one of those countries, that is actually probably close to statistically correct at this point.
Well, I don't know what you're saying. Wait, are you saying Amsterdam's a country, by the way?
I mean, just any area, bro.
Dude, it's so I can't. Okay, bro. Did you leave? Did you leave, bro? Are you running away? No, dude. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Yo, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. If you're MAGA, type it in the comments. All right, I think we need another MAGA up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comments right now. And tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Dude, I'm sorry, dude. Saying Amsterdam is a country is really funny. It's just like Americans' geography is always really bad. Like, I'm not saying my geography is great, but it's just like we probably sound so crazy to like people from other countries. All right. Type MAG in the comment section if you want to be brought up. I'm inviting people and people were not joining up. All right. Only send a guest request. You will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because he has the best words. His words are so good. He's got the bestest words.
So good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Words like you've never seen before. They're so good. You've never seen words like this. I can promise you that. So bigly. So great. All right. Let's get this next person up here. The best, the very best. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Probably.
Are you, why so?
I mean, neither one of our options are great, right? So might as well, the lesser of two evils, right?
How is Trump the lesser of two evils?
I don't know. He isn't a racist. He doesn't pander to demographics.
Dude, oh my God, dude, the first thing you say is Trump is not a racist.
He's not.
Like Kamala Harris is, one, and two, yes, he fucking is, dude. Dude, he literally got sued for housing discrimination laws, like a lawsuit. He specifically wouldn't, like, his business wouldn't rent to black people, right? They literally sent test subjects, people who were black, people who were white, they told the black families that there were not openings, and white families at the same time there were openings. They literally had to send out advertisements in the newspaper because to show that they were renting to black people because of that discrimination. Okay, not to mention that he says that Kamala Harris turned black, that she wasn't black before. He literally said that he expanded the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was not born right in the United States, which are birth certificates of him born in the United States.
All right. So, how long ago was that study done?
Study?
The study that you just mentioned about the housing discrimination.
That you mean the lawsuit?
Yeah.
That was in the it was like a few decades ago.
A few decades ago, right? So people can't change in a few decades?
Wait, so you think that past racism is totally okay? You think just not renting to black people in the past is okay because he said I'm sorry?
What people do in their past is what people do in their past, right? I'm talking about.
He hasn't said he's sorry. My bad. He hasn't said he's sorry.
Okay, so did Joe Biden ever apologize for being against desegregation? Did Joe Biden ever apologize for?
Actually, that's not what he supported. But like, I agree. Biden did racist.
You want to talk about the truth? You want to talk about the truth?
Duncan, listen. I want you to listen. I want you to listen. I do.
You want me to listen? Fuck you, motherfucker.
You're so mad.
Yeah, Duncan, you're mad too, motherfucker. You were the first person to say fuck in this conversation.
I'm not mad. You just said it directly to me because you got angry. Okay, so chill. I'm actually gonna be like.
Because you don't shut the fuck up and listen to people.
Oh, you're so mad. Do you need a baby bottle? You need a baby bottle.
Okay. Say what you're gonna say.
You need a baby bottle. Okay, so so I do think that Biden has a racist history. I'm not disputing that, but like this is not what he supported. He actually wanted to like integrate communities so that like the integrated communities would lead to integrated school systems instead of just busing people from segregated communities to integrated school systems. So I think you could do both, which is what
Joe Biden said, and I quote. Joe Biden said, and I quote, "I don't want my children to grow up in a racial jungle."
Yeah, so like, yeah, he was specifically saying that in reference to, which again, I don't think is a good thing to say, by the way. It's just like he was saying that in reference to like, he doesn't want segregated communities, right?
That's not what that means.
Into integrated school systems, and instead he wants the communities to be integrated.
Okay.
That's what he was arguing. If you actually look at the whole quote,
keep sucking on that blue Kool-Aid, brother.
I'm not. I literally said Biden has a racist history. What? Okay, so now again, Biden's not running. Also, you're voting for Trump, who has a racist history, over Kamala Harris, who does not. But not only is his history of racism there, but he also continues his racism today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black and denying the fact that she's black.
It's not the fact that she's turned black; it's that she is now pandering more to.
Pandering? She's acknowledged that she's black throughout her whole life. She went to a historically black college and university. Howard University was in a typically understood to be black sorority. Like, I don't understand how she's denied that, right? There are quotes of her back when she was elected for attorney general. Okay, well, you just got flagged for harassment and bullying because he got really mad. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Olivia, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And Karma, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I think voting for a hooker would be dumb.
Des, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Why do you think that she's a hooker? What does that even mean?
Dude, come on now. You know she was a hooker.
Abby, thank you for the $10. Kevin, thank you for the $1. Chriselle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Chriselle in the comment section? Thank you so much. But no, you're just like engaging in misogyny right now. Not only is it not bad to do that, but like that's clearly not true.
It is true.
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, there's pictures of her walking down the street in lingerie, waiting to get picked up.
So can you show me this picture?
I've actually taken down?
Lawson, I've seen pictures of you doing the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I know that you're just projecting right now, but like
I'm not.
I've literally seen pictures of you doing this, like on Twitter.
It turned you on, didn't it?
No, I was just acknowledging reality.
Yeah,
like everyone saw it. It was trending on Twitter and everything.
I know, like, you blew it up for me.
Lawson was a hooker in the past. That's what it said.
Yeah, you blew the post up for me. Do you not remember that?
So again, what I'm demonstrating to you is you don't have evidence. Like you just left. Okay. So you just don't have evidence. So like that's a clearly a ridiculous thing to say, right? Thank you for the Lucy. Thank you so much. The point goes right over his head, right over his head, so very big, but his brain so very small, very small, big gaps, very large. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, Leslie, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Leslie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Are you voting for Trump?
Well, not anymore. I'm a non-Trump Republican.
Based. Someone said you're so passionate today. Did you get paid more today? I got denied from going to the DNC, so they increased my pay because they denied me going to the DNC. It's a whole part of a psyop campaign, so people don't think I'm paid by the DNC, right? Even though they told Harry and Chris to go,
Yo,
what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
And why is that?
Just videos he's made about the prices. It's cost the average family $24,000, and inflation's been pretty big on my family. And I'm just hoping maybe the prices can go down. And I also like the peace policies he had when he was in office, going over to Russia.
So Malcolm, to be totally honest with you, prices for most things in the economy are not going to just go down. That's just not going to happen. That's not how our economy works. We're going to have to increase wages to compensate for the increase in prices. The inflation was global, though. So the inflation happened in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in Europe, everywhere around the world. Right? We were on the same trend as everyone else. It wasn't caused by the policy here in the United States.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. Do you think Kamala will in terms of inflation, who do you think would be better, like Trump or Kamala?
So I do think that as it relates to inflation, Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump because Donald Trump wants to institute tariffs, which cause inflationary pressure.
Okay, gotcha. And then for let's say for world peace, I mean, I really don't want to be drafted. As I said, I'm 18. Who do you think would be...
You're not going to get drafted either way, I promise you. As it relates to the draft that you just heard about recently, the draft is already mandated, right? You were mandated to apply. What they wanted to do is make the process automated. So it wasn't like a new process to you're mandated to sign up. I already had to do that when I was in high school, when I turned 18.
Okay, I got you. And how old are you now?
I'm 22 now.
Okay, I got you. And you're voting for Kamala, right?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, man. Well, it was nice talking to you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share that live as well, everyone. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I can't lie. The same thing with inflation.
Okay, so inflation is global. It didn't just happen in the United States. Why do you think specifically that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden caused inflation?
I mean, I don't know, the gas is just crazy expensive.
Okay, I understand gas is expensive, but we actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history, and we had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which serves as a substitute towards gasoline. So that increase in the price is due to the global oil supply available to the United States going down. Right,
so
because we're not getting stuff from Russia because the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. And Trump brokered a deal with OPEC for them to cut their oil production, which was extended.
Okay, I get you. But what's Kamala's I guess plan to combat inflation and everything?
Yeah, so there's no way that we can cause deflation, prices are just going to go down with the overall economy without causing a massive recession. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to try to increase wages and increase affordability. So they want to give $25,000 subsidies for first home buyers to be able to get access to new homes. So that's going to spur the building of new homes. Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, which will help with housing shortages. She's also going to cap pharmaceutical drugs across the board, like she did specifically with the Inflation Reduction Act, in terms of like insulin and plenty of other pharmaceutical drugs that they capped, where people were paying thousands of dollars a month for these. Now they're paying like $35 a month. And then she also wants to, target people for price gouging as it relates to grocery stores, things like that. Yeah. Would you vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Say that again?
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't think I would.
No, Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Look up Trump liable essay. All right. I appreciate you coming up, James. Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Y'all do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Keep sharing the live. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Christopher, again, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christopher. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is this me?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Well, I don't like giving away money to people that haven't earned it. That's number one. I mean, this can be a long conversation if you really want it to be.
Okay, do you think the country should help disabled people?
Yeah, there is a limited degree for people who legitimately cannot support themselves. Absolutely.
Okay, so do you support universal health care for people who specifically have access to cancer?
I'm sorry, have access
not have access to cancer. For them to get access to cancer treatment? Sorry.
I mean, they should have access to it, but I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Oh, okay. So what you're not understanding there is that people don't have access to a lot of these things because it would put them into hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt.
Absolutely, because they don't have jobs.
Oh, okay. So people just need jobs to pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt that they get from their cancer treatment that they didn't ask for?
Yeah. You need to be able to pay.
To pull themselves up from their bootstraps and pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical treatment?
Well,
that's insane.
If you want to go back to Obamacare and why Obamacare
there still is the ACA in place. You know that, right? Not only is the ACA still in place, but it is the case that Trump wants to repeal it and has no plan to replace it. If you just want to take people off of their health care, are you saying we should take people off of Medicaid?
They never should have been forced onto it by Obama in the first place.
So actually, they're not forced onto it right now because the Supreme Court went against that determination, which actually that particular part of the ACA was put in by Republicans.
Well, it was also Trump that got rid of the fee. So the whole idea of the Obamacare anymore.
It was not Trump. It was not Trump at all. It was the Supreme Court.
His tax plan.
No, his tax plan.
I think it happened before you were 18, so you might want to go back and look at that again.
That has nothing to do with that.
But I mean,
back then I was a Trump supporter, right, Mark?
I'm sure.
I was. How about the wall? It's funny that you say that.
Can we go over to the wall? It's like, hey, we can't let these people come in. Or how about voter registration?
How much new of the wall has Trump built?
Of the wall that's out there, he built 100% of the wall.
No, he didn't. That's a lie. No? So he built new wall, 3.7%.
Over who? Who built it first?
So again, no, he built 3.7% and refurbished around 400 miles, which is around
who built the 400 miles? When were the 400 miles built?
So that was fenced that they refurbished and wall that they refurbished. So that was not built by him. New wall that was built was like 3.7%. So he got a little bit more than pie.
That's not bad.
That is terrible. Dude, you gave him another 4 years, he's not even going to get 10%.
I don't know about that. I do know that it's a great... he
added more into the debt by trillions of dollars than he added percentage points of the wall.
He did do that because of COVID.
More money in terms... No, even non-COVID related spending. More non-COVID related debt spending by trillions of dollars than percentage points of the wall.
I don't...
Literally, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related debt spending, and he only added 3.7% to the wall.
I would like to see. You make other people fact check.
Yeah, look up Trump and Biden, the national debt. It's specifically from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
You know what you really need to do is you need to have like a screen behind you and somebody typing in this stuff. Because then you could flash it up and be like, "Hey, look at this! I'm not lying."
Or you can literally just look up Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Trump and Biden, the national debt, and you'll literally see it.
Well, I know that if
he wants me to have some like production setup where like I have like a monitor behind me that like shows him all of the research right in front of him, zooms up everything. Like I have to have some crazy. I'm on an iPad, right?
Yeah, what I know is that whenever Trump says, or whenever a Trump supporter says something, we're like, show me the facts. But you say something and don't have to show anything.
I just gave you a title and how to find it.
You gave me a title.
Wait, Mark, I don't ask people to show me. I ask people to tell me a title.
Well, let's go back to a different part of the conversation where we're back on with the wall. And how about voting, requiring IDs? You don't need an ID to vote. Anybody can just go up. The ballot harvesting that is going on.
How do you get a ballot, Mark?
How do you get a ballot?
How do you get a ballot?
I know in 2020 it was sent to every single person in the country.
No.
No. Why did I get 3?
Not everyone in the country got a ballot. No.
Why did I get 3 sent to my address?
Really? Because I know multiple people that didn't get a ballot. Okay. You understand that? You understand that before you have to get registered, before you have to like go through the process, right? You don't just immediately get a ballot. You literally just lied.
Why are you not registering?
I was registered. I voted.
Not you. I'm sorry. Not you.
And I'm going to get lots of other people to register. Look up vote.org. Check you're registered. Let's go, everyone. Vote. Kamala Harris. We're going to make sure. I'm going to have multiple lives before the election to get people out to vote. Where we're going to get thousands of people to vote in respective states.
Or harvested ballots is just fine.
You think we're harvesting ballots? The only person the largest election fraud that was committed in 2020 or attempted election fraud was from Donald Trump. He's trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win and trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. That was the largest attempted election interference in the election. I hope you know that.
It's what came first, the chicken or the egg?
He lied. He literally had. We have recordings of him.
Didn't lie. There are recordings of people dropping stacks of ballots into those mailboxes. They walked up with
what did all the court?
Handfuls of them.
Mark, what did all the court cases say?
Oh, yeah, the court cases. All of them were in the minority-run districts.
Really, 17 of the court cases had Trump-appointed judges. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Out of how many?
Out of over 60.
So less than a third. Okay.
Wait, that's Trump-appointed judges. So that's not to mention all the Republican-appointed judges. I'm just mentioning the Trump-appointed judges.
17
but he lost all 60.
So the other 47 or 43 agreed with him?
I never said that every single one agreed with him. What I'm saying is that I'm only accounting the Trump-appointed judges as it relates to the 17.
Okay. Well, I do have to get to this point here. How do you feel about the Democratic National Convention, which is going on probably in about 3 hours here, whatever it is, right? And we have walls being put around the building. We have driver's license required.
Wow, so the future vice president was all over the building?
Fencing is being put up around the area. 2, you need, guess what? A driver's license to get in. You don't even need a driver's license to vote, but you can't walk into the Democratic.
Sir, how do you register can you tell me how you register without a driver's license?
I don't know. Where'd all the ballots come from?
Tell me, how do you do that?
You don't need to show your license. Oh, hold on. Let me finish. You're very good at pulling it off.
Really? Do you remember registering, Mark? Mark, how long has it been since you registered?
Shit. I don't even remember. It might have been 16 or 18 when I went off to college. Because I don't think I had I just had to change my address when I moved cities. I didn't have when you do the address.
I had to show my license. 18. I had to show my license.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. It's not like.
And I live in California too.
Okay, so you have fences built around the Democratic Convention, right? There's one.
Think
You
we can.
have to show an ID to get in, but you don't need one to vote. You don't have to prove who you are. I'm this guy on that list. You don't need anything anymore. Oh, look, there he is. He hasn't voted yet. And then 3, they brought in thousands of police officers to go around the convention as well. What happened to defund the police? We don't need them.
You guys are so funny.
We don't need. What do we
actually,
need police for?
when people say defund the police, that doesn't mean they want no police. That means they want to look at what we're doing in terms of spending money for the police, seeing where we can reallocate that money to best suit reducing the likelihood of crime. Of course, they're still going to be okay with police officers. Of course, they're still going to be okay with fencing around particular types of events. That doesn't mean that we need to put a wall at the border, because that does not actually help the issue. Appreciate the relax.
Absolutely, 100%.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Completed wall would. You know, the Democrats wanted the wall in the late 80s, early 90s?
I don't care what you got a civic and election integrity thing, but I don't care what Democrats wanted back then. I don't give a shit. Did you know Republicans in the past were liberal at their time? So be liberal. Like, geez. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Are you driving?
I am driving.
You gotta come on when you're not driving, y'all. Come on when you're not driving. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 750,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What up, brother? I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Just because I think I'm a business owner, so just retrospectively, while he was in office, I was well off a lot better. Actually,
Melissa, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Melissa. So, business owner under his office. So, what did you benefit from in terms of being a business owner?
So, when I would pay my employees, so basically, right now, like let's say I'm paying an employee $15.50, I end up paying
You have 17 in your bio. Bro, what do you fucking mean? You're 17, bro. What do you mean, bro? Jesus Christ, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he had the economy going good. And then also, too, with a couple questions with you. You sit here and say, are you going to sit here and vote for somebody who is a convicted felon or who was slated with the women? You know damn well that's a hearse of a court case. The law states, like, when you convict some or when you're trying somebody and he has all those counts, you go one by one and you do that.
Wait, who is the victim in the sexual abuse case?
You know who. Stop playing your games.
Can you tell me who the name was?
Just, when you sit here and you do your
What's
ballots
the name
and
of the
stuff,
victim in the sexual abuse case?
I'm not going there. Well, you know that. You should know that. You're the one who's sitting there.
I do know that. I'm just asking if you
Yeah,
know.
then you know what? Is it okay for you to have? Is it okay for you to have somebody being elected who sat there and did blowjobs to get fucking put into office? Yeah.
You actually are so
Kamala
funny.
is
Do you have
nothing
any
but a
evidence of
whore.
that? George, you did
Yes,
blowjobs to get
yes,
on this
yes,
Wait,
yes.
hold up, George. Did you do blowjobs in order to get into your job?
Yeah.
You must
one
have.
job
You
I
must
did.
have done that. You did blowjobs to get into your job. In order for you to get up to the position you are, you had to do blowjobs. Who'd you blow, Mark?
she was
Who'd you
29
blow, George?
dating-
George,
she was
who did you
29
blow?
dating-
Blow. Who did you blow, George?
60-something-year-old guy.
Trump must have too. For Trump to run for president, who did he have to blow? Tell me.
And then what about?
Tell me,
Clinton
who did
sitting
Trump
there
blow
in
to be
the Oval
president?
Office? Clinton
Tell me,
sitting there in
George,
the Oval
who did Trump
Office
blow to be
using
president?
governmental money to pay to.
Hey,
pay
George,
the
answer the
off.
question. Who did Trump blow to get to presidency?
And you know what? I give credit to Trump.
Couch data. Thank you so much.
He was a private.
I give credit to Trump. It was very good for him. He did a great job. Very great. He was doing it.
Citizen. He wasn't.
Bigly. He was winning bigly.
He wasn't using governmental money like Clinton did.
He spent $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips. Jesus Christ, $35 million a year.
Show the proof.
Yeah, so
yeah,
look
just
up,
like he
look up.
went to golf trip. Yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah.
they said he went to golf when they just had the assassination, and oh yeah, he went to golf, but he didn't. They use old footage.
I'm just referencing the fact that he bigly spent taxpayer money on golf trips. Very bigly. The biggest you've ever,
He did not.
you know, more golf trips than you've ever seen. You've never seen golf trips like this. I promise you, more than the PGA Tour, more than that. And Obama spends so much that he spent less than Trump in 8 years.
What
He
about
spent so much.
Bush was always on the golf course, and when the
He got removed for community guidelines. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. That guy's winning bigly. Tremendous, very tremendous. We're doing very tremendous in the polls right now. We're losing by 5 to 7%. Tremendous, very tremendous. Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
This is my first question. I just want, I am voting for Trump. I just want to know, like, what state are you in?
California.
Okay, so you already know the poverty that's going on in California, right? Or do you not know? Or do you just, you live in the high class where you have like come from money, your family comes from money, you know, you're wealthy and stuff.
I know about poverty.
Oh, you do? So
yeah, there's poverty in every place in the United States.
Okay, but I'm saying, are you coming from poverty? Have you ever?
No, I didn't come from poverty.
Have you ever was on the verge of being homeless or anything such as that? Okay, well, you don't know about poverty, and I'm just saying this because.
And that's why I think no one should have to know. No person in this country.
Know about poverty, right?
Yeah, exactly. No person, no child in this country should have to go living in poverty. That's what Kamala Harris argues. Now, where's Donald Trump advocating for the social services
really
necessary to ensure that people are not in poverty?
Do you know what's going on in the state of Colorado?
What?
She didn't let in 40K immigrants in Colorado that's already causing criminal gangs and all of this stuff that's going on. And I just feel like it's unsafe for a kid, you know what I'm saying, to live there while all of this is going on. They're literally putting people at
So did you know that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit violent crimes at a lower rate than natural born U.S. citizens? Did you know that?
But I'm talking about the case that's going on right now in Colorado. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about
I don't see how that's the federal government, though.
Because
I know plenty of people in Colorado. Wait, I know multiple people in Colorado that are not saying that this problem exists. One of my good friends, one of my best friends, Dean, lives in Colorado.
You're Caucasian. You never experienced poverty, so you wouldn't have known. You know what I'm saying? You never experienced homelessness.
That's
so
not because
Kamala Harris has never experienced poverty either. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, wait. No one should. Okay, again,
Her
Lynn.
families came from very wealthy.
Lynn, has Donald Trump experienced poverty?
He's been around people that have experienced poverty. Has she?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
she
So
hasn't.
to
No,
say,
she
wait.
hasn't.
To say that Donald Trump has been around people who've experienced poverty, but she hasn't, I think is actually fucking insane. To be totally honest.
What I'm saying is, has she ever supported a black college and gave money to black colleges for people that can't pay?
Yes. They gave 16.
Where is it?
Lynn, listen. The Biden-Harris administration gave $16 billion to historically black colleges and universities. She went to Howard University, a historically black college and university herself. You understand Donald Trump sent $255 million a year. They sent literally 16 times more than Donald Trump.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, she's not supporting anybody that's in poverty if she's talking about,
That's a lie. She wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life and to $3,600 for each year after that.
She went to a black college.
Lynn, can you please listen to me? Lynn, can you please listen to me for a second?
I'm listening to you, but I'm talking to the people in the comments.
I will mute you if you don't listen. Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, sorry, you literally made me forget. What was I just saying?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What was I just saying?
You can't remember what you were just saying?
No, because you just like were.
I was commenting on somebody that was replying
you're just
to me.
yapping. Yeah, you're just yapping about people. Yeah, please be quiet. Can I remember now. Can I tell you? Hey, Lynn, can I please tell you now? Because I remember.
Go ahead.
So the $6,000 child tax credit, specifically for the first year of a child's life, and $3,600 for each year after that. When implemented in 2021, the child tax credit of $3,600 per year specifically decreased child poverty by 50%. So they are actively advocating for policies that would decrease child poverty. Now, what is Donald Trump's plan to increase access to childcare, to increase quality of life for children, and to decrease poverty?
You just asked me what to increase poverty, but poverty is going on right now. I've been trying to tell you this whole time when I just told you what is going on in these three major cities, New York and Colorado and in Las Vegas.
What's going on in Colorado? That's what I came up here to ask you.
Listening. You're not listening to obviously what I'm saying when I just told y'all that she's bringing in 40K immigrants and they're causing gang-related violence that's going on.
So Lynn,
what you talking about?
Dean lives in Colorado.
Yeah, I've lived
You're
across
embarrassing
Colorado.
because you're going to be living
not
in
just lived
poverty.
in Colorado. I've been like moving around Colorado for the last 2 years. So you're saying that there's like like a spur and undocumented immigrants
It's not
into Colorado. Where
undocumented.
at?
You can literally go and look this article up. It's literally on Fox 21, literally on the Colorado.
Wait, where are they at?
What do you mean where are they at? They're in Denver. What are you
Denver?
talking about?
Where in Denver? Aurora, right?
Aurora. There you go. Since you already know. It sounds like you already know since you said
so you're saying like
Aurora.
all the undocumented migrants are going to Aurora. That's false.
That's not false. You can look it up.
I've been going to Aurora once a month. Like
look up the article. This article going on right now.
Dean literally goes there.
Dude, I live like 30 minutes away from Aurora. Like
And do you
I've
not
been
see
going there
what's going
since I
on
was
in
like
the news?
12
Do you
years
even
old.
watch the news?
I don't know. What do you mean watch the news?
What do you mean? You're not watching the Colorado news or what? 'Cause
Fox
obviously you're not
told her.
seeing what's going on.
Wait,
The
wait,
mayor
but
of Colorado is
wait,
talking about he wants
Lynn.
to
Trump said Fox is not
transport them
credible.
back because they're causing all this stuff that's going on, like the criminal rate is going up. In
No,
Denver.
wait. Undocumented migrants commit crimes at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. You're literally lying.
And violent
Sarah,
crimes
thank you
have
for the $5. Rael, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rael. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rael. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $30. And Debbie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Trump should have used some money on better dentures. Yo. And then just a Wisconsin voter, Rael said, just a Wisconsin voter, and voter, proud of you and can't wait to vote for Harris Walls this November. Let's go with my entire family. Let's go. That's based. That's so based. Now, Lynn, you can unmute your microphone. But Fox 21 was very funny. She did say Fox, chat.
It was
violent crime rates have been declining in Aurora.
For you.
Violent crime rates have been declining in Aurora for the last 4 years.
Would you like me to pull up the article? Yes or no?
Yes. What's the
Okay.
title? I won't be able to hear you when you swipe out of the app. Just letting you know. You have to see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
All right. Well, it sounds like she got off the Colorado thing. I'll go ahead and drop it. Let me know if you want to coast at any point.
I did not get off the call. You're trying to hurry up and get me off before I pull up the article. Stop it. So let me pull up the article and give me about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I couldn't hear what you said over here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it. Let me know if you want to coast at any point.
Yeah, let me know.
All right. Bet. See ya.
All right, I'll see you, bro. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, do give it a second, though, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up, y'all. There's, like, barely any MAGAs. I'll try to add someone from the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Matt? Oh, they left. Lynn, did you find it? You came back. She came back, but can't hear her.
Can y'all hear me now or what?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay, I said I found it.
Okay. Oh, and Teddy, are you MAGA? Teddy? Hello? Teddy? Yeah, but we're gonna get it going, everyone. Do tap that screen, do share the live. What was the reason? Sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. What? 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 You know what I mean? It's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what I did. I really wonder what I was doing. They make it seem like I'm doing some crazy shit. I'm just debating people, bro. Yeah, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Jeez, bro. Jeez. Gosh, dude. Can we watch the DNC together? No, I'm gonna be with my girlfriend tonight. But I do hope the DNC goes well. I might tweet during it. So if you want to check it out, go to my Twitter. You can go to the bottom of my link tree and you can see it in my see my Twitter there. It's Parker Get a Job if you want to look it up. Well, I'll probably be tweeting there. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Martin, you at the DNC? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I never got invited to the DNC, so I'm so DNC paid. I'm paid by the Illuminati, the DNC. You know, they're the ones that fund me, but I didn't even get invited. Honestly, I'm kind of hurt. They didn't invite me to the DNC. Dude, it's crazy. Paid by the DNC, but they can't even invite me. Like, what is this shit, dude? What happened? I got banned for gender exploitation or what the sexual violence and gender. What? I don't even know what the fuck. Let me check. Also, everyone who's been asking me to set up a PayPal, I will be doing that. I just need to. I need to incorporate. I'm so lazy, chat. I'm so lazy. Let me check. Let's see. Whoa, it's so far. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's banned until the 26th, everyone. Like, what the hell? Alright, we're gonna get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting. Yeah, sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. Like, what? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Because you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch, nigga. Because you and Dean suck dick, you dumbass bitch. Because I'm voting for motherfucking George Johnson, the Constellation, the economy said blacks aren't allowed, whites aren't allowed. I'm cooking over 5,000 pigs in cages so small they can't even breathe. There was a flying saucer that hit the satellite in New Mexico. You look just like it. Look at that wrinkly neck on Kamala. You're a fucking bitch. Yeah, I'm a clown murder mommy. You ain't no murderer, bitch. I'll fucking slaughter you. I'll decapitate your head, bitch. Off with your head. I'll stone you, bitch. Fuck you, you dumb.
What? Dude. Yeah, Chase, thank you for the $5 for the DNC adjacent payment. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. She was nice. You know, I've never felt more loved by a person in my life. Great patriot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. Let me just take my AirPods out real quick. It's being a little bit weird.
For sure. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Mainly because the Biden administration didn't really handle the border crisis well over the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. So why did Trump try to restrict the border bill?
Well, do you know which part of Congress the bill got denied in?
So yeah, that was in the. I think it was in the House when it got denied. I think
No, it got denied in the Senate.
Yeah, I that's what I thought I was mixing it before, but yeah, the border bill was denied in the Senate.
So, do you know who is majority in the Senate, Democrat or Republican?
No, the point of the reason why it failed, and he actually takes credit for it. Yeah, it did pass in the House. He takes credit for it, and it is the case that he said that if the border bill fails, blame it on me. He got people who are Republicans to not vote for it.
Oh yeah, I know.
And also, you want to know who wrote the bill? A Republican.
Yeah, but if Democrat is majority seats in the Senate, then all they would need to do is vote. All of them need to vote for it, and then it would pass. Correct?
So again, the you have to get over 60, by the way, and specifically the Trump wanted them to not vote for Republicans who specifically relied on him to be able to get this passed.
Yeah.
So that they don't
No,
have enough
I-
of a majority, given that Trump got people not to vote for it, in order for it to get passed. So Trump even brags about this and says, "Blame it on me."
Yeah, I do believe that he played a part in other Republicans not voting for it, but I don't think he played a part in the Democrats not voting for it, because there were Democrat senators who didn't vote for it as well for specific reasons.
Okay. So, but like again, the reason why it didn't pass was mostly due to Trump's influence. Even people like Lindsey Graham have said this. Mitch McConnell have said this. Like plenty of the individuals on the right have said this.
But why do you think the Democrats senators didn't vote for it?
I don't know why those individual Democrats didn't. That wasn't at like the support of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. They were trying to get it passed.
Well, I could give you some quotes of the Democratic senators for the reasons that they did vote against it.
Okay.
One was by Senator Padilla, who said it failed to address the root causes of migration or to establish more lawful pathways.
Okay.
And then another one, Senator Sinema said that it was to point the finger back at the other party, yet another cynical political game, which is also the reason why I think
kind of dumb.
Well, it was a Democratic senator who said that.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
So, and I think that is the main reason that Trump and the other, not saying Trump's a senator, the Republican senators voted against it as well. Because it seems like with 6 million border crossings throughout 2021 through 23, since not acting through that time, and they're acting 3.5 years later.
Is this like a response to what I'm saying?
Sorry, what was your point?
Yeah, like I'm asking specifically, like, do you understand that he is the one that influenced people to not vote for this, and that's the reason why it didn't pass?
Yeah,
It's
because
not-
it was a
it's
political
not because
ploy.
of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, or Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Well, he didn't. He influenced it because it was a political ploy. Even a Democratic
What do you
senator
mean?
agreed with that.
So you're just saying that like it was a political ploy, that they didn't actually care about the border. So if it was just a political ploy, why vote against it? Because like clearly there were things, because it was written by a Republican, that clearly addressed the border. Even the Border Patrol supported it.
The thing is, it didn't start off as strictly a border bill. Like, it included other things besides the border.
So then why didn't Trump oppose those when they were put up and passed?
Well, he did. He
didn't
influenced. No, I mean,
he didn't influence Congress to not support that.
what do you mean? I thought you just said he influenced the.
He didn't influence Congress to not vote for the Ukraine, Taiwan, and what's it called, spending, Israel spending. He supported the Israel spending.
I mean, if that's true, then I'm not really sure. I'm not educated on that part, but like if he was to try and influence the Senate on every single topic he disagreed on, that would be pretty insane. But going back to the original point, I do think it was a political ploy, and that is the reason why I think he was against it. And it did. And going off your point, sorry to not answer your point, it did include aid to Palestine, like $10 billion to Palestine, and then $60 billion to Ukraine. So I think he also was a reason, just not only ploy-wise, for the reason he influenced the senators to vote against it, but I believe he could get a better bill across that doesn't include those things he disagrees with. So it was two things, because he thinks it's a political ploy and because he could propose a bill not including the 10 billion aid to Palestine and 60 billion to Ukraine.
So he doesn't want paid aid, like humanitarian aid, to go to people who need it, and he doesn't want the Ukraine. So again, that doesn't mean that he shouldn't vote for the bill, because again, wasn't there another solo border bill?
Yeah, that's what G is leaving out. He's conflating both attempts. So they had a omnibus package which had the funding plus the border bill that failed 50 to 43, and then they had a solo that failed 49 to 50, and it's on that second one where Sinema, who's not a Democrat, by the way, she left the party like 3 years ago.
She's independent now?
Yeah, she's independent, but she was progressive, and then like over the last 10 years has like gone more to the right, like since she's been in office. So she effectively just was an independent for a while now. She's more in like the mansion type camp, but
sorry to cut you off. Where'd you see Sinema was no longer Republican? Because I have sources.
No.
I mean,
Sinema's
sorry,
no
no
longer
longer
a
Democrat.
no, dude, she left the party like 2 or 3 years ago.
I have sources that conflict with that statement.
Colleen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. What source?
Anyway, sorry to cut you off. You could continue.
What source?
MissouriIndependent.com.
Wait, what? What source?
MissouriIndependent.com.
No, just type in Kirsten Sinema leaves Democratic Party, and you'll get the exact headline. She left, and in fact, she was running in Arizona before she dropped out as an independent, which is one of the reasons why the Democratic Party was heavily trying to primary her, because of the fact that they were afraid that they would lose Arizona, because Ruben Gallo was.
Yep, I have from Reuters right here. Kristen Sinema leaves Democratic Party, adding to Senate drama to tight Senate margin.
Yeah, so there you go.
So she's Republican now?
No, she's independent.
Independent. We said that. It's
Okay,
also from
sorry.
NPR. Arizona Senator Kristen Sinema leaves the Democratic Party. 2022.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just curious.
Yeah. So, but I'm just saying the reason why she voted against it was because she said it was a political ploy. Now, she said that about the second attempt. And the reason why she said that, and the reason why James Langford even voted against it, was because of the fact that they knew that it would fail. Right? Everybody knew that it would fail. Like no one believed in the world that this bill would pass, which is why she voted against it, which is why Langford voted against it, because he knew that it was just a ploy, quote unquote, to get Republicans on the record to be against the bill. That was the whole point of the bill. And that's politics, right? I mean, They do that all the time. They know the bill's going to fail, but they want to get the Republicans on the record. They do that, for example, with contraception and abortion. Hey, thank you for the sub. I don't know who said that, but thank you very much. That's they do it all the time to get people on the record, so that then they can run in campaigns saying, "Look, he voted against the bill for Roe v. Wade" or something. Right? I mean, that's very common. But the Republicans, by majority, voted against the very first bill. All the Democrats, as far as I can remember, I think maybe Manchin, but I think all the Democrats voted for the bill that was with the omnibus package.
So, okay. That's good points. Do you believe that the bipartisan bill was a ploy? Just curious.
The second one, I wouldn't use the word ploy. I would say tactic. It was a Democratic tactic to get Republicans on the record so that they could use it in their campaign, because that's politics. I mean, the Republicans do it all the time too. This is not anything new.
So why do you believe it took so long to address?
Well, for one, Congress is the one who ultimately makes the policy. They've had 4 years to enter into the bill. So your real criticism is on Congress, not on the president. But the president has always had struggles with authority, both in the Constitution and via statute, about what their authority is to enforce the various things that are needed, right? Which is why Joe Biden has always said, I don't have the constitutional authority to do what you want me to do. Give me a bill so that I can have the authority, so that I can go forward and do what you want me to do. That's one of the reasons why, for example, Donald Trump's policies, as bad as they were so often targeted in court, because one of their main arguments was he doesn't have the statutory authority to do this.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, going off. I know there's a little side note. I am voting for Trump. That does not mean I think he's morally a good guy. I don't.
Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting?
Oh yeah, I know he's a piece of shit. And like I am a pro-choice, so I'm not.
Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Wait, I wanna answer his point first, because I don't want to ignore him. But You're saying Biden, I know he can't do everything by himself because Congress does pass the bills, but do you know, the two, what makes up Congress? Two things, right? Senate and the House of Representatives?
Yep.
So who is the president of the Senate? Who runs the Senate?
Well, okay, so, the vice president is the president of the Senate.
Kamala Harris, correct. So she does...
President of the Senate. Okay.
Problem is, though, is I think you're getting this a little mixed up. President of the Senate is a ceremonial role, not a legislative role. She cannot introduce bills.
Correct, but she has the highest power.
She has tie-breaking vote.
In tie-break, yeah, correct. Sorry, Parker.
Yeah, and she did the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice president
that's a constitutional role, but she cannot introduce bills. So other than breaking tiebreakers, her role is purely ceremonial.
But you can't say it's purely ceremonial because she does have a tiebreaker role. But I know what you mean.
Sure, but I think your point, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think your point was that she's president of the Senate, therefore she has some kind of influence over the Senate, or she should be able to mark up bills or be able to put bills through committee or something, and that's simply not true. As as Article 2 lays out, the vice president's role is largely ceremonial, outside of the fact that she will break any tie votes.
No, my point wasn't that she has influence. My point was that it's like a common misbelief that Congress is dominated by Republicans, and the Senate, obviously, is majority seating for Democrats. So I know a lot of people like to say Democrats struggle to get bills passed because it's a misbelief that Republicans make up majority seating, but that's not true. That was my point.
I don't think that's the argument. I think the argument is that Democrats can't pass anything because of the filibuster. That's the argument. I've heard no one, let alone Parker or I, say that Republicans control the Senate or the House. I mean, their House majority is only one, and their Senate majority, and they're in the minority in the Senate. And I fully admit that the Democrats have the power, but the filibuster greatly limits their ability to pass any meaningful legislation. Now, I'm not saying that we should get rid of the filibuster. I'm not saying that because I think it does act as kind of like a stopgap to like very radical things, because if you get rid of it, then they could pass like a national abortion ban without 60 votes or something, right? And so I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying that a filibuster acts as a stopgap for most legislation, and it needs to be heavily reformed back to it was in the 1960s and 70s, where you actually had to stand up and give a speech, and you couldn't go to the bathroom, and you couldn't stop speaking or sit down, all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, you could just say I want to hold the floor, and then it's dead. That's a gross mutation of the filibuster.
Yeah, it's a stupid concept. I don't agree with it either.
So I wouldn't argue anything about that. I would say that Democrats try to pass meaningful policy. It's just that the Senate is where it goes to die because of the filibuster, not because of the Republicans. Having a majority. I don't think people think that at all. People know who runs the Congress.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. No, I agree with the filibuster thing. It's kind of stupid. But do you have like a comment on my original point? 0.6 million, 2021, 2.2 million, 2022, and then another high 1 millions.
Well, again, I would say that your critique and my critique is on Congress, not on the president. I think Biden did what he could have done. He got rid of the policies that he thought were bad, right? Yeah, he thought were a negative. But Congress has the ultimate authority to introduce legislation to fix the bill, and both Democrats and Republicans have dropped the ball. But they have not introduced legislation. The Republicans, when they put forward a bill, it's so far to the right that the Democrats can't vote for it. And when the Democrats vote for a bill, then the Republicans don't vote for it, and it goes back and forth. And then whoever is president is then hand-tied by laws that were written in the 1980s. So Joe Biden was kind of, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
So what makes you think anything would be different if it's not like there's a giant difference in Republicans and Democrats seating in Congress? So your point basically, I don't want to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, is there's pretty much an ongoing stalemate to address the border. That's why no bills were brought up. Is that what you're saying? And why would that change if Kamala, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Kamala was brought into office?
Why would it change under her? I mean,
we're not even necessarily saying it would change, right? We're just saying that he's being hypocritical.
That, and she will not reintroduce the bad negative policies that Donald Trump had. So all of the negative immigration policies that Trump introduced or kept, Joe Biden got rid of, and Kamala Harris would not reintroduce those policies. Hopefully, she would, try to come to some sort of agreement in the Congress, and they would be able to pass some kind of border bill. But
how would she do so?
Through legislative negotiation, through committee work, through just trying to work with Congress. Trump is known, by the way, for not working with Congress. He did not work with Congress at all. So that's kind of known.
So if you're saying she in the future will, I'm not sure the exact word you used, but you were saying she could negotiate with Congress. Why couldn't she do that the last 3 years when the border
she hasn't done
horrible?
that.
She did actually. By the way, she did actually.
So if it didn't work then, why would it work now?
No, she did. It took them so long to get a border bill precisely because people disagree so much on this issue. It took them so long to get to this one bill that Senate. And by the way, the vice president is not the one really going out and doing this stuff anyway. So the vice president's role is very limited, and I think people forget that.
I thought you guys just said she was the one negotiating.
No. I said she helped influence the bill, right? She obviously helped influence the bill, but the one that you're talking about was just a product of the Senate. And so,
No, I'm not referring to a specific one, because you guys mentioned that she was going to negotiate, and she has been the last 3 years. I'm not sure if that was Parker or you that said that.
That was me. I said she was trying to get the Congress to do something, and the Congress just didn't do something.
So what makes you think she will be able to change that and accomplish that this time coming around?
She's a better negotiator than Donald Trump is.
No. That's fine if you think that. That's whatever. But I'm saying if she wasn't able to do it now, what makes you think she will be able to do it?
He's saying she will be able to do more than Trump.
Because, by the way, we have Donald Trump's 4 years as an example. How did he negotiate with Congress? How did he work with Congress to get bills passed? He didn't. He hated doing it, right? You can go back to look at news stories that were being reported all the time. Whenever he was trying to work on policy, he never went to Congress. He never talked to Congress. He would send aides, and the aides would give conflicting information. It's one of the reasons why major policy proposals that he had failed so often, because he couldn't rile up the support. So he just didn't like doing it.
So why do you think she's better? What makes her a better negotiator?
No, I'm saying that she has a greater potential because I think she is a better negotiator than Donald Trump is on this political matter.
This is not real.
No, I'm asking.
Oh my God.
That's not real.
The Trump Twitter tweeted a picture of Kamala.
Yeah, with
in front of a Soviet flag.
Yeah. AI picture, yeah. Bro is fully leaning into AI stuff, it's scary.
No, I'm asking. So you're saying she has the potential to be a better negotiator?
Yes. One. Okay. Yes. How about?
Wait. No. My question is, what evidence is making you draw that conclusion?
Because she's part of the Biden administration, and the Biden administration has had more legislative successes through negotiation than Donald Trump did.
And no, I'm talking about Kamala.
She's part of the administration.
Yeah.
So what has she done, like in terms of negotiating?
Jesus Christ.
She was
we've
heavily
already told you.
influential on the infrastructure bill, the broadband access expansion. That was her idea. The 30.
Anthony, thank you for the $15 from the DNC night one, and I didn't even get invited to the DNC. Thank you so much.
The $35 insulin cap, that was also her idea to make that national. So she has had many ideas that she has put through the administration, right? I mean, she has worked.
You're saying like she came up with those ideas and proposed those bills?
Yes, she came up with those ideas. She's the one who said, "Hey, we should propose this as a national policy. We should propose these things for these other things." And Biden's like, "Yeah, that's a good idea." And then he worked with the secretaries and worked with his aides to get through Congress to get a pass, blah blah blah. And
okay, so if she had the capability of proposing those ideas, then why was she incapable in 2022 or 2023 of proposing a border bill?
Okay.
Because before you just
Biden and them had border policies, right? That they wanted the Congress to pass. The Congress did not want to pass anything. They waited.
Okay.
The Congress waited 2 or 3 years before they introduced the bill. Okay, and then they voted against it. Joe Biden's like, "Hey, I'll do what I can, but if you give me a bill, then I will, do what I can," right? But they didn't do it, so Joe Biden has to rely on what.
You're not answering my question.
Well, okay, because one, she's not the universal God of the Congress. She doesn't solve every major conflict, right? We have people whose job it is to work on the border, and that's not her primary subject line. Her subject line when it comes to the border was to go to go to 3 Central American countries, try to get people to invest in those, and she succeeded on that.
You're kind of distracting away from my point. My question was, if she proposed those 3, if she brought to light and proposed the idea of passing those bills before that you mentioned, why didn't she bring to light propose the idea of passing that bill over the last 3 years?
Okay. I didn't say that she proposed the bills. I said she proposed policy ideas that were later incorporated into the bills. Those bills would have been passed regardless of Harris. She said, "Hey, wouldn't it be a good idea if we added these things to the bills?" And they agreed. So she made the bills better.
So she didn't propose the bill like you said earlier?
No. I never said she proposed the bill. I said she proposed the policy.
Okay, same thing.
No, it's not. A policy is incorporated within the bill. For example, the $35 insulin cap is a policy within a bill.
Before, you never mentioned the term policy. You used the word bill, number one. You said she brought to light the idea of the bill. And negotiated it with Congress.
Then I will apologize for my language, and I'll say that what she meant, or what I meant to say, was policy, not bill. Bill is the overall thing. Policy are the things within the bills.
Correct.
Okay, Parker, there you go.
All right. Gee, appreciate you coming on.
Cool. Thanks for having me up.
All right. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Alrighty. Where is Dean? I think Dean got off for tonight. I got banned, which is very unfortunate. I hate TikTok sometimes. I love being forced to like a third account and then getting banned from that third account and being forced to my second account. That's fun. That is love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
Fun times.
For what? We got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence for a week.
Yeah, when I think Parker.
Yep. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, probably more in like a defensive. Yeah, in like a defensive vote, though I don't particularly love him.
Okay. So, like, why specifically?
Against price controls, generally just her economic policy as well.
Okay, so are you against Trump trying to do a $35 cap on insulin?
Yeah, I would be against that as well.
You'd be against that? So so you don't see it to be beneficial to cap the costs of insulin when when the demand of that particular type of pharmaceutical drug is inelastic?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so you understand that
This
leads
is
to
this is
high prices, right? Because of the inelastic
not
demand.
necessarily. No, not necessarily.
It has in the United States.
Well, yeah, but why is that? You're just assuming it's because there's no price cap, right? Not because of overregulation
I'm saying it's because of the inelastic demand, mainly.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true, right? We've seen other inelastic goods with low prices competed down to, so to assume that it's because it's an inelastic good is just not true.
Yeah, so like there's a lack of competition and inelastic that leads to prices being high, does it not?
Correct. So why is there a lack of competition?
So there's a lack of competition because of how large pharmaceutical companies are. Right?
And why are they so large? Surely not because they lobby the government, right? Right, not because they lobby the government and make it impossible. Not because of the FDA.
It's mainly because of the market.
No. Well, it's not because of the FDA, is it?
What would you say the FDA's influence is?
The fact, well, for you look at the lobbying numbers, man. I mean, it's
lobbying doesn't tell you that there's. Tell me what's the influence specifically. Tell me what specifically influenced the market.
Have you looked at trial drugs, dude? Look at any pharmaceutical company. Look at how they function. You have to go through all these different things instead of letting the market mechanisms do their job. It's based on what the government allows
name
or
one thing
disallows,
that you're
right?
referencing that you would like to cut back on.
Any trial drug on the planet, and literally pick anyone, pick any single one.
You're saying you just need to allow all trial drugs and that fixes the problem?
No. Well, that doesn't fix the problem, but essentially
you want to allow all trial drugs.
No. This is just not at all what I said, right? What I said is you need to deregulate the economy. So
what do you want to deregulate?
The entire market for pharmaceuticals, right?
Oh, so everything. So no regulations.
Ideally, yeah, but I mean, in this case, it's just...
so if they create a particular type of drug and they use it that is likely to hurt someone, right? Is that fine?
Yeah, then they will go out of business instantly, right? This isn't... I mean...
Oh, so, but it's not illegal.
This isn't rocket
So, like,
science,
them causing a person to die due to a particular type of drug, that's not their fault. Is that what you're saying?
No, it is their fault.
They'll just go out of business?
So they'll fail, correct. This is how markets function. Right?
They'll just go out of business.
No.
So what about the people who would be affected by it that wouldn't have the information because there's asymmetric information?
That has absolutely no merit in the conversation to say like
it does. There's asymmetric information, so some people are not going to have access to the information that they have particularly done. The particular things they're using are more likely to hurt them.
Okay, Parker, would you then be against public roads? Would you then be against public roads? 50,000 people killed every year on the highways. Would you say that we should privatize the roads?
I think I prefer like free public transportation to like our current type.
No, that's not what I asked. I'm saying are they then immoral because there's deaths on the road and it's publicly funded? So would you then be against that?
What are you saying?
You're saying it's unethical to deregulate the market because it could potentially lead to deaths, which I've already explained it won't because they would just get competed out by someone who won't kill their people.
No, what I'm saying is that it's easily preventable. Right, so it's easily preventable death. If there's easily preventable death, I would love to get rid of it.
Okay, cool. So the entire market, then, yes or no, or the entire public infrastructure market? Would you be okay with
it? It's not easily preventable, but like
I
would prefer like things like making it so that, wait, hold up, can I finish? Making it so that people can have free public transportation because there is a lower likelihood of people dying, or like again in the future we have
wait. I'm sorry, I gotta stop you there.
Vehicles that have a lower likelihood of getting into car accidents.
You need to justify that claim. You just said that there's a lower likelihood of death because they're public. Could you justify that?
You don't think free public transportation leads to a lower likelihood of death?
I think that there would be.
Have you seen what they have in Denmark?
No. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying like if you had privatized roads compared to public roads, yes or no, would there be more deaths on a public road versus a private one?
Would there be more deaths on a public road comparative to a private? I don't know. I'd have to look at the data.
There wouldn't. Whoa! Why would you have to look at the data? You couldn't deduce this. You don't think?
No, it's empirical.
No, not necessarily.
It is.
Right?
It's totally empirical.
No, it's not. It's
saying
not.
you can deduce it is dumb.
You could absolutely deduce this.
It is empirical.
How would it be empirical? It's not empirical.
Knowing the
you could
likelihood of
absolutely
it
deduce
happening,
this.
how do you deduce it?
Simply because the same way you would deduce that there would be less deaths if it was a privatized healthcare system, right?
Wait, no. Privatized healthcare systems actually don't lead to less deaths.
That's not true.
Can you give me one single country around the world that has a fully privatized?
No,
Can you give me one
no
country
amount
around
of
the world that has a fully?
induction. No amount of induction I really care about.
Can I ask you? No. So give me one place around the world, right, that has that has a fully privatized healthcare system that has.
I can't give you one because there isn't one.
Has less deaths.
I can't give you one because there isn't one.
Okay. So has there ever been one?
No, I mean U.S.
So how do you know?
Former U.S. was close. Well, former.
So how do you know that it's going to lead to that effect?
Because if you have a private market, especially when as it pertains to healthcare specifically, I'd argue,
It's never happened before. How do you know?
Well, the U.S. used to be supremely unregulated, and we had a healthcare crisis back then of it being too cheap, right? So this isn't like it's
okay. So I think that's a ridiculous thing to say. You understand back then?
Why is that ridiculous?
You understand the advances in healthcare we've made in the past?
Shout to capitalism, by the way. Yeah.
Century. I'm not disputing certain markets are good. I'm not disputing capitalism is good within certain respects. Obviously, regulations are necessary, though. Saying that there should be no regulations is ridiculous. Right now, there's not a single place that you can. There's not a single place you can point to, right, that actually led to good outcomes, given that they had absolutely no regulation. Literally, not a single.
Deregulating the economy leads to more competition. This is no, it doesn't.
That's an assumption that you have that is not backed up empirically.
No, it is true though, right? Because
give me a source. Give me a single source. Give me one study that says that.
I could pull one up right now. I don't have one on hand.
Oh, okay.
Parker.
So if you want the most economically,
because you're just
if you want the most,
this is the problem.
If you want the most economically free system, why don't you prefer the Nordic models that have a freer market according to the Economic Freedom Index than we do here in the United States?
Okay. All right, dude. I'm just gonna be honest. If you keep saying like, well, you have to give me a source here when I've just said we can deduce it.
Do you prefer the Nordic model to what we have here in the United States? Because according to the Economic Freedom Index, they have a freer economy. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. No, and also
yeah. So you don't care about freer economy.
All right, dude. No, because this is just a complete nonsense.
Robert, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You don't want freer markets.
No.
You're just virtue signaling.
No, oh my goodness, dude. You're just saying stuff. Come on, man.
I'm not just saying stuff. You're literally just virtue signaling.
How am I virtue? Okay, no. First off, to say that their markets,
you don't say having freer markets is preferable.
No, their markets aren't freer. So this is like the same thing when people talk about Sweden. In Sweden, from like the mid to late 1800s up into like the about 1960, they were a very free economy, and then they transitioned into a more social-based economy. And of course, it went to crap. So when they transitioned more, back
you
to
say it went
economy,
to crap. That's actually hilarious, dude. Okay, so if you look at the rankings,
wait.
If you look at the rankings of the Economic Freedom Index, it is the case that that Sweden ranks way more economically free than the United States.
Yeah, because they you don't make my point, but when they transitioned back to more economic freedom, then they started seeing more prosperity. So they were fourth, I believe.
Wait. So right now they have broader social safety nets than we have here in the United States.
Yeah, this doesn't directly correlate to economic freedom though.
Norway, Sweden, Denmark, New Zealand, right? All those places. Have more economic freedom than the United States.
Based on what?
Based on the Economic Freedom Index.
Okay, which is what?
Which is an index that qualifies how free an economy is based on property rights.
What do you mean by free property rights? Okay,
based on property rights, governmental integrity, judicial effectiveness, tax burden, governmental spending, things like that.
Okay, so in what would make them more or less free than another economy? Like, could you give me an example pertaining to specifically property rights, like you just stated?
So, like, again, that would totally be dependent upon their particular their particular qualifications. You'd have to look at the Heritage Foundation. I'm not going to explain the entirety of the index.
Okay,
right?
Parker, that's my problem. You're like, well, look, they're more economically free, and then when I say, well, what makes them more economically free? Well, you're like,
I'm saying that
they're more free.
I'm saying it's no. What I'm saying is it's predicated off of the Economic Freedom Index. So which aspect of the Economic Freedom Index do you dispute? Because this is from the Heritage Foundation. These people are on the right, even.
Yeah, I don't really care.
I'm not even referencing people that are ideologically similar to me.
I don't really care, right? That doesn't mean anything to me. So my point is that if you deregulate the economy, yes or no, will there be more competition if you deregulate an economy?
That is not a qualified statement you can make. No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So if there's a lower barrier to entry, you think that there will be less competition?
I think that it is the case that if there is regulation to a greater degree in certain extents, it can allow for more competition because the prior market that existed without the regulation, right, led to worse off conditions in terms of...
Give me one example of that, please, ever. Give me one.
Monopolies. Right, how monopolies form in terms of vertical and horizontal integration. Quite literally, we require regulations to increase the level of competition in those particular industries because it is the case that allowing that to happen leads to monopolization of markets.
Could you prove that there's a single natural monopoly ever?
Do you know what antitrust laws are?
Yeah, I do. Could you prove that there's one? Could you prove that there's one natural monopoly ever where there wasn't government interference?
So when you say that there's can you name me one system ever that's had a completely natural economy?
Yeah, Iceland in the years about 800 to 1200. Acadia had
800 to 1200. You're using that as capitalism.
Well, you can also use like the Wild West United States.
You understand the quality of life at that time was horrendous, right?
Well, it wasn't. No, this isn't.
What was the quality of life in 800 to 1200?
This is completely irrelevant to what I've just stated.
Wait, James,
right?
What was the quality of life in 800 to 1200? If you're looking at that as something,
they were more prosperous than other countries, and the reason that they failed was because
they were not more prosperous than us. Not even close.
Well, the U.S. didn't exist in 800, did they, Parker?
No, I'm saying
so relative,
to now.
Right? No. So relative is how you compare it, right? You don't compare. This is not how you compare countries, right? Like, we're not going to compare current day U.S. to like Rome. That's silly.
No, the point that I would make is that, again, the systems that exist today, right, we have so many different things that exist that you can't even compare that. The point that I'm making as it relates to this is that you can point to multiple monopolies that existed prior that literally, because of things like vertical and horizontal integration, led to monopolization.
Where the government interfered, right? So like,
no, they took control over the government. That's a free market. So when you don't understand that a government being created is an aspect of the free market, especially within the context of a democratic framework.
How so? How is the government? Wait. How is the government?
That is something that is naturally going to occur in terms of our power dynamics within the context of a market-based economy. Naturally, we are going to tend towards producing a governmental structure. That's happened it's happened in almost every society. Listen. It's happened in basically. We naturally tend towards creating governmental structures. It's happened in basically every country that exists.
What did you just say?
We naturally tend to create governmental entities.
So how is that a function of the free market? Hey guys, the state which violates your property rights is a function of your property rights. Great analysis.
James, listen to what I'm saying, because you're like having an emotional response and you can't listen. Okay, you really need to listen for a second. Okay, because you think you're doing something here, but you have no clue what you're talking about.
Sorry, go ahead, Parker. Sorry for interrupting.
So what were you disputing?
I'm disputing the fact that somehow deregulation leads to monopoly, and as you stated, I believe you said it leads to less competition. So that's what I dispute.
I'm saying I feel like this is going to just keep going. Scenarios. I'm saying in certain scenarios it can lead to this.
Okay,
that's totally
Parker,
true.
Okay, Parker. I know you used to be a socialist, like way back in the day. I know you're probably not anymore, but we are just going to differ on empiricism versus deduction. I don't. We can get off that. Let's just talk about price controls more specifically. I believe you can deduce things,
but this is not something I think you could deduce.
That's fine. I mean, we're just going to.
Secondly, I used to be a socialist, but I also have a degree now in economics.
That's awesome, bro. I'm actually studying econ as well, so respect, man. It's awesome. I'm glad for you. And you're doing great on the app too. So much respect for mine. It's not. I don't mean any hate, obviously, but
yeah. But you're going to learn in your econ classes that having a completely and totally free market leads to specific problems.
Yeah, from a Keynesian, that's going to be awesome. I'm so pumped from that. I've studied econ since I was like 14, just because we had it in my high school. Luckily, I went to a nice high school. I mean, I'm from Michigan, so I went to a pretty nice high school, and now I go to an in-state university. I won't say where because I don't want to dox myself, but I got to learn about it when I was younger. So I know much about the Keynesians. I know your argument for why monopolies exist. I'm probably just going to disagree with it. That's fine. We can agree to disagree there. Generally, why do you like price controls and like her idea of like anti-gouging, especially in the food and ag industry, which has razor thin margins?
Yeah, so the gouging would be predicated off of like what typical market margins are. If there's gouging, they would step in. Now, is this going to happen a lot? Probably not, right? Because of the thin margins that exist. But the point I'm making is that will be able to be applied, especially in the future, in certain scenarios where it can get bad. And then secondly, as it relates to like the price caps, yeah, I don't have an issue with price caps as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs because I think it leads to like more efficient outcomes for consumer surplus.
So would you be pro deregulation in either of those industries? The food and ag industry isn't like super regulated, and there's a ton of competition in it.
Depends on what the regulation you're referencing. Like I want to make sure that the products people are buying, they don't have to like do research into it, and it's going to be healthy. I think everything that is in grocery stores should be healthy. You should not even have to do research. All you should have to do is go in and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think it should be set up. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you so much.
That's fair. Okay, I generally just disagree on the idea of price caps. I think that it's necessarily true that people who would consume the product for more can no longer consume it, and the same thing with like price floors, obviously, just with the supply side.
Sure.
What do you think about the 3 million jobs thing, or 3 million homes thing, rather?
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing to fight for. I mean, that's the only way you can bring down costs is to build houses.
And I'm curious, how do you think she's going to build these houses?
Incentives? I don't know. I'd have to see. Like, there's going to be some sort of incentive.
What would the incentive likely be?
I don't know. I'd have to wait to see what they say. I don't know what the incentive they would use. Because we have to think about it this way. The incentive that they use isn't necessarily going to be the most economically viable. Like, I would expect more of, like, what's politically viable. Because they're trying to get it passed in Congress.
Sure. So something like a subsidy?
Maybe.
Subsidized housing?
Maybe they do that. I don't know.
Are you for or against the $25,000 like tax?
$25,000 incentive to build? That's good. I think we need to build. I think we need something. I think it's better than nothing, for sure.
So why do you think they're not building the homes right now if there is the demand?
Well, this leads to a greater demand. There's a few things. One, there's interest rates are high. Mm-hmm. So that once that changes, people are going to be building more, and people are going to be building even more as it relates to the subsidy as well for new homeowners as it relates to new houses. So
why are interest rates
more people?
Why are interest rates high?
Because of inflation. There was inflation, so the Fed wants
how
to
did
influence
the inflation
increase in
occur?
interest rates to mitigate inflationary pressure.
How did the inflation occur?
It's happening globally. It's probably a byproduct of COVID.
A byproduct of COVID, not stimulus across the globe via central banks.
Well, do you think that there was stimulus in every single economy? I don't
Say
think
it one more
there
time,
was.
sorry?
There was inflation around the entire world. Okay?
There was global.
There was
global
not
stimulus. Yes.
I don't think there was stimulus in every single country, but
there was global stimulus, Parker. So like if you take global GDP, it's not like the U.S. is just some like reclusive country that only applies to itself, right? There's ripple effects.
So almost every country in Africa, every country in Asia, almost every country in Europe, almost every country in South America, you're saying use stimulus.
Well, stimulus via either their central banks or ours. It doesn't matter. So would you attribute any of it to
I don't think there was stimulus in every single one of those countries, yet we still saw the inflation.
Sure. So, well, some of it we can attribute to supply side. I absolutely, I agree. Would you say all of it's supply side, or some of it might have been the byproduct of $4 trillion being put into the economy?
Well, I do think that there can be some of that. I think that's obviously some influence. Now, do I think it's most of it? No, because we saw this trend globally. So I think when a lot of people, they hyperfixate, it's like, oh, there's so much an impact to this. I think people are taking that a little far because, I mean, otherwise, I don't know how you explain how there was so much inflation worldwide. Sen, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sen.
I think the supply chain, I definitely agree with, right? This is absolutely a factor. And I mean, shout out to the government for, closing the economy down. That was pretty awesome. But kind of besides the point, to the fact that some of it is definitely attributed to them artificially pumping money into the economy, no?
Say that one more time?
Of course, some of it is going to be the supply chain. Like that's without a doubt, obviously, a factor. But how much of it would you attribute to the government pumping in a ton of money or like artificially lowering interest rates, something like this?
Relatively low, but I don't know for sure.
Relatively low. So inflation in previous cycles, right? When we saw interest rates go to low rates, I mean, take 1970s, for example, right? Anytime that we've had low interest rates and there's been inflation that's followed, would that also be from supply chain, or generally that's just a random thing that happened to occur?
Wait, there's low interest rates in countries around the world, right? Trump was even advocating for the lower interest rates. So if you're saying that he was advocating for lower interest rates, you're saying he's advocating for more inflation along with
No, this is not necessarily true. So inflation would work, or inflation would occur if we have some exorbitant amount of spending, right? We're not just like it's not necessarily a bad thing to just have low interest rates. Like 2%, like Trump had it at like around 2%. This isn't a bad thing because he kept inflation relatively in check by not overspending like the Harris administration has done. I know you're going to pull out the old, well, Trump actually spent more. I'm talking about outside of COVID. So when
non-COVID related, Trump had more debt related spending. I mean,
no,
I think
it was
$10.
$700 billion versus about $2.5 trillion.
That's hilarious. There was 4.8 trillion non-COVID debt-related spending under Trump's administration compared to the 2.2 trillion under the context of the Biden-Harris administration. No, it's overall.
Whoa.
That's,
so when
that's specifically from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up specifically Trump and Biden national debt. Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, so I'm talking specifically about the deficit spending here, and so.
I'm referencing debt spending. Yes, the deficit spending Deficit spending is the yearly contribution to. I mean,
it's
you're
part
talking
of it.
in annual sense to the debt.
Yeah, no, it's part of it. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying first off, the classification for those numbers I would love to see, because I'm sure that
I just told you the title. The Trump and Biden, the national debt. It's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, I need to look into it. I'm not familiar with the data, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But even then, I am against. By the way, the one reason I don't want to vote for Trump is he does spend way too much, and the idea of tax cuts without cutting spending is hilarious, and he's a fucking idiot effing idiot for that. But
yeah, so you would cut spending.
Absolutely, I would destroy spending. I mean,
he destroyed Social Security, he destroyed Medicare, and you're going to lose on that. So try running on that, please.
I'm not. Whoa! The debate's
Please run on that. Please run on that, because it would make it so easy.
Yeah, I know. Saying, "Hey guys, free stuff" is of course going to win you it, right? I mean, this happened in middle school.
No, "Hey guys, I want to take elderly people off of their Social Security and Medicare" is definitely not something that's going to win.
What I said, right? I mean, that's not. No,
that's exactly what you're saying.
Nice to misconstrue it. No, it's not. But it's cool to just say
It is absolutely what you're saying.
When did I say Social Security? And when did I say these other things?
So you're not cutting this? You're not cutting this?
No, I would absolutely cut some of Medicare. I would absolutely cut some of Social Security to say that. What are you screaming about, dude?
Because you just said that. You just said that you do.
Because you presuppose it's a bad thing. Because you presuppose it's a bad thing. Yeah, Parker. When the kid in 6th grade says, "Hey, I'm going to make the vending machine free," he tends to win, right? This is the same thing with politics. We have very, very, very
elderly people who need help.
Okay?
You need a social safety net. Yeah, of course. I want to provide people that. Yeah, basic amenities that people need. Absolutely.
Wait. I have a question. So you said subsidizing housing would bring more housing?
Yeah,
more homeowners rather.
Obviously, it would bring more homeowners, and it would bring more housing, because there would be a higher price, which would incentivize more houses to be built.
Would the same thing apply to welfare?
Like, would a higher amount you're getting for welfare incentivize you to get welfare?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so would you be for lowering unemployment?
Would I be for lowering unemployment? Yeah, like federal jobs.
Okay, perfect. So we can cut some there. Guarantee. That's good. Okay, we'll cut some there. Would you be okay cutting some there or no?
Cutting somewhere.
Cutting some of the budget that goes towards so unemployment is paid by employers through taxes. Would you be okay with them cutting it and
I'm not okay with cutting unemployment insurance. No, I thought you were saying want to reduce unemployment. Yes, in the economy, I want to reduce unemployment.
Of course,
I want a federal jobs guarantee.
Oh, federal jobs. So who's going to fund that? If you don't mind me asking.
We would, as the government.
So, as a government,
and
the government's going to fund it?
Yes, and the productive services. The
private sector's not going to fund it, right?
Obviously, taxpayers would.
Okay, so it's the private sector funding the public sector, which is then going to give you these jobs.
It's going to create jobs, which we're going to...
through the private sector. So instead of letting market mechanisms do it, we're going to have the government just set that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So we're gonna okay, that makes sense. So that makes complete sense. Yeah. Gotcha.
The federal jobs. So we ensure that people
genius.
have access to jobs so that they can, make sure that they can pay their food, pay their family, pay for family food for their family. Sorry, my bad. And basic amenities like housing. Like I think that absolutely should be there as it relates to that. I don't think that's an issue. That creates productive services that obviously then can be sold.
Productive services.
Yeah.
That's debatable. Okay. Well, whatever.
Wait, you think
we'll go with that.
people working doesn't create productive services?
What's that, sorry?
Do you think people working doesn't create productive services?
The public sector, right? This is different than the private sector. Private sector is the wealth creators because they fund the public sector, right?
They're still creating productive services.
Not necessarily, right? Maybe for the government, but not for the private sector, which is the wealth creators in the economy. Besides the point.
Okay, so if the government hires like a business to do something, did they like create a productive service?
Well, if they contracted the business you're talking about, depends the means they're employing to some end, right? Like if you're saying for them to build a road, obviously, right?
Because the federal government's essentially contracting people with a federal jobs guarantee.
Not necessarily, actually.
If I say by definition are.
No, whoa, that's a big distinction to draw from like, okay, these people are going to get privatized jobs, and then the government's just going to fund those jobs from like, hey, we need a federal jobs guarantee that some are going to be public, some are going to be private.
No,
right?
no,
if you're saying that,
no, you're not listening. So like basically the government gives like a task for them to do, and then contracts someone to do it.
Is this like the MMT? Is this like the Stephanie Kelton argument?
I'm not necessarily arguing MMT.
Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm saying the Stephanie Kelton argument.
Although I do take some things from MMT, like I do think that like to some degree that that there are like demand lags that like we can be influenced.
Yeah, idle resource argument. Okay, I gotcha.
The supply. Yeah, like that type of thing. So like, I take from that type of theory, but like I don't take everything. I do disagree with them with some things.
Yeah, that's fine. I think everyone should. I mean, it's a very silly worldview to have. But my point is your idea of like, okay, we should take these idle resources and enact them. Well, the market otherwise wouldn't. And the market is necessarily more efficient than the public sector. So reallocating those idle resources towards some inefficient
the market's necessarily
means.
more effective. You have no basis for that view.
That's
a philosophical view. That's not an empirical.
Parker,
that's not factually based. That is all your feelings.
Parker, go back.
Parker,
go back to your socialist days. Go back to your socialist days and let me remind you of the ECP. Do you remember the ECP?
Jesus
Parker?
Christ, I was a market socialist, genius.
I know. Oh, the ECP
the ECP does not apply to a market socialist. The ECP, the economic calculation problem, relates to the
factors of production.
You're fucking no clue you're talking about. The ECP is specifically about the calculation in terms of pricing, right? For the economy, right? You're talking about that. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. It has nothing to do with like the method of production in terms of democratic ownership. It has everything to do with the setting of prices in an economy. Like what? That is such a ridiculous statement to me.
No. My bad. My mic got muted. I'm sorry. Sorry for talking. I should mute it when you're talking. My bad. But last point, then I want to let someone else in here because I got to leave anyways. But the ECP is about market prices, right? So if you say like, yeah, what's funny? What's funny about that?
Nothing. You just said exactly what I said. But go.
No, you didn't, because in a socialist market, right? These prices are artificially set. I mean, you just said we should cap these prices.
Not if you're a market.
Right?
Not if you're a market socialist, genius.
No. This is still it's a.
I'm not a market socialist now, but you have no clue what you're talking about.
No, I do, because your idea of market socialism is just, hey, we should socialize these different markets. Correct?
No. Market socialism, when I was a market socialist, I'm not now. I'm not a market socialist now. I'm not a socialist now. But like when I was, all it means is that there's cooperatives, right? Instead of privately run businesses. So it's about the method of production. It's about democracy being instilled in the workplace, but it's still with a market.
Okay, well, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like socializing these programs. Then it's a
market socialism. You don't know what market socialism is?
No. I've heard of it before, but when I've heard this before, it's been related to we need to socialize these different programs. Okay, yeah, okay. My idea, I think, still applies. Well,
you can socialize specific programs within the context of a market socialist system, right?
And these are still
mostly be market based.
Then these are still necessarily less efficient than the market.
You're saying it's necessarily less efficient, but you have no evidence of that. because the reason why you're saying that the ECP is not applicable, right, in all scenarios as it relates to the setting of prices. Sometimes the setting
Yes,
of
it is.
prices are going to be better in a certain scenario by the government compared to the market. And I think that's in the context of pharmaceutical drugs. The reason why I think it's in the context of pharmaceutical drugs is because there is inelastic demand, right, to a degree in which if there is a low amount of competition would entail that there is high prices for consumers. And the best way to ensure that there's not high prices for consumers is to cap the cost. It's fine.
Why don't you just improve competition by deregulating the market?
I don't think deregulating the market is going to fix the problems.
Why not?
And I think deregulating the market creates bigger issues.
Well, and specifically in the pharma industry, I got to leave in a minute, but I think that if you were to get rid of these different patents and copyrights that these companies have over certain drugs that last 40, 50 years, and you had more access to the drugs.
What creates the incentive to create the drug if you don't have a patent?
The fact that you can still sell it,
the patent is?
You can still sell it, right? It's
Yeah,
just
but you have less of an incentive to create it because you're going to not be able to make as much money off of it.
You still have a
compared to other
profit
people.
incentive.
Because people can just sit and wait for an invention to happen. Once the invention happens, they can jump onto it. So to some degree, you could say that you want to reduce the length of a patent, but that reduces and minimizes the incentive to produce new inventions.
No, because you're still going to look at it with AI, right? There's a reason that NVIDIA is incredibly efficient right now, but other companies are not able to copy them because their technology is just so advanced. The same thing would exist in pharma, right? If you can do it more efficiently and for cheaper, you'll make more money than other people. The same thing applies, right?
Yeah,
so
but there's less of an incentive to be the inventor, and there's more of an incentive to wait for these things to come out and then to market your own.
No, there isn't though, because if someone else does it before you, then you'll be outcompeted.
No, you won't, because it is the case that they will be able to market it once you market it. Once you put it on the market, they can copy it.
Yeah, no,
it just gets copied and deleted.
No, they can't. They can't
copied
copy
and pasted.
No, it can't just get copy and pasted because
they do copy and paste it.
Because if say Parker that I have some ability to make drug like X and drug X cost me whatever amount of money to make an R&D.
Under your worldview, what limits someone from copy pasting every idea that they see?
Well, they could copy and paste it and do it for cheaper, but if they can't do it more efficiently, then it's useless, right?
Okay, so they just copy paste. There you go.
Well, wait. You can still do that in modern day America, though. You know this, right? I mean, obviously, some of the
no, there are certain laws on that with patenting.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can still copy and paste a drug. Should you outlaw that? I would argue absolutely not.
And not if there's a patent for it.
Well, of course. No, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying if you say you have.
So do you want to maintain the incentive, or do you not want to? Because it sounds like what you're arguing is that that capitalism creates innovation. Innovation leads to a greater society. But now you're arguing for a policy that leads to a lower level of innovation. Now that doesn't sound like you're really pro innovation.
No, it does, because you're arguing that there would be no incentive to innovate, but of course
I'm arguing there's a low incentive. There's a low incentive to innovate if you get rid of the patent system. Now again, I think the patent system should be reworked, absolutely. But do I think that that getting rid of the patent system is a good idea? Nah, it doesn't really sound like a good idea.
It would still. I think the idea that it wouldn't breed innovation is just wrong, because we can still see this in previous or in American history, even when
it would breed less innovation. That's what I'm saying.
I actually don't think that that's true, because if you can come out with the latest and greatest...
Let's do this deductively. Less incentive, less likely for innovation, correct?
It's not less incentive, though. You're just presupposing it's less incentive. No, because there still is a profit incentive to create better drugs. To be better at something is an incentive.
There's less of a profit incentive because it is... Okay, so listen, if there's a patent,
it doesn't matter if there's less of one, there's still one.
Listen, I'll explain it to you. Wait, that means that there's less of an incentive, though. So you're not understanding. So if there's a patent in place and you're the producer of a particular good and you have a patent for it, your likely profits long term are going to be way greater than if it is the case that there's a broader level of competition and it is the case that you don't have a patent over it. So again,
I agree.
you have listen. You have less. So you have less of an incentive to produce a particular good in terms of innovation if you have less likelihood of profit.
Okay,
that's just how profit works.
No, I agree. So I'm against. No, I think you've misrepresented my point here. I'm against the monopolization of these big pharma companies.
I don't like the monopolization as well. I understand you,
good.
But the point I'm making is that you literally, if you get rid of the patent system, you basically create no incentive to innovate. Which innovation is so necessary to lower and mitigate prices.
So wait, if I say okay, I wish that there was a drug that could do thing X, right? Lose Ozempic's a new one. Lose fat. Say I want there to be another fat loss drug on the market that is more competitive and maybe works faster, whatever. People will still there still is an incentive to create this drug. Right. And just because
I'm not saying there's no incentive. What I'm
just
saying
because
is that
the
there's less
long-term
of an
incentive isn't, no, okay, so there still would be one though, right? And these drugs would still get created.
Absolutely,
So-
there would still be an incentive, and drugs would still get created, but at a lesser rate because the incentive is less. Now,
Yeah, because-
now, do you
because
want to
your
incentivize?
monopolization power
Now, here's the
has been
question: as it
diminished.
relates to these different types
Correct.
of pharmaceutical drugs and types of technology, do you want to incentivize the creation of technology that benefits humanity, or do you want to incentivize it less?
Whoa. That's a complete false dichotomy. So to just assume that there would be no like technological advancements under capitalism is
I
false.
never said that. I literally
you
just
just said
clarified.
that they would be. You said that it would be lesser. So let me actually flip the
Less
question.
is not no. That you know that's not what I just said.
Okay,
Less is
okay,
not no.
Sure, that's fine. So you just said that there would be basically no. So that's what I'm assuming.
I said there's basically no incentive comparative to this.
Exactly. So can you understand why I misconstrued that? Sorry, I don't mean
I
to be a jerk there.
apologize.
No, it's not your fault. That's on me. But that's why I misconstrued it. Anyways, there still would be an incentive, and removing the monopolistic structure. If you're saying that would create less incentive, then I'm all for it, man. I'm anti-monopoly all day. So, yeah, man.
Okay.
Anyways,
All right, well,
I'll leave. I'll let you
appreciate
get some
that,
other
man.
guys in here, man.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I love how people said in the comments that like you were getting cooked. Like I was just listening and like just absorbing all the information.
Yeah, no, it was a good conversation. Like those are probably going to be what more of the conversations are once they drop this whole MAGA shit. You know what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Hello?
Are you there?
Hey, are you there?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Damn, we didn't have
Yeah,
time.
38. Yeah, can you hear me?
MAGA mobile. Parker needs to wait for his frontal lobe to develop.
Someone told me to stop talking. Nah.
At least mine will. Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I wonder what's that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What? I don't know what to do.
Hello? Are you voting Trump, Joey? Okay, they left.
Well,
chat. Oh gosh, I hate TikTok sometimes. Yo, Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, W, Chris.
John's gone. Type in
Yo,
MAGA
by the
in
way,
the
we
chat.
got banned on my other account. By the way, everyone, we got banned for a week for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. You know, somehow I got banned for that. You know that I must have been doing some crazy shit. I don't know what I was doing.
DJ Superfly, you there?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
DJ
Hello?
Superfly.
DJ, you
Super-
there?
Hello. Everybody fell asleep.
Someone said proof Parker isn't paid by the DNC. He wasn't invited to the convention. So-
Yeah, that's the best proof.
Yo, Elaine, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Yeah,
Whoa,
thank you
W.
so much for the $100. Can you get some W's for Elaine in the comments section right now? Yeah, thank you so much for the $100. That is crazy. Thank you so much. W Elaine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate W Elaine. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wow.
Okay. Got a MAGA mic.
MAGA mic.
MAGA mic. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I'm kind of sad I didn't get to go to the DNC. That would have been so fun, you know?
Yeah, that would be. I was close to going to the DNC as a
I would have been able to meet up with Parker Short and be like, yo, my name is Parker. You got to change your name right now.
I was close to going to the DNC in 2012 as a delegate, but
I would have run up to Charlie Kirk, dude. Because
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk
I know
was
you know
there.
that.
He follows me, but he won't respond to my DM, dude. I really want to talk to him, like really bad, dude. All right, let's get this next individual up here. They should have given me a speech, bro.
Yeah, prime time speaking slot right before Bill Clinton.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? No, they should let me introduce Kamala, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Thursday night, Parker,
future president of the United States. You know what I mean? Like,
Parker, you think your shyness won't get you there? I don't know.
Dude, I'd be fine, bro. It's like I would think it like TikTok. I'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, take 4.5 and times that by about like 100,000.
Yeah, no, I know, right? At least I don't have to see most people, so it's fine.
Yeah, just a
now, if I was in front of like
stadium.
200,000 people, I would be like, holy shit.
Well, you would be full of a fucking stadium. So I
What's up? How old are you? We'd have to like write a script before. Me and Matt would be cooking it up.
Yep.
Yes, chat. I do know that someone is impersonating me. There's nothing I can do about it. I can just tell people it's not me. What's up? How old are you?
That's weird.
Okay. MAGA Mobile. All right. Yo, JVD, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think this account has like 30% following. That's about the percentage I would guess. When I end this live, I know it's going to be at 30%. I know it for a fact.
Check out.
I'm like so good at predicting the likelihood of it. It's unbelievable.
Man, it is difficult getting somebody in here.
It really is. It's because the following glitch. These Parker clones are getting out of hand. They really are. Literally, look at Harry at the DNC. Bro, that's so rough, bro. I wish I could have gone. What's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Parker, why is it so impossible for someone to get in this live?
I don't know. There's a lot of people now. I don't know. There's nothing I can really do about that, to be honest. There's a lot of people.
All right, go ahead.
But yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Say because he's the better option of, well, I guess you could say RFK is an option, which isn't really considered on your profile, but Trump's just definitely the better option of the two.
Okay, why so?
And just not in terms of policy, just rhetoric.
Cameron, thank you for the $1. Policy and rhetoric. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I was saying not in terms of policy.
Oh, not in terms of. So what is it in terms of? Just in terms of rhetoric?
Yeah, just in terms of rhetoric.
So you like his rhetoric?
No, I just think that in your head, if you can accept Kamal's rhetoric to be fake enough as a politician and lie straight through her teeth, then you can justify the fact that Trump's bad rhetoric and his bad, terrible moments are a good reason not to vote for him.
So Trump is a liar. That's a larger liar. Can you tell me like what lies Kamala Harris is engaged in?
Kamala Harris engaging in lies? How about her switching all her policy stances in the last 2-3 months?
She didn't switch policy stances. She's in the last 2-3 months. She did over the past few years. Now, is that the same thing for JD Vance, who said that Trump is America's Hitler?
No, that's the thing. Like, why would you believe Kamala Harris policy changes in the last couple of years?
What about Trump's policy changes? What about Trump's policy changes?
Years ago.
Did Trump prior say no tax on tips? Did Trump prior say...
Just because it's a new idea doesn't mean that he's changing.
Oh, just because it's a new idea doesn't mean he's changing. She's changing it.
Kamala Harris legitimately changes her fucking...
Can you give me one example?
Let's see. How
do I know one, but Zane, you don't?
Ryan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
You kind of get put on the spot. You know, you get
I thought of one almost immediately.
All right, go ahead then.
No, I'm not going to give you your answer for you.
All right. Why are you budging in the conversation then?
Why are you mad?
Because I was just.
Do you need some baby bottles, Zane? You need some baby bottles in the comment section? Do you need some baby bottles,
Are
Zane?
you going to use more insults to win a regular political conversation?
I don't think that's an insult. I'm just asking if you need a baby bottle because you're mad.
Yeah, you're not getting me with the trigger shit like you and fucking Dean Poll, dude.
You're already triggered. I don't need to trigger you. I asked you that question because you're already triggered.
And it's already going to you're triggered and some baby bullshit. So come on.
Yep, you are triggered.
Still not talking more. Still not talking.
All it took was me speaking.
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I mean, you could say that fucking lowering taxes in the middle class, but you're just going to have all these iterations of why trickle down economics doesn't work, why this and that.
Can you name me one policy what Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
One, so it has to be an economic policy then?
Yeah, just give me one.
I'm not big on economics like you were with the last guy, and I guess now I figured out that's one of your strong suits, but I'm not gonna fucking debate you on economics at all.
Well, I did get a degree.
Yeah, and that's great for you, but just like you said, you can have a degree just like the last guy, still have a different opinion on how markets work, and influence your political decision by that.
He doesn't have his degree yet, but yeah, you can have a different position given that you've got a degree. I do agree.
Leslie, thanks for the heart, Leslie. Thank you so much.
Ryan said, debate Charlie Kirk, he will destroy you. I sent him a message. I DM'd him. He follows me, but he hasn't responded.
That was one thing before he accepted me in. Don't you think like a person with your views trying to talk to somebody like Charlie Kirk would be similar to talking to like Ben Shapiro, where if you rattle out your ideas fast enough and use enough predispositions, you basically destroy your opponent on whoever's your side watching that debate. Like that's what Charlie Kirk does, regardless of whether I agree with what he's talking about.
I don't know what you're trying to say there.
Like I'm saying, do you think you could actually sit down and have in terms of your position, do you think you could be successful against Charlie Kirk with the way he argues? Not just...
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I think I would absolutely dunk on him.
Just in terms of...
Firstly, Tom's Hug, thank you so much. First question I would ask him, because this is what he asked to to Parker Short. I would ask him, what is a man? And I would love for him to define to me what a man is. He asked Parker Short what a woman is, so I'd love for him to respond to me with what a man is.
Like one of his more popular things, and
I'd love to hear him define what a man is to me.
Give you his chromosome count and tell you that he has
no, because that's not going to apply to his God, right? He considers his God a father, a man, but like he's going to say all of those biological characteristics, and none of those are going to be able to indicate that his God's a man. So, and God's a father. So it's like, I would love to hear what a man is under his view.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good way to think about an argument bringing against the male gender, but God the Father argument can't be used on the women's side, so...
Oh, okay, wait, no, so what you're not understanding, though, is that, like, if he defines gender for men based upon something other than biology, well, then why can't he do that for trans?
That's what I was saying,
Thank you for the galaxy, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Biology.
What's up?
I said his first argument is biology, so what's your...
Yeah, so if his argument is biology, well, then his God's not a father.
So why did you just go to the biological straight to philosophical?
What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying he's using biology as the first point in the argument, and you're trying to bring the biology to God in the Bible?
Yeah, because he's Christian.
Like you're going from science to religion.
Yeah, because he's religious.
So why not have the conversation of science with him instead of using a religion argument?
Because he has certain ideological commitments because he's Christian.
See, that's like that's like assuming everyone that votes for Donald Trump believes in the same thing. And so you can use these.
No, it's not.
against them and tear down their ideology.
Christians have doctrine. They believe in things typically. Like they typically believe God is a father. Okay,
Yeah,
that is. I was a Christian. I grew up as a Christian. I know the doctrines. Right?
Well,
they believe God's a father.
Yeah, well, actually, Parker, I don't know of any Christian denomination that doesn't believe that God is a father or a he.
Seriously, I've never heard that before.
So because God's not a father, that defeats his biological.
No, because God is a father, that means that they're not defining gender based upon biological norms.
Yeah. Because Charlie Kirk's main point is that it's biological. Parker's bringing out something that's not biological, but yet he still refers to him with he pronouns as a man, as a father.
Yeah, and like if he can't define to me what a man is, well then his question to Parker Short is fundamentally useless. Appreciate Little Crown, thank you so much. Because if he can't define it to me, well then that makes him look just as bad as it would Parker Short, who couldn't answer it. Sen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And I've never heard a response to this from a Christian. Never once.
But I've also never thought about it that way, because you're referring to.
Yeah, to God. And Charlie Kirk would say, well, God is not biological, but then we would just say, well, then why can you apply that same logic to other people?
So if an atheist biologist is trying to have an argument about gender with you, then what's your rebuttal if it's not Charlie Kirk?
No, I would just say we define these terms differently.
Okay. All right.
Like I can define trans people's identities to be valid, and they can define it only using the biological sex, and I think that their language is less inclusive. And that's really all we can say, because this language is subjective.
Hold on now.
It's predicated off of how we're using terms.
Are scientists supposed to have more inclusive language in their work? Like it's basically to find absolute truths through math and science.
I'm not disputing biology. Like I'm not disputing science at all.
But you just said they use less inclusive language.
And if someone is defining trans people's identities not to be valid, then they would be. But you understand that there are biologists that understand trans people have valid identities?
Sen, and thank you for the $5, Sen. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
That's where the identity argument comes in. They're arguing biology and you're arguing identity.
I'm not disputing the biology. What I'm saying is I refer to this in a different context.
Yeah. And you were saying you guys would define them differently. I got you. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not disputing the science. I mean, I'm just using a word differently than they are.
Yeah, I'm not.
Totally consistent. Yeah, I'd love to hear his response to that. And he follows me. I sent him a DM. He still hasn't responded to me.
So that was the thing. I guess I only.
And he only follows 15 people, so I know that he sees my DM.
But again, like, don't you think it would be hard to debate a person like Ben Shapiro on anything just because of his debate style?
No.
Like, he can talk faster than everybody in the room, regardless.
Dude, I don't care, bro. If we want to, I'll talk faster. Okay. Don't even get me started, bro. I will absolutely dunk on them, bro. I'm serious. It's because they have so many commitments, ideologically speaking, that hold baggage that I can easily critique that I just don't hold to. Like I don't hold to Christianity. I don't hold to any religion, right? So their religious commitments really screw them over, politically speaking.
Fair enough. You could say that, but you also still have Republicans who aren't religious.
Okay, but like those people you just referenced are both religious.
Yeah, but I also was talking about their debate style.
I'm actually, it is absolutely harder to talk to a secular Republican than it is to talk to a Christian Republican. Because the Christian ideological commitments tend to go towards progressive ideology. What?
I wasn't talking about ideology at all. I was just talking in terms of debate style, but never mind.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good day, man. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. I wish we could go to the DNC, man. Fuck, dude. That would have been fun. You know what's up, how old are you? Parker used to be cool. Now he's not. I gotta invite them. I gotta hear their response. Parker used to be cool, but now he's not.
Lame.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much.
Who said that?
That person who's about to join.
Oh, okay.
Is your name Parker James?
No.
Well, I've saw you on TikTok, on YouTube, and there's a guy that's part of Dino Club named Parker James. He looks exactly like you. It's either you have a twin or...
You're trolling, right?
No.
On YouTube? You're trolling, right?
Parker James.
I don't know who Parker James is. Parker James. I don't see anything on YouTube. What kind of stuff do they make? I look. What?
How old are they? Are we in a daycare?
Is this person? This person's absolutely trolling. Okay.
Yeah, they're in a daycare.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
52.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I like the policies of... I don't like the policy of the Democratic. I was a Democrat before, now I'm a Republican. I like the Republican Party, and I want to make sure that we have a voice out here with our guns.
Okay. So, okay, then I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Yes.
Then why are you voting for a candidate that wants to pardon the people that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
I just don't want them to come to my front door and take my guns.
Oh, so it's just
And the Republicans won't. The Democrats will come and take my assault rifle. They will come and take my guns. They will come and take you for any reason. The guns, they ain't looking at the guns. They're looking at a black woman that is going for president. Well, let's go back and I was watching DNC. I'm open. I'm open on this. I'm watching both my boys vote for Kamala. I'm on Trump. So I'm saying, okay, son, when they come to our front doors and take your guns, well, they can have my guns one bullet at a time.
Okay. So what guns are you scared about losing?
I don't want to tell you what kind of guns I have. A lot of live.
Okay.
Well, that's not concerning at all.
Definitely not concerning. Did you have any bump stocks?
No, but I have hunting ones. I hunt. I have my hunting license. I like hunting.
No one's going to take away your hunting stuff. They want to get rid of assault weapons, and they want to do universal background checks and red flag laws. That's it.
Okay, I'm sorry for cutting you off. So I'm going to say, if they're not only going to take your guns, they will take all of your guns.
No, they're not. No, that's not what they're saying. They're only going to do assault, like an assault weapons ban. They're going to do red flag laws, and they're going to do universal background checks. That's it. That's all they've said they're going to do. Actually, Tim Walz is a hunter and a proud gun owner.
Okay, so if he's willing to come in and take my guns, any of them, through the Democratic Party, because I checked into that, and they said back in the 60s that if you had any kind of... So they're going to the rights now, the civil rights, okay? Back there, when the blacks and so on, and women...
Black people?
Black people on the civil rights. That's what they're saying all in the DNC. You said you wish you could have watched it. I was just watching it. And they're on there, oh, my forefathers, back in the civil rights, we now have the civil rights in our hands. Well, I think it's a 50-50 chance on who's going to win, but I think they've already chosen who there's going to win.
What do you mean, who's they?
The Vandenbergs of the world, the money people. Yeah. Oh, there goes your eyes. Now you're thinking.
What evidence do you have?
I'm not going to give you nothing to go to. I'm just going to tell you. They've already
trust me,
picked
bro. Trust me, please trust me.
It didn't take long for it to get kind of crazy there, did it?
Yeah, I know, right?
Nope.
You want to just say the family names? Like, you want to just go down that rabbit hole?
Wait, Rana, I have a question. So, like, if it is the case that there's like this small group that controls everything, thank you for the confetti, thank you so much. Why would they control everything on social media too?
Oh, they will. They're kicking TikTok off. They'll kick you guys out.
Yeah, okay. So then they would control people like me, right?
Exactly. They already do.
Oh, so I'm controlled?
Knew it.
You don't have a voice. You won't have no freedoms. If you
Then
vote
why
for
didn't I,
Kamala.
why didn't I get invited to the DNC? Why am I on like my third account right now? Why am I banned?
I don't know. I know you got banned for a couple things, so I don't know. I've been on TikTok for about 4.5 years here, Parker, and I like you. I've talked to you before, but I don't want to tell you anything that you don't already know.
What do you mean? Anything I don't already know?
You already know that they're just grabbing for straws on who's going to be the president. They're just grabbing. They're grabbing for straws. Trump
I don't
and
know
Kamala
that.
are just grabbing for
I
straws.
think this is ridiculous. Honestly,
Yeah, there's
I
no
think that-
backroom deal of like
mustache,
like
thank
a
you.
big cabal of like elites deciding this or anything.
Yeah, like this is just like whipped out of the ass.
because
Every election, there are
you
these
want to
conspiracy
say
nuts.
a name or like a set of names that is controlling this, but you probably know where we're going to go after that. So because you already mentioned like Vandenberg, and I think I know what you're trying to reference.
Yep.
You probably mean of
But see, I don't wanna
Vanderbilt or
mention names
something.
because I don't want to mention names. Oh, it's telling me my. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Someone's flagging me. Okay, well, you have a great day.
I never saw the
That
flag.
sucks.
You were
That
flagged?
sucks.
We didn't get a no. You wait. Hold on. We didn't get a warning.
I never got a flag for him.
Okay.
He just faked having a flag.
Yeah, he played having a flag. Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Bella, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Oh, well. Yo, what's up?
I
How
love
old are you?
Parker. I love Parker. I love Parker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we all do.
All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. Let's get up the next person real quick.
Holy shit,
What?
Nicholas! Thank you for the $150. What the? Hold on. He sent a message. Hold on.
What's up?
Yo, W. Nicholas. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Are you driving?
I am. I'm 29.
You got to come on when you're not driving.
okay,
Yo, W. Nicholas.
He misspelled it, but you get half of that. So I'll send you half of it when we get off.
W. Nicholas. Can we
Yeah,
get some
but
W's for
W.
Nicholas?
Nicholas, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nicholas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, so a W. Nicholas, like
W.
100
Nicholas
W's.
with the $75. Yeah, thank you
Yeah,
so
W.
much. Can we get
Nicholas.
some W. Nicholases in the chat
Yeah,
right
W.
now?
Nicholas.
Yo, what's up, Mario? How old are you? Hello? Oh my God. Okay, Matt.
What?
Matt,
What?
I got $150 too. Can we get some W's for Nicholas in the chat?
Whoa,
for
okay,
split with
wait.
Matt? Oh my God,
Wait, so,
yo.
well, that's in the 150 then, so we just keep it.
Yeah,
That's
thank you so
150
much. I
each way.
just saw that. It didn't even show up on my thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we just keep. Well, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you so much.
Nicholas, just dude.
Thank you so
that
much,
was,
Nicholas.
That was 20 minutes ago, and it didn't even come up on my on my couch.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Hey,
Yeah,
thank you for the
so
subscription.
much.
Thank you so much. Holy fuck! Let's get
Yeah.
some W's for Nicholas in the chat
Yeah.
right now. Thank you so much,
people
Nicholas.
spam W. Nicholas for the next like
Holy
2 minutes.
shit! Yeah,
W.
like
Nicholas.
let's go. That's so sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Powerful. Thank you for
W. Nicholas.
$10 as well. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
And thank you
Okay.
everybody who donated to me.
Yo, Devon,
it.
thank you for the
It means a lot.
late,
Thank
the
you.
$3.33 from the late, the great Hannibal Lecter. Thank you so much.
The late, the great Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter, so late, so great.
Wouldn't it be no, Parker? Wouldn't it be the cherry on top if Anthony Hopkins, who played Hannibal Lecter, was at the DNC and came out and like roasted like Donald Trump?
That would be funny.
I would love that.
I would have they should have given me the ability to speak. I would have roasted him.
Yeah.
They told me to vote red. They told me to vote blue, and I'm voting against orange.
Yeah, I know. Voting against orange. That's a face I would not wear.
Voting against the orange. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That was a mistake.
You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, chat. I'm also going to be getting PayPal. Yeah, I will be. I just have to incorporate. I've been really lazy, chat. Really lazy.
Parker Sisson.
Very lazy, Parker.
Back.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am not. I just want to say your live is great, and I love.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Princess. Thank you so much.
Princess,
I am
Debbie.
just looking for people who are debating, but I really do appreciate you a lot. I really do.
Yeah, Debbie.
Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because do you want me to ramble off reasons why?
Yeah, give me a reason why you want to vote for Trump.
Well, basing off his first presidency, I think if he didn't go through the whole pandemic thing, that people was singing a whole different story. All you're going to say is he was a mean tweeter.
Nope. I won't reference a single one of his tweets, and I'll tell you why he's a bad person. Caddy, thank you for the $4.20 for sorry you're not in the DNC. Thank you.
So you don't think his accomplishments, like within his first month of presidency, adding 235,000 plus new jobs in his first month of presidency, you don't think that's an accomplishment?
So if you just say because it happened under his administration, that means it's caused by him. Well, net his
So
administration.
are you saying that accomplishments that Joe Biden went through aren't because of Trump?
Can you listen? Can you listen?
Yeah.
So if you're saying just because it happened under the administration of Donald Trump, it's caused by Donald Trump. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Well, then what you'd also say is that because there was a net loss in jobs under Trump's administration and a net increase in unemployment, that's going to be caused by Trump as well, right?
Repeat that?
Yeah, because there was a net loss in jobs and a net gain in unemployment. Thank you. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. In Trump's administration, would you blame that on Trump?
Because if there was a net loss in jobs and a net gain in unemployment, I don't understand.
So you mentioned the first couple months of administration, but Parker's saying is net.
His first month.
Yeah, but what Parker's saying is net. So over the course of all of his 4 years, he had a negative a job creation negative. So
Actually,
so
no, it wasn't. He actually had more jobs available than people available to fill them. And from the Atlanta Fed, they put out a thing. It was a 4.8 growth on the economy.
$2.
4% growth on the economy.
You're saying overall?
And then a generational low for unemployment.
Wait, where'd you get that number in terms of GDP?
Unemployment.
Wait, actually, no, it was not an all-time low. So actually, there was lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration. Not only was there lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris
Because it was already
administration.
jobs set that Trump put that were recreated after the pandemic.
No. So
Yes.
actually, listen to this. So under Trump's administration, we went from around 19,398 in terms of GDP to around, what is this? Around 20,000. Around 20,900. We've gone up around the same under our administration now as we did under Trump's administration. So why are you attributing it only to Trump and not to the Biden-Harris administration if we've gone up
We've gone
the
through a
same
whole
degree?
Biden. You went through a whole Biden administration.
We actually went up more under the under the Biden-Harris administration in terms of
Trump's
GDP.
administration. How long were we going through that whole pandemic thing?
Luna,
You know what I mean?
$2. So the pandemic also affected Biden's administration.
Okay, towards the end, which he could have, after Trump created another thing within the pandemic, Trump created Operation Warp Speed.
I agree with Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, and then so that was a big thing that that hasn't been done. World record timing for that. There's so many things that were positive under Trump. The thing that I don't like is that if there's something good or bad in any presidency, like I get saying what's bad, but even if it's good, you guys will twist it around and make it seem like he's a monster. Like I was watching, I wasn't watching it, but it was on. It was a show, The View. What?
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I wouldn't, but I don't believe that he actually did that.
Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
because that's Donald Trump. So you don't think the time frame of that?
If you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, but you would vote for Donald Trump, then that's a contradiction.
I know, but I see you guys, you do this thing. Would you vote for somebody that more likely than not rape somebody or something like that? You do this as a way. You don't think at all. The dude went, what? How old is he? 70s, 78 or 78 years with no type of felonies. All of a sudden, he gets all these felonies during like a time of an election, and like you don't think it's a little bit of election interference? A little bit.
No.
You don't. So you think? Have you seen like that?
I have a question.
Lady?
So if we're talking about the essay,
have you seen Melania and you seen the lady? Like you think?
Listen. In terms of E. Jean Carroll, so the therapist notes from the 90s, you're saying she created those with a political motive?
I'm not saying that they never hooked up.
Did she create those hooked up? He said that they never met each other. Sydney, think of it, $10. Thank you so much.
Well,
she was raped. She was forcefully penetrated against her will, and you're gonna say that they just hooked up? What the fuck is that gross shit?
In a clothing
she got
store,
raped,
bro?
yes.
So where was everybody?
You understand there are multiple floors on these types of stores in New York.
Have you seen his girlfriends and like the chicks that he dated? You think he's gonna mess with that?
Ew.
Girl?
Wait, he literally mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, by the way. So he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. You're perpetuating the same fucking misogynistic bullshit. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
So where was all this like Trump is a rapist, this and that before he became a president? For the longest time, he was on Oprah, The View,
He's been accused of sexual misconduct for decades. Think of the paper crane.
And they all wanted him to run.
I want you to listen. Okay. So the therapist.
I feel like I can't really talk. I feel like you just
good. The medical records and the therapist notes, right? Were they politically motivated?
I don't believe. Listen. We can agree to disagree on that part. I do not.
I want you to answer my question.
When was that from? The 90s?
Yes.
And what did they say?
So they specifically described the events that occurred, right? Eugene Carroll described the events to her therapist, and it was written down in the medical records. So that specifically indicates, right, that this was something that was within her state of mind decades ago. So if it was a political reference, if it was specifically for politics, how would she have known at that time that he was going to be president?
Repeat it again.
How would she have known that he was going to be president in the 90s? How would she have done that?
What did she say in the thing? She said like, "Oh, he did this to me," and that.
She said that she was forcefully penetrated in her vagina against her will.
Okay, but to be honest, bro, I don't think that happened.
So you have no good reason to dispute it.
But you have no good reason besides her saying that it actually did happen.
So we do. The therapist notes are something that we can indicate.
Okay, but I can go to a therapist right now and say that I can say that Bill Cosby raped me before, but that never happened. Especially if Trump said he never met her, like it doesn't mean it's real.
They have pictures of them.
There's a lot of crazy people out there.
They have pictures of them together.
Didn't she name her cat Vagina?
Dude, you act like that fucking disputes anything. You're a disgusting human being.
I mean,
what the fuck is
why
wrong
am I
with you?
disgusting?
Listen to what I'm saying. Because you're going to say that somehow would dispute whether or not someone got assaulted?
I didn't say. I'm just saying, couldn't she be a little bit crazy?
No, she's not fucking crazy. You know who's crazy? Donald Trump. That's who's crazy. He's tried to overthrow the government. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies.
Off the sexual abuse thing, because to me, I don't think that happened. Like, I don't believe that.
So, yeah, you don't believe it. Well, can you tell me the
Especially the
victim's
time
name?
that it came. Well, you're asking me why I'm voting for it.
What's the victim's name?
You want me to go through more policies that I like that he did?
Can you tell me what the victim's name is?
Eugene Carroll? Is that who you're talking about?
Eugene Carroll. So you say Eugene Carroll is fucking crazy.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
not only is that
Carroll.
Crazy, but it shows me that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So if you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, how do you have good enough reason to dispute the case?
Because
Tell me what piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
I do not believe any of these people that come out against celebrities and people like that say that
so you don't
been,
believe anyone that comes out against a celebrity?
The only one I probably believe is probably that P. Diddy and the R. Kelly thing.
So you don't believe anything else?
I believe the P. Diddy and R. Kelly thing, but I think the girl coming out against Kobe Bryant saying this and that, I think there's a lot of people that go out for the money grab.
Oh, so you think that basically everyone that gets called out? Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, was that false?
Are we gonna keep talking about
Jeffrey Epstein? Was that false?
Are we actually gonna have an actual conversation?
Was it false? Was it false with Jeffrey Epstein?
Did he get in trouble for this sexual assault thing?
He was held civilly liable.
He was held civilly liable. Was he found guilty on it?
That civilly liable is a unanimous decision by a jury in a civil court.
Did he? And what state was that?
New York. That's where he committed the crime.
I rest my case.
Do you see how dumb that is? Like, you literally assume because it's in New York that it's wrong?
Especially the time that it came out and everything. If it was all the way in the 90s, why did she wait till an election time to come out? And
if it was election, if it was election based, if it was election based, how did she know he was going to run in literally the 90s? How did she know that? Does she have like a fucking magic ball?
Talking about it because he was talking about it since the 90s. He was on 60 Minutes talking about policies and
so she knew. So she knew in 1996 that he was going to be president of the United States. Yeah, definitely.
He was on
fucking
Oprah in the
weirdo.
90s.
You're a weirdo.
Can I answer that? Can I answer this question? He was on Oprah in the 90s.
You're reaching so hard.
This
Does your arm hurt? I didn't know you could reach that far, bro.
Okay, I like how you interrupt people when they start to talk, and then, you know what I mean? Like, I thought you were bringing up people to have an intellectual conversation.
There's not an intellectual conversation to be had with you.
Really? Because you keep interrupting me and just saying, oh, sexual assault, this, that, and when I spill out, accomplishments that he does, that's what you try to grab for stuff.
No, I'm arguing against you, and you just get mad.
I'm not mad at all. You're the one who keeps interrupting me. I'm just trying to talk about how I think that it seemed like from the 90s that a lot of people thought he was going to run.
No, a lot of people did not think he was going to run.
Do you know even back in the day when he was going to run as a Democrat and everybody loved him? He went with the same policy and everything.
Everyone did not love him.
Yep.
And if it was wait. If she's Democrat and has a political bias against Republicans, thank you for the Little Crown. Thank you so much. Why in the 90s would she have created this campaign if she thought that he was going to run for president, if he was going to run as a Democrat?
Because maybe his policies or whatever, like she didn't like, or maybe she just didn't like them. Maybe she didn't like them, but a lot of people did.
So is she conservative or something?
Okay, but why do we keep talking about her? I thought we were talking about presidency.
So she's a conservative now? And then she turned into a
why are we talking about president? I mean, why are we talking about...
You're funny. You're really funny, dude. You're really funny.
But why aren't we talking about actual, accomplishments and stuff that...
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I think the tax break was really good, and you could say, "Oh, the trickle down economics doesn't work," but no, I think it definitely would have.
Name one piece of the tax policy that you like,
and I like the tariffs too. You
like the increase of our consumer products. You like inflation,
and I like how he ordered the Pentagon. What's inflation?
What's inflation? The rate of increase in pricing. The rate of increase in pricing goes up given that you specifically input tariffs.
Yeah, I know. No, I think those tariffs would have helped out. I don't think they would have caused inflation. You're just charging a different country.
So tariffs by definition cause inflation. And can you give me one time where trickle down economics worked?
Well, we haven't tried it enough to really. We only tried it once.
Okay, so how are you any different from a socialist who claims that we should do socialism or communism right now, even though it's never worked?
How is that had to do anything with socialism?
The point I'm saying is that I said, how are you any different, given that someone else could claim that?
How does that count? I mean, how does that even make sense?
The point I'm saying is that given that you don't have any good evidence that it works on any scale, how could you indicate that it'd be effective here?
Because I think from common economics that it would work for the fact that people who have more money are able to be a business owners and they can pay their.
But that's not what we see
employees
happen.
more.
We've adopted trickle-down economics, Jennifer. Thank you for the train. And we've seen wages not
But
increase with
what other time have
productivity
we-
when prior they
what other
did.
time have we tried it?
The 80s. We
the
adopted
80s.
trickle-down. We adopted trickle-down economics under Reagan, and that specifically did not lead to more money going to the middle class. It actually led to wages stagnating according to productivity, while prior they increased with productivity.
I think our economy and everything was doing really good under Trump. I think even they were talking on CNN, like saying like there's not really like unless there's a pandemic that would cause. There's not really much we can say about this guy. Pretty much. Like
what?
I'm saying, if he didn't go through that pandemic, I don't think that. Like I think, like I said, you guys would be singing a whole different tune about him. You just say had mean tweets.
No, I would acknowledge that I disagreed with his tax policy still.
When he pulled out all the troops from Syria in a productive way, like not like the Afghanistan withdrawal that Biden did.
You mean in terms of Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war?
And then did you see that they were just having a parade using all our like equipment and everything? Like how embarrassing.
Okay, you understand that the leave for Afghanistan was set up specifically by Donald Trump?
Did you know that? The U.S. economy added 304,000?
Did you know it was set up by Donald Trump? Listen, did you know it was set up by Donald Trump?
What was?
Did you know it was set up by Donald Trump?
What was set up under Donald Trump? The pandemic?
No.
What are you talking about?
The agreement to leave Afghanistan.
Yeah, but he was going to do it on a sanctions-based thing where it would be certain ways, and it would be a slow withdrawal. It wouldn't have been that crazy-ass fast withdrawal like that.
What? No. Actually, we would have left earlier because it was the case that the Biden-Harris administration extended it.
No, though Trump or no other president, I don't think would ever pull out that horribly under. Like, that was a horrible withdrawal, and even people on his team admit it, and you have to admit that was a bad withdrawal. Like I can admit good and bad things about any president. Like I know you're really on like his like bird like that. Then you have to like ride on everything he says, but like you gotta be honest and say when he does something wrong, and you know he did wrong in that situation.
Yeah, Donald Trump did
like
wrong.
The only time I would say Trump did wrong in his presidency was the tweets. I think he went a little crazy with.
Wrong is crazy.
No, I'm not only that. I think he did that, but I think that was like the only time he could really fully like express himself, because all the whole media, like all like Republicans have as the media base is Fox, and that's pretty much about it. Like Democrats, they have CNN, they have ABC, NBC. There's so more media outlets for Democrats to get their name, like their word out there. So I think he used Twitter as a way to get some form of the truth out there, you know. And I think it was wrong. You know, I think he didn't have a filter because he doesn't have a politician's filter. And I think that's why a lot of people liked him as well. And I also didn't like how he handled the pandemic in a form of leaving it up to the states. And maybe you might like that, to shut down completely. That's why I liked how Florida handled it. And that was pretty much about it. Like when that happened, I'm from PA. Wolf handled that horribly. And I moved to Florida during the pandemic so I can work.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Do you want me to label more accomplishments that Trump did?
Something you like, sure. I mean, I just feel like you're not really saying much.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just put out a bunch of accomplishments, but did I tell you that the U.S. economy added 304,000 jobs after the shutdown?
None of this.
Under his administration?
I'm asking something that he did. Can you name like a policy he passed that you like?
No, I'm just labeling accomplishments.
So you can't name any policies?
I can't what?
Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, like I said, I told you. I said I like his tax plan, and I like how he was charging other countries with tariffs. Where you say that works, and where that Trigonomics doesn't, truck boil down, or economics doesn't work. I think it would have
bad,
worked.
and the tax cuts.
There's no way that tariffs could be bad, bro. How could tariffs be
bad? Because they increase the cost of consumer products in the United States, and then they cause other countries to put tariffs on us, which specifically leads to like our goods being less valued on a global scale.
But they charge us anywhere. Like, they charge America. Why not charge them back?
So again, because it specifically leads to higher consumer prices here in the United States. Grace, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
So if Biden decided to run on tariffs, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, it's amazing."
I would disagree with the tariffs, and I did.
So what about like
kept tariffs,
what about like when
he kept tariffs
so
on
like
China, which I disagree with.
So like what about when Trump was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna no tax on tips," and everybody's like, "Oh, that would be so bad for the economy." As soon as the Kamala goes,
I don't think everyone said that.
Yeah, as soon as CBC, NBC, CNN, they were all pointing out, "Oh, she's such a woman of the people running with this no tax on tips," when they were just bashing Trump for the same thing. Like I hate how like it's
Can you
so
name me one person who
one-sided.
said that?
CNN, NBC, they put out like statements on how it was like so.
Remember CNN doing that.
The NBC, it was the last one I saw that did that.
Okay.
Like I think it's just hypocritical.
Yo, Leslie, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's, Leslie, in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Holy fuck, thank you for the $100. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Leslie.
What percentage?
Thank you so much.
What percentage do you guys, like you and Harry and everybody, get to do this? Because I know you're not paid by the DNC, but I'm sure you have some form of payment from like the DNC to do this because it's helping their campaign.
You think I get payment by the DNC to do this?
I think so. And I think the reason you say that why won't I be at the DNC to do this or whatever, I think because you're doing your job right now.
Okay, so why did they bring other creators? Why isn't Harry doing his job right now?
What, is Harry there?
Yes.
Well, they need some people to work. If I have a business, I'm not going to have everybody be off because we have an event. Somebody has to run the ship.
Are you trolling? That's
I'm you don't think like I'm thinking about it on a business aspect. I think that like they would have to have somebody doing this. Like you're bringing in probably a lot of people that don't do their own education and they use TikTok for news.
So why didn't they have Harry do it?
Because Harry has been all over Piers Morgan and stuff like that. So he's like not saying like one is better than the other. I think
I'm so important that they couldn't have me sit. You know, I can't go to the sidelines. I've got to stay and work. Yeah, that's definitely it. So like, no, I don't get any money from the DNC. But what makes you think that? Do you actually really believe that?
There was like a whole thing on like Harry where he like the company he works for and how it's funded by DNC and stuff like that.
First of all, that it's not his company.
I forget what the company was called. I was just watching
Second of all, I literally have no affiliation with Palette Media or Palette Management.
Palette Media, that's it. But like, maybe if you heard Harry was to get money from the DNC with that Palette Media and everything like that, maybe like you're like trying to be buddied up with them so you can get in there.
That's funny. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I'm the one who told Harry to start doing lives here on TikTok. It wasn't a DNC. If he was working with the DNC, they would have told him to do that earlier on.
So you must hate Harry now, huh?
No. Why would I hate Harry?
Because he's like kind of like taking away some of your spotlight.
I don't care about getting spotlight. And again, I was the one who told Harry to start doing lives. I've helped Harry out.
Look at Harry now. Look at Harry now.
Yeah.
You could have been at the DNC, but you had to tell him to start doing live. See what you did?
Bro, what? I don't care to go to the DNC like that. Also, like, bro, are you like trying to like?
If you don't care to go to the DNC like that, then why are you and Harry and everybody, no matter what? Like, look at what Donald Trump just said. Look at this. Look at that. Like, bro. Like, and you
Sure,
guys
you think it's much-
never,
'cause we make
and you guys
political
never
content?
bash Kamala. Like, what
I
makes you
do.
think Kamala? What makes you think Kamala would be a good?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. I mean, it's a complicated name to say.
Not really.
Kamala. What makes you think Kamala would be a good president? Because she worked as a prosecutor at one point and was horrible at it.
Don, I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. So not only would you not know anything she did as a prosecutor, to say that she was
I know that she
horrible at it.
withheld information from a guy that was on death row to the last minute.
Jesus Christ, dude. That guy specifically was found to be guilty. I hope you know that. Not only that specifically, but it is the case that Donald Trump bankrupted
I thought the information
6
would be a lie.
things. What happened at Trump University?
The Trump University? I don't really know much about that.
What happened at Trump Vodka?
Trump steaks.
Well, I think he was just a businessman that throwing his hand in anything that he could. Who
He
cares?
inherited
wasn't a
all of his
president.
businesses.
He inherited his businesses? No, he inherited a small amount of money, $1 million, and that we
No. He inherited hundreds of millions from his dad in today's dollars.
No, he didn't. He inherited exactly $1 million, and that was it.
That's a lie.
That's what he was given. No, he would. He
Total
probably
lie.
inherited. No, he probably he was given
No,
$1
his
million.
dad gave him a loan of $1 million.
Yeah, his dad gave him a loan of $1 million.
But when his dad
That he
died,
made
when
zero.
Fred
A
Trump died,
small loan of $1 million.
when Fred Trump died, he got
That's not a lot of money,
hundreds
bro.
of millions of dollars.
Yeah, $1 million is not a lot of money, especially for what he did.
$1 million back then was not a lot of money.
1970 something.
No, because that was like the building era where everything
Imagine
was like,
saying $1 million is not a lot of money.
it was a lot.
Yeah,
$1 million is a lot of money right now.
Like 1970 money.
Not to
It's
do
like
what
it's
he
like
did,
$3 to
bro.
$4 million at least.
Yeah.
No, not to do what he did. Houses right now are close to $1 million that were like $200,000 back in, like
He
right
inherited
before-
over 400 million,
Okay.
by the way.
Well, then, actually,
Appreciate Donna. Thank you,
let's-
Dana. Thank you
let's
so much
ask-
for the dollar. Dana,
let's
thank
ask
you.
you
That has
a
nothing to do
question.
with presidency. You're talking
no,
about.
hold on. You asked that housing prices are too high. You know, as that guy from New York said, the rent
Yeah,
is too
Shirley,
damn
thank you for the
high.
fireworks. Thank you.
What is Donald Trump's plan?
2 versus 1.
What? I'm
What?
just asking a question. I've been.
What are we doing? What are we
I've
asking?
been quiet this entire time.
I know you're a good boy.
Yes, I was a good boy. Now, listen. What is Donald Trump's plan? His concrete plan with policy proposals to address the housing crisis.
Repeat what you said. I can't hear you.
What is Donald Trump's plan, his policy proposal to address the housing crisis?
I think the houses were cheap under Trump.
No, that's not what I said. I said look into the future. The future, not the past, the future. We have a housing crisis now. What is Donald Trump's plan?
What is Kamala's? What is Kamala's?
He wants to yes.
What is Kamala's? What is
He wants to propose a $25K subsidy to first-time home buyers to buy new houses to help spur the investment and the building of new homes to help.
There's already
Thank
that.
you, Dan, for the $1. Thank you so much. And
There's
that's,
already a
hold
first-time
on,
home
hold on.
buyer
Even
thing
if you
that was
disagree
created
with that,
Obama.
even if you disagree with that, she has a policy proposal. What is Donald Trump's policy proposal to help address the housing crisis?
I didn't look that up yet.
Guess what? He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one.
I'm sure he has a plan, though. Like I said,
No, he doesn't. You know what his and I think he sent for the $10. Thank you so much. His plan is to complain about Harris's proposal. That's all he's done. He has given speeches all
I think
this week.
I think the policies that Kamala, am I saying it right?
Yes.
I think the policies that she will put out are going to be pretty much socialism.
That's fine. You can believe that. I disagree, but this is your candidate. Your
I don't think
candidate
Tampon
is saying,
Sam is any better.
Micah, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. And also,
Your
bro,
candidate-
you would
What
be
about
angry
Tampon
that he
Sam?
wants to provide. You're angry that he wants to provide literally menstrual products for people who are menstruating. You're mad. Stay mad.
Oh, really?
Honestly,
In a
stay
boy's
mad.
bathroom?
He
In a
provided.
boy-
By the way, that's not you did not have to fulfill that in order to be able to fulfill the order. The order was just that anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products.
Yep. Did you know, Cha, that during away games, girls use the boys' changing room?
Okay.
Did you know that?
anybody, it wouldn't have been a big thing if there were
He didn't want to respond.
It's not a big thing.
And a
You know
girl's
why?
bathroom. No, because you
You
muted
know
me before I
why?
could just say they were on a boy's bathroom. That's weird, bro. And you know
No, it's not. No, they did. Okay, there was a news story that came out about 2 weeks ago where they asked the top 20 biggest school districts in Minnesota if they put tampons and menstrual products in boys' bathrooms. All 20 said no. Why? Because that's not what the bill says. That's not what it says. Most schools nowadays also have gender neutral bathrooms. That's also where the those products go.
And that's the type of America that I'm looking to get away from, and that's why I'm voting for
Why they're
a
working.
Republican or somebody that doesn't want a gender neutral bathroom. I think that's weird, especially if I want to have kids one day. I think that's awkward. Like, hey,
you know what you should be worried about? How about you worry about the fact that, like, when I had to change when I was in
Hey,
school,
honey, yeah,
like,
don't worry
I had to
about that.
see
Yeah,
the
he just got
ass
his
cheeks
balls
of
out.
another person. Why don't we fucking have individualized changing rooms for everything as it relates to these scenarios?
You want to have so if you have a kid, you would.
Why don't you worry about something like that? Why do you think that's weird?
Huh?
Why do you think it's weird the fact that you'd have to change in front of people like that? That we don't have changing rooms. Why don't you think it's? Why don't you think it's? I appreciate the hint. Thank you so much. Why don't you think it's
In
weird?
a men's locker room.
Why
Or
don't
a
you think it's
women's locker
weird
room?
that Donald Trump likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
sure
Do
he
you want to
said
hear him say it?
Of teenage girls, I walk in there because I own the place.
Because it was Miss Teen USA. Because people came out and specifically said at these events they would come up and see him. Try to like look at people. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. And he also said it
I
himself.
think a lot of things are like clickbaited in a way where it's like, you know, they don't show the whole thing, and then you guys just like, oh, he said this, but you watch the whole entire like audio of it.
Yeah, go watch the whole audio. It makes you look worse.
Does it?
Yep. You want to hear it?
I don't think so, bro. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think Kamala is gonna do it.
You're fucking voting for weirdos.
Well,
JD
like I
Vance
said,
and Donald
if
Trump.
there
You're
wa-
voting
if there
for
wa-
weirdos.
Okay, so explain why why would JD Vance be a weirdo? Because his mom was addicted to drugs, and he came from a low class.
No. Hold up. No, that's
Like,
not
you
why
don't
he's
think his
weird.
story's pretty
You want to
good,
know
bro?
why he's weird? He's weird. He's weird because he says that the entire party, the world or the U.S. is controlled by childless cat ladies. That's why he's weird, right?
That doesn't sound like it's something weird.
That is really fucking weird.
Also, have you seen and who we're talking about
in a little boy's bathroom?
No. Wait, hold on. Is it weird? Is it weird also when MAGA supporters are at rallies carrying around fake
bandages,
fake cum of JD Vance?
Yes!
Because they're
fucking
making
weird.
No, Parker. It's actually worse because
I
they're
know.
making fun of the fact that Tim Walz and his wife had trouble conceiving their daughter, and so they're making fun of the fact that apparently he has like bad swimmers or something, which is not true. Just that they had trouble, and so they're carrying around fake a cum of JD Vance, and it says a JD Vance
So
family
weird.
kit on it. That's not weird.
Okay, I've never seen that, but I think that there's weird people on both sides to just say you're weird, like a little 9-year-old like kid. Like I think that's
come on! Trump has said way worse.
That's a new
Trump,
Democrat
Trump
word of the
is
day.
the king
It's
of
weird
this
and
shit. Don't give me
convicted
that
felon.
bullshit.
You know, also JD Vance said, "Are you racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I think JD Vance is way more of an American dream than.
Are you racist? Do you hate Mexicans?" That was a literal ad that he started out with.
Yeah, and I don't think he's
You think
racist
Tim
because
Walz
he has
is
an
not
Indian
an American
wife.
dream either? A boy who was born into
His
a low
wife is
middle class
Indian.
family in Nebraska, who joined the military at 17 without anybody telling him that he had to, who gave 24 years to his country when no one asked to, who then went to service in Congress and then became governor. JD Vance also has served honorably. He's done a good thing and he's risen up the ranks. I'm calling him weird because his ideas and his beliefs are weird, not because the way he grew up is weird. Okay, so it's his policies
talking about-
and his beliefs that are weird.
You don't think it's weird that Tampon Tim lied about his
because
ranking?
we just debunked your fucking Tampon Tim thing. We just debunked it, and you can't
you didn't,
clap
bro.
back
You-
on it. You can
He's
go
so mad. He's so mad. Look at this little kid. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for Shaw. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for him. Alyssa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Nah, I honestly,
You're fucking
I think,
weird.
Oh, that's
You
nice.
need some baby bottles.
We already debunked this thing
I'm weird.
like 10 minutes ago.
I was never insulting you guys. I don't think that's nice
We haven't
to
insulted
say.
you.
I'm
Okay,
We
weird.
haven't insulted you.
He just said I'm weird.
Yeah, you just did some weird shit. Maureen, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That wasn't me. That wasn't my conversation with Charlie Kirk, but that was Parker Short. I'm not even at the DNC. They didn't even invite
Different
me.
Parker, different Parker.
Different
also,
Parker.
I'm not a sexist at all. But listen, I'm not a sexist. But people from other countries are, and they would never take Kamala Harris serious as a woman president.
What countries
Oh, okay. So,
talking about?
yeah, what countries are you referencing?
Like maybe Iran, China.
And we care about their
Russia.
opinions. Why?
Huh?
And we care about their opinions. Why?
Because when you need to make trade agreements or like some type of deals, or even like trying to talk about like pulling out of the Russia or Ukraine, like, you know what I mean, like trying to help with certain policies.
Wait, so I have a question. Do you think that if people are racist, there shouldn't be a black leader?
No, I think we had a black leader, and I think
but if what would you say that people being racist? Do you think people being racist?
I don't like about the Democrats.
Do you think people being racist is a good reason to not vote for someone who is black?
I didn't hear what you said.
Do you think people being racist is a good reason to not vote for someone who's black?
No, I think we already have a lot of black mayors, and I think
Emily,
we have
give
a
me
lot.
$2. But wouldn't
And I think
oh,
we had
okay. Oh, there are a lot of women leaders. There are a lot of women who are leaders around the world.
Who have done, by the way, great responses to the people who you mentioned. Some of them have been extremely strong on that front. Unlike Donald, when he like went to,
be honest, bro, I would think that
in Helsinki was like, Putin says it didn't happen, so it must not have happened.
Connor, thank you for the $2 from the DNC. Thank you so
I
much.
don't like Hillary Clinton. I think she would have done a better job as president than Kamala Harris would.
What?
I don't think Kamala Harris would be good as president. I think she was ranked the worst vice president in history before she.
What? By who? By who?
By
who?
By Donald Trump?
By CNN polls.
That's not
Who the
true.
fuck? What?
Look it up. Look it up.
No, there is no fucking way that Kamala Harris was.
She was ranked the worst vice president in history.
Worst vice president ever. That's bro.
That is the craziest thing to say.
Joe Biden told her, "Hey, I'm giving you a tough job. Your job is to look."
No, you literally heard that from Trump's mouth, and you're running with it. Trump says everyone is the worst. Trump said that Biden was the worst vice president ever. Trump said that Biden was the worst president ever. That Obama was the worst president ever. He recycles the same arguments over and over. Think of the
Why don't you
handouts.
look it up? You like facts. Why don't you look it up?
We are.
It was a thing that CNN put out.
You're covering your mic, by the way. You're covering your mic, by the way.
Vice president in history.
You're covering your mic, by the way.
Yeah, I know the list that you're talking about, and Biden is not anywhere near the bottom of those lists. Like, not anywhere near.
Kamala Harris was the worst on the list.
No.
Yes, as the worst vice president in history.
No.
Look it up.
I promise you that's not true. Then
As voted by who?
Okay. I
Give me
can
a
send it
source.
to
Give me
you.
a source. That's fucking disgusting.
How am I going to give you a source? What do you think I am? A Wikipedia thing? Oh, it's www. And how am I going to do that? I said you can look it up. Where it's there's a bunch of news medias, how they all repeat themselves, and they put out a thing where.
Wait, I have a question. Is she worse than Mike Pence?
I don't think Mike Pence was bad.
Oh, okay. So, but he's not supporting Trump now.
That's fine. I like Trump. I think he did a lot of good things, but I also like.
Can you name me one good thing Mike Pence did?
Like I said, like I'm saying, I'm not like where you are.
Can you name me one good thing Mike Pence did?
You can't even say the Afghanistan withdrawal was bad.
Can you name me one good thing Mike Pence did?
I don't really know what his job entitlement was as vice president.
So I went to Google and I typed in Harris versus VP CNN poll. What?
I don't know. He was like rolling his eyes, and I said, I don't really know what his
No, you don't know anything that he did. So don't even get me started on what vice president.
I want to find this.
What did he do?
Mysterious poll that
he certified the election results.
Yeah, W.
That's the only thing I really know about him.
Bruh.
Yeah, I just know him as his running mate. That's all I really know.
And yet you still think that he was better than Kamala Harris, and yet you have no clue.
Because I know that Kamala Harris was ordered, gave instructions to look after the border, and she didn't do a great job at that.
What was her authority over the border?
I don't know the exact quote that Biden told her. You could look it up where he's like, I'm giving you a tough job. You think you can handle it? And like that was her thing, to look over the border, to be the border czar pretty much. And the border's not looking too good.
So what authority?
What authority?
Yeah.
Biden told her to look after the border.
No. The question is, what constitutional or statutory authority does she have to look over the border?
Like a rank or something like that? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
What constitutional or statutory authority does the vice president have to look over the border, to monitor, to fix whatever word you want to use over the border? Because I know what the statute says, and I know who actually looks over the border. So I'm asking you, what statute, what provision of the Constitution did Joe Biden rely on that made Vice President Harris this like border czar?
She was told to look over the border with all the illegal immigration. I don't understand what you're asking me. So I'm just telling you what I heard.
Yeah, and you heard wrong, because there is no constitutional or a statutory authority. It doesn't exist. Joe Biden.
Then why did Biden give it to her?
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
He put her in charge of going to Central America, to 3 countries that were sending the most at the time, to try to get private investments to build up those countries so that those migrants will not want to come to the United States. And by the way, she succeeded. She got $4.2 billion worth of investments to go to those 3 countries. That was her job. That was
Yo, Margaret, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Margaret in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. It's always good to see you, Margaret. Can we get some W's for Margaret in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just know she was the border czar, and she didn't do a good job at that. I think it's horrible.
I just told you why she wasn't the border czar. That's something.
Yeah, bro, like literally just like programmed bot response.
Biden gave her that responsibility when he became
Look at this programmed bot response. Look at him.
Yeah, no, he gave her that responsibility, and you can look that up too, where Biden says, "Hey, I'm giving you the."
Yes, I have looked it up. I have seen the White House guidance, the letter, whatever you want to call it, and it says nothing about border czar. It doesn't use that word, by the way.
He doesn't give that word exactly, but he said, "I'm
specifically
you're going to be looking after the border." Or something like that. I don't know the exact word, but he said it's a tough job. You think you can handle it?
No, it says
she did her little hyena laugh that she does. You imagine hearing that for 4 years, like the Joker.
Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad.
Once they can't win policy, then they go.
No, dude, I just don't want to go.
You said I don't insult people, but then you just insulted her. You're a joker, bro.
Once they can't answer the question on policy, then they have to go to the sexism and the misogyny and things like that. Because I don't like her laugh. Oh, give me a fucking break. When's the last time you saw Donald Trump laugh or smile? The guy has no soul, even though souls don't exist. But.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw Melania around Trump happy? I haven't. I still have yet to see it. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Melania didn't even go to Melania.
I haven't. Has anyone seen that?
I haven't seen her either. She's like fucking gone.
She doesn't like him.
No, and I can't blame her.
Remember when she dodged a kiss from? I appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much, Bree. Dodged a kiss from Trump at the RNC.
My favorite one is when he's walking on the tarmac with her, and he goes to hold her hand, and she like swipes it away like really quickly. it's the funniest shit. She just like does this quick like swipe away.
Dude, it's because he's deplorable.
Yeah. She knows it. And Char, you're muted, so you can unmute.
Dude, that might be one of my favorite videos. Honestly.
Yeah, it is. Like, he's walking, and it just like, and you can just see like on his face, his like.
Melania is so real for that.
Why was I even muted?
I muted you because you were talking over me.
What was I saying?
What was I saying?
Because you were talking over me.
Oh.
What?
It's kind of weird, like, to silence me if I'm talking.
Ah, you're so mad, dude. Can we get some baby bottles?
Silence you when you talk over me. Yes.
Let's get some baby bottles in the chat. This guy, bro.
Yeah, but like I said, like, you don't think that if Trump didn't go through the pandemic, you would sing a whole different tune about him?
No, I didn't like Trump back in like 2010. Like,
well, everybody liked Trump back in 2010.
No one.
Matt just told you that he didn't. Like, what?
I didn't, and many people didn't.
He's lying. Everybody did. He was the American dream.
No,
Obama, your hero, Obama said the American dream is to be Donald Trump.
I dislike Donald Trump the moment that he started that racist claim about Obama.
Stop with the whole racist thing, dude. He's not racist at all.
He is racist.
100% not racist. Nobody thought that. He was best friends with Oprah. She was going to be his running mate when they were talking about running.
that somehow makes him not racist.
He's done so much for the black community.
Like what?
More, like
he didn't rent to them. He did so much.
And all time, the prison reform. I think that's good for the black community.
What prison reform?
His prison reform policy.
What was that?
You could ask him who got Trump to actually put it into like policy. But there's one person who he listened to. Do you know who that person was?
More people were off Social Security. More people were off food stamps and Social Security under his administration too. That's another.
Yeah, it's because they were taken off.
No, they weren't taken off. That's a lie. Don't spread false information. That's not true.
Really? So you don't think anyone was taken off under Republicans?
No, you're not allowed to do that. That's not a real thing. You can't. Nobody.
You're not allowed to cut spending. That's what Republicans have been advocating for and doing.
Yeah, but you can't do that. It was the same thing. It was more people off that because there was more jobs created.
So you can do it. You just lied.
They didn't do that.
Really?
What is your proof that says that he did?
I got you. Give me 1 second.
So there's accomplishment, and you have to say that there was a reason behind his accomplishment.
No accomplishment. No. So
$10 saying I hated Trump since the Looney Tune days.
Yeah, so based. I got you. Yeah. So right here, I have an article. The Trump administration moves to restrict food access. The Farm Bill protected. That's the New York Times article. Trump administration moves to restrict food stamp access. The Farm Bill protected. That's from 2018.
What were the reasoning behind it? Like, what were the qualifications? Like, was there certain qualifications for it or something like that they were moving?
They changed the qualifications, which restricts people's access.
Okay, but maybe some of those qualifications were good. Like, the qualifications I think that should be put in place is that I think people should receive drug tests in order.
So he minimizes access, and he's like, "Oh, less people were on it." Literally cuts. Dude, this is Republicans. Hold up, I just gotta do this real quick. This is Republicans. They're like, under our administration, 1 million less people were on food stamps. Why did that happen, sir? Because we took them off it. Jesus Christ, bro.
I think there was qualifications for it, and there should be qualifications for it. And I think those qualifications are still put in effect. and Biden didn't remove any of those, and more people are back on those things. So it's the same policies there.
And that Biden giving food to people.
Wait, what'd
So
you say,
the-
Matt? Go for it again.
Huh?
What'd you say, Matt?
I just said, damn that Biden giving food to people.
Yeah, no, it was the same
Yeah,
policies.
let's
put
look
in
at Tim
place
Walz.
under
What did
Biden.
Tim Walz do?
Biden
I'm
didn't
thinking of a
change
bill
anything
right
of that.
now. I'm thinking of a bill right now of some policy that Tim Walz did that fed people. I wonder what that is.
So evil.
So evil, so that's socialism. They're really feeding the kids. We should not allow for that socialism. It's so bad. They're so liberal. The radical liberals. They're trying to feed children. They want to give them free school lunch. Free.
Have you seen a picture of
Who's
Tim
going to pay
Walz
for that?
with all the kids that are happy and everything?
Those
And then
Republicans that did
picture
that stuff too.
Huckabee Sanders and the two kids next door that look like they're from the fucking Children of the Corn. It's such a good photo to show the two powerful departments.
Maybe we should restrict those kids from having a hot meal. I don't think they should. Elena, I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Maybe that's too communist. Too communist for me. I'm not looking for communism.
I think anybody that's in a political party done things like that. I don't think that's that impressive.
And breakfast. Oh my God. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to do it? I can't do it. They're so liberal. I can't do it. They're dangerously liberal.
No, I don't think so. Besides, I think Bill Clinton would have been a good liberal president, a Democrat president, if he didn't put the NAFTA in effect. But other than that, I think he would have had a good presidency.
Can you tell me one piece of NAFTA that you disagree with?
The foreign trade thing? I think that's not good for economics.
What part of the trade? You don't think foreign trade is good?
Not the way it was done, the way he had it out. Even Hillary Clinton,
can you name one aspect of the trade policy that you disagree with?
That it was a failed thing.
Can you name me one policy? Name one part of the trade policy you disagree with?
Do you agree with it? Do you think it was a good thing?
Do I think what was okay?
Do you think the NAFTA trade deal was a good thing?
No. The point I'm asking you specifically is what part do you disagree with it? Because I'm not sure you even know what part you disagree with.
I think it was the percentage or anything. I read it a long time ago, so but I remember reading it and yeah, that's a horrible thing. I read it a while ago, so I don't really remember all that it entails, but I just remember it not being great. And the only reason I really heard about NAFTA was during the whole debates back in the day with Hillary, and even when
it's
she was
bad because
just
Donald Trump said it was bad.
No, even Hillary Clinton said it was bad. His own wife.
But you don't know what part of it's bad.
I looked it up a while ago, 2016 is when I looked it up. So I don't really remember exactly what all it entails, but I remember it being not good. And even Hillary Clinton.
It's bad. It's just not good.
I don't remember, dude. It was 2016. So explain what you think is good about it.
Well, I'm not claiming NAFTA is good, but you were claiming it's bad, and you have no reason to believe it's bad.
Because I don't remember exactly, but I know NAFTA wasn't a good thing under thing. But I even said, I think he would have been had a good presidency if it wasn't for that.
Okay, I have a question.
So I can admit that you can't you don't ever I don't know if it's a Democrat thing. If there was a good or a bad person under the office, whether it's red or blue, I would admit when it wasn't the right fit. I don't think Kamala Harris would be good. I don't know who you guys could have if it wasn't her. But that's about it. I think the Democrat Party is just really weak right now. I think they need to get some new blood in there.
Okay.
We have a deep bench of. Oh, sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're good. No, I was free. I was like that position. We need to get some new blood. We just got a new candidate. Like
we
what?
we have tons of new blood. Like when people were talking about who would replace.
Like I know you guys are. I know you're really on like Kamala Harris. Like,
why are you interrupting me? Thank you. When people were talking about who would replace Joe Biden, they brought up numerous names of people, young people, who could potentially do it if Harris was not chosen. And they had like 5 to 10 people that have like a bright future in Democratic politics. We have a deep bench, so like this is not like anything. So I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, I haven't seen anybody that looks appealing.
Yeah, because you don't like probably read the news.
Like Obama, I would admit he was very charismatic and like he was a good talker. I think that he was a little bit of a warmonger, a little bit, but he was definitely a good cheerleader for the country for sure.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Trump, 90 million votes. Jesus Christ. You actually think Trump's going to get 90 million votes?
No, get or did. He probably thinks that Trump like should have gotten it or something.
They're not joining.
Yeah, typical.
Typical MAGA. MAGA Mobile not joining in. By the way, everyone, we're going to be here for like the next week because I got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence on my other account. Yo, Sharp, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you.
Yeah, you Galaxy.
All right. Let's try another person. All right. We'll X these people out. No one's loading because they've all got MAGA Mobile. Yo, it's up. How old are you? Thank you for the superpower. Thank you. How old are you? Hello? Nice. This is real fun, like when it takes a really long time for people to join in. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up.
I'm watching the DNC right now, and I'm trying to see if I spot anybody that I know. I'm trying to see if I see Harry or anything.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jesus.
Where?
Bro, I said where. It's crazy. He's rising.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Jesus Christ. There's no... Everyone's like not loading in. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yeah, how old are you?
40.
You voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Look what's going on in the country the last 3.5 years.
Okay, what specifically?
You're not driving, are you?
In half a mile, use the left lane to take the I-20 east.
That was the greatest thing ever.
Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Jesus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, but I do want to say something. The guy, like 2 people ago, like I will say, like a flaw in what he said was like, I do think the Dems do have Josh Shapiro as a good bench candidate. I do think he's like relatively moderate compared to most. Like I think he's a good orator. So like I will not say that they have like a weak bench. And like I do think he was horrible debater. So I want to establish that. I watch you a lot, by the way. So you're a good debater. I will give you that. But primarily why I vote for Trump is like I will admit a lot of like stuff policy wise, like you have exposed to me, like people don't really look at their own candidate's policy. They spend a lot more time bashing the other side. But like my big thing is like when I look at Kamala's policy, I'm a finance guy. And I just see a lot of the stuff. I'm like, you know, we're operating at a $1.2 trillion deficit roughly when it comes to the what we spend federally versus what our tax revenues bring in. So my general concern is that with some of these policies we talk about with like housing credits, stuff like that, we're not going to really be able to afford to do it. So it's just going to like cause more inflation than when we're currently at. But I will admit, sorry, I talk a lot. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That's good. I got a few things to say that. I think that Trump's policy is inflationary. I'll get into that. But Trump also added more to the debt. 8.4 trillion under his administration, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so like if we do look at like the history that they have, less under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
And also, by the way, I just want to say, Harris did propose today a mechanism to help pay for what she talked about. Trump has not done that. Trump has proposed tariffs like across the board, and we know that the taxes that will come into that will be substantially less, and he has not told us how he would make up for that lost revenue. He just says it and then just expects people to like not question it, whereas Harris actually just today came out with a proposal to begin the process of at least paying for what she's talking about.
Right. No, and I mean, like, you know, if you go and like read like through their campaign platforms, like, you know, there's obviously a lot of like low level stuff that's just put out there that's like, you know, for on a surface level for people to read. But like when you look at it like at a high level, right, like I think the general assumption with like the tariff policy is that if you look at like what he's kind of ran on before, it's, oh, let's bring more jobs home, let's boost GDP, whatever, right? So I think the assumption is...
No, he wants an overall tariff.
What? Sorry, what?
He wants a 10% overall tariff on every country coming in the country.
Yeah,
right?
like
on every good.
all imported goods, right? Essentially.
Yeah. And then 60 to 100% on China.
Yeah, and like
now that would cause inflation.
Yeah, well, objectively, right? Like that's not going to be like a really, really, really good policy at all, and I don't even think that'll get through. I do think, from the standpoint of like what I'm saying is like, obviously, if you increase tariffs on like imported goods, that will imply like U.S. companies that are importing goods from other countries. Like, if you follow what I'm saying.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
Like, so like if you're a U.S. company, like let's say you're Nike, right, and you have a quota of like 50,000 of a certain product in a factory in China, and then they want to import those goods, like that is considered an imported good from another country, even though it's an American company. So I think the general assumption is you want to bring more American jobs home because it won't be profitable or smart for those companies to be doing it out of country or like internationally, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, so the point that you're saying is that it's going to bring more people home. Sure, but it's going to cause a massive increase in prices.
Yeah, like especially, yeah, especially on like I totally, and like here's the thing is like, while I may like disagree with like, you know, Kamala's policies and stuff like that, I don't at all think like, you know, we're talking about, like I said, we have in 2023 at least, we had a $1.2 trillion deficit. Like, not the obvious total like deficit. I'm talking about like our deficit between like revenue versus expenses in the federal government. But like any policy that we make, unfortunately, like if you look, it's either going to be increased taxes to make up for that, or we're going to have to drive up like GDP, to drive up jobs, to drive up wages, which then that percentage of tax will actually take out more of the income. You get what I mean, right? Like you don't up the tax, but like your income goes from 100,000 to 200,000. Obviously that's a way inflated number, but like if the government was taking out 35%, it's going to go from 35,000 to 70,000 in revenue. But the bigger problem for me like with it is just like, it's either that or you have to be the bad guy that comes in and says, oh, we're going to cut expenses, or we're just never going to solve our deficit issue. And I don't see, when I look at Kamala's policies from the past, like she is a very big advocate for spending money on a lot of like super big deals, which you could argue long-term they're great ideas. But in my opinion, I think it's going to cause more damage to the economy than, I guess, more harm than good.
So again, you're saying like, how are we going to balance the budget? We're going to have a worse like sort of scenario with Trump in office. Trump has given no plan to pay for anything. Kamala Harris has.
Yeah, well, so like, and I mean, this is the thing too, right? Is like we could go in roundabout circles on like if cutting down certain things is a good thing. And I'm not even talking about Trump's platform because like I'll even admit, like you have exposed to me through like listening to you and other people debate on here. Like people don't look enough at their own candidates' policies. They instead of look at what they hate about the opposing candidates' policies. I guess like to me, like I see the platform that the Republicans have been kind of running on. And by the way, I would consider myself a conservative, not a Republican. Like, I think attaching yourself to a party is stupid. But the thing I see is like a lot of like, okay, we like the whole drain the swamp thing, so to speak, which like obviously I'm not saying that that's a great idea, but I'm talking about like cutting down government agencies and institutions, like trying to like reduce their influence. Obviously that's going to reduce our expenses to those departments, which I think is part of the issue. And I also, sorry I speak a lot, but I do think that we have a problem too with over-regulation at the moment, where like we've regulated things to a certain point where now these people are looking for more things to regulate because it's their job, but it's kind of becoming more harmful than it is helpful.
Okay. I'm not really seeing why you're voting Trump.
Oh, I mean, like I said, like, I'm definitely not coming to you with like all the policies of his that I love. And like I said, like that's a total issue with what people do. I'm talking about just purely on like, I don't like what I see currently from the Democratic side when they talk about things like Green New Deal, when they talk about things like.
Say that. What do you like from the Republican side?
I do like, and like I said, if you ask me the policy that they have in place to do it or whatever, I'm going to tell you, like, I don't have my facts researched on it, but from what I've heard speaking wise, when it comes to like the platform of wanting to reduce like some of these government institutions and stuff like that, like cutting down on IRS agents, potentially reducing the influence of the Department of Education, like stuff like that. Like, I do think that that is probably more helpful than what the Democrats are pushing out. I mean, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you think tax cuts are more beneficial? So the tax cuts specifically, you said, wait, did you say less education?
No, not less education. I generally feel like, for example, like if you were like, did you watch like the Musk, Trump, like,
I think he's much, not fully. Like,
Okay.
like what specifically were you saying?
Oh, so like I'm saying, like if you want to talk about like cutting down in,
You want to cut the Department of Education?
Obviously not in its entirety. I think that that's a horrible idea, just to cut an entire department, which I know that's what he said, so don't get me there. I don't think they'll actually be able to obliterate a whole department. But like, do you get what I'm saying with like, I guess like overwrite, like let's say,
Well, part of it then.
So like, okay, I'll give a better example. So like, have you ever seen the, I'm assuming you know Vivek and Mark Cuban?
Yeah.
Okay. You've seen them speak before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like they had a conversation the other day, right? And they were kind of going back and forth on DEI at a high level. And like when they were talking about like specific policies that have to do with like diversity, equity, and inclusion that have been put in by the government, they had this like whole concept where they kind of went back and forth on, like once you reach a certain point with something, does it become more helpful than it is harmful? Like, because in the past, like if you had discrimination in a place, you would want to go and like potentially help people break into the workforce because we had a racism issue, especially like in the 1960s with the civil rights movement, all that. But now you get to a point where it's like 2020. I'm not saying racism is solved. I mean, that's obviously there's a lot of racist people out there still, but I'm saying I think that at this point now with like DEI policies, you're actually hurting the workforce more than you're helping it. And my argument
Policy specifically.
So when they come through with like these so it obviously trickles down from like government institution to like investment bank to wherever. But when you come in with these like, they're not quotas, they're more like target goals of like certain like hiring measures.
Which one specifically?
In terms of what hiring measures?
Yeah.
Like when a company feels the influence to want to say like, oh, okay, we want to reach
I'm talking from the federal government scope.
Well, because from the federal government, it comes from a funding standpoint, right? Like if you come from like CalPERS, like California Pension Fund, going to funds like having 50% of their money invested into an investment bank, and then that investment bank comes down and says, hey, we have this agreement, they have this agreement, and then they like push it on to like companies that they're invested in, such as like Apple or whatever.
I'm sorry, I didn't really follow you at all there.
All right, no worries. I guess I'm trying to think of a better way to explain it. Do you know CalPERS or no?
No.
Okay, CalPERS is essentially like the California like pension fund. So what you like, and that's a government institution. It does have federal backing and state backing, but CalPERS will basically come down and they'll say something like, okay, we're going to invest 50% of our government granted money into like an investment bank, such as like a BlackRock or like whatever. They will go and have these meetings and stuff and say, hey, if you don't perform these certain measures, we're not going to invest in you. And the reason why they do that with them is because then they can trickle it down onto other companies.
I'm confused how the relevance of this.
So my point is that I think that we have an issue institutionally right now with like higher government like agencies essentially coming down with their influence because they've kind of overregulated.
They've you haven't. Where the hell did we get to here from? I'm so confused, dude. I feel like I'm asking you questions, and I feel like we're like moving on to like things that are not relevant to the questions I'm asking.
I think he's just saying. I mean, Brandon,
I'm really
you're just saying that you just don't like DEI. Is that what you're just saying?
Like, I'm not hearing anything specific in relation to my questions. Like, I asked you for like a specific policy that you disagreed with, and I still haven't heard one.
From Trump or from Kamala?
You said DEI policy that you disagree with.
Oh, I'm talking like just like target quotas.
Okay, which target quota?
Well, they're different. They vary from company. Like there's not like a specific target quota. I mean,
so what federal policy supports any type of quota that you're referencing that you disagree with?
From a federal policy standpoint?
Yeah, from a federal policy standpoint.
There's not necessarily an exact federal policy.
Okay. Tressa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tressa. Is there anything that you, like, any reason why you want to vote for Trump over Harris?
Probably messaging from party to party.
Messaging.
What is that? Because I do, I do generally think that, like, and do you agree or disagree with this? Like, when you vote for a candidate, to some degree, you're voting for the party.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like obviously like, you know, like Kamala or Trump or who, you know, you can insert whatever candidate you want. The party will have a platform itself. And then because of, you know, I mean, we understand that. So my point being is I have recently in my life, like come to find that like when I see like a lot of the Democrat policy, it seems like it's almost kind of hopeless sometimes. Like it's like, it comes from like a point of like people feeling very like almost like trapped, if that makes sense. Like almost like they feel like there's no hope in the world, or like everyone has kind of come out to like get them. And like, if they
don't know what policy or what proposal you're looking at, what I see is a party, and I'm not a fan of Democrats like but the Democratic Party has always been a party of the future. They always they see problems because they believe fundamentally, like I do. We believe that the country can aspire to be great, but it's not there yet. That there's always something that needs to be fixed, and so therefore the best way to do that is to utilize the power of the government along with the private sector to be able to marshal the greatness of the American people to be able to fix those problems. The Republicans are mainly kind of laissez-faire. They don't really want to do anything. They're kind of like, I don't really care. Democrats are always looking forward. I see joy. I see hope. I see a plan for the future. I don't know what you're like looking at.
So like, yeah. So from my perspective, what I see a lot of is like, it's almost like this messaging of like telling people like they feel like they're incapable. Like that's how I kind of see it. Like, and it's not that I always see it that way. Like I totally like agree with you. Like there have been a lot of great Democrat and great Republican presidents in history. And like, I would be willing to name plenty of them off, but the issue for me is like currently when I look at the platform, it's like, you know, it's almost like, oh, like, so like, for example, like too, like we have like a total crises in like jobs and stuff like that, like, or not jobs, but like where people are feeling like a lack of purpose in work, or like they can't afford a home and all that stuff. And it seems like the solution is always throw more money into it from like a government aid standpoint instead of like invigorating people and like boosting the economy in a way that like encourages people to feel like they can go get to it themselves.
So just like tell people, oh, you can do it.
No, I mean, obviously it's not that simple, but like, I think so, it's
like,
about
like,
kind of,
what are you, I don't know what you're referencing.
So I'm saying from a messaging standpoint, like if I constantly tell you like, oh, like, you're broke, you need the government to like give you money, like we've screwed, like, you've been getting screwed, like let's give more money, but then we're operating at a deficit.
Yeah, because Democrats believe in the idea that you can pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but it's hard to do that when you have no boots. So we are telling people who don't have their boots that we're going to provide them the boots so that they can then pick up themselves and be able to lift. That's the basic idea.
Yeah, I understand. No, I like I said, like the reason you guys are able to have a channel like that, or I should say this is Parker's channel, right? But like
no, it's my channel actually. No.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. I apologize.
No, that's a joke. That's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay. No. So
Parker's going to excommunicate me.
It's because like these issues aren't simple, but like that's why it's like the country's in a very divisive state because people see it from these two different perspectives, and then it's like you basically end up in this position where like people are just screaming at each other instead of like looking at like what's going on. And like I do think people have reason to feel kind of hopeless and like they need help, but I feel like the messaging continuously probably. And I don't want to say it's all since the 1900s, but probably like post 2000 has been a lot of like, oh, we're going to spend more, we're going to give you more money, we're going to give you more money to encourage people to feel like, oh, the Democrats got my back. And then it's like when you really look like, I don't ever feel like anything has really been helped. And I mean, like, as far as like investment portfolios and stuff have gone, like my investment portfolio has completely been stagnant underneath the Biden administration. Like that's not helping my future. Like my 401k has not gone up very much at all.
I mean, the market's been going up, so I don't know what the point is there. But I'll ask you like a specific question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual assault?
I've heard you ask this before. Look, I have not looked at that case. I'm going to go and look at it after this. I've never seen it on the news. I'm surprised I've never seen it on the news.
It's been on the news.
Kenny, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Kenny.
I watched the news.
Is this the one? Could you refresh? Like I said, you guys know your policy way better. You guys do this all the time. Was this the one that happened in Georgia? Is this the court case in Georgia, or which one is this?
No, New York.
This is a New York case?
Yes.
Okay, and who is this under?
This is E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, I've never heard the case, so I'll go look at it. And you said it's a civil case, or it's a federal? It's a civil case.
Yeah, so like before knowing anything about it, like would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury for sexually assaulting a woman?
If he is held civilly liable, and when I look at that case myself and I'm like, yep, that's complete civil liability, I would totally be like, okay, yeah, that's not a good thing to vote for.
So you wouldn't vote for them?
Because here's the thing, if I go look at that case and I say, okay, yeah, he totally did it, then yeah, I wouldn't vote.
No, but like just knowing that he's been held civilly liable.
No, because I don't have a lot of faith in the court system right at this moment. But
so like, for example, like if someone was held civilly liable of sexual assault, would you like befriend them?
No. That's not really the type of company I prefer to hang out with.
If you wouldn't befriend them, why would you want them running the country?
Well, all right. So, like I said, the guy you had on like 2 people ago, like his points were completely incoherent. So, like, I'm not going to even like pretend that he had a good argument for any of that. But like, my thing with it is like, I think that and this is another problem with the country right now, is you have this very divided state where people aren't fully trusting in the court system, fully trusting in the media. And I do see it kind of go in both directions. Like I've seen recently a lot of things that like Republicans have been screaming for years. Oh, did I get muted up? Oh, no, sorry. A lot of them have been screaming for years. Now Democrats are kind of screaming back because it's like there's this total lack of trust in the like system because they feel like it's rigged against their candidate. My personal opinion is, I haven't looked at the case. If there's, because I think you said like, right, there's like documentation from like a psychologist in like the 90s or something, psychiatrist.
Yeah, there's
and 2 of her friends and a dress that had male DNA on it, and Trump was like, no, I don't want to give my DNA. He waited 2 years and said no, and then at the last minute, like, okay, yes, I will, but the judge is like, no, you want to do this because you want to stall, so I'm not going to allow it in because it's just a stalling tactic. I think what you have to ask yourself, right, is look at the case, but pretend that the defendant's name is not Donald Trump. Okay, pretend that it's John Smith from, down the street, right? And apply those same facts to that person. And if you would be convinced of those facts for John Smith, then you should be convinced of those facts for Donald Trump.
Correct. No, I completely understand what you're saying.
Have there been falsely accused people of acts of
We're not disputing that there's been false accusals, right? But the point
Low
we're making is
rates.
that it is a very low likelihood. The likelihood of a false report is 2 to 10%. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 90 to 98% likely that you're accurate if you assume that it's true.
So there's
Just off
there
of
is
a
a
report.
chance, right? There is a chance.
What?
There is a chance.
There is
that
a
there's
percent
false
likelihood that it's wrong, but it's a very low percent.
Okay, so in the case of E. Jean versus Trump, she was sexually assaulted in the 1990s, correct?
Yes.
96 or 7, somewhere in there. And then she stated that she told her therapist during that time of the events that went on. So the only record of what went on is based on this therapist's writing.
And 2 friends who wrote about it in a diary.
And 2 friends that wrote about it in a diary. So, so so obviously they said in the investigation that they looked at the therapist's notes and they said there could have been reasonable enough evidence to say that he did it. But there was no that it seems like there was just enough to say he did it, correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean by just enough. Do you mean like
It was a jury case, right? Correct or no?
Yeah, unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people. 2 of them were likely Republican.
Oh, I mean, I would imagine if it was 9 people, there's got to be 1 in there, right? Like,
yeah. So the point is that if it's unanimous, that the likelihood of it being biased is very low, especially when the decision didn't have to be unanimous.
So, and also this court is this case is in appeals as well. Obviously, through a bunch of high-profile cases, it goes to appeals. So what happens, right? This goes to appeals, and then after everything's all said and done, it goes away. He wins the appeal.
Wait, so what is he going to appeal on?
That it's not. It was.
He's going to appeal probably that there wasn't enough evidence, I would imagine, or that it could have been fabricated, and it's going to become, the simplest of things, which is is there enough to actually prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah. So what's the reasonable doubt in the case?
Well,
the appeal process is due to the legal challenges and the outcome of the initial verdict.
What is it?
It's an appeals primarily due to the legal challenges and the outcomes related to the initial verdict.
Yeah, but what is the basis for appeal?
You can appeal, if you were to get tried civilly, you can just appeal the case.
Yeah, but what's the legitimate basis for appeal?
The initial verdict, the Trump's appeal, Carroll's ongoing case, and the appeals process.
There is no legitimate basis for appeal there. I'm saying the what is there that's going to make it so that it's going to be fully appealed?
You want to know what if I think it's going to win the appeal process?
No, what is specifically there that is going to let them fully be able to go through with the appeal? What is the sufficient reason to limit this?
You could look it up, but then it says, as my research is showing me in front of me, that she had originally claimed that Trump, you can't say the R word here on TikTok, right? So he initially raped her. But that they did not find that in the case.
Yes. But
so the claim was Trump did one thing and they switched it to something else.
Well, no, there's different delineations of SA, great being the highest.
Yes.
They did not find that under the New York law at the time that she met the burden of the definition of great. Okay, so but they did find that she met the a burden for SA. However, the judge made clear that under a colloquial sense, it's clear that by the definition that it is great. Because I consider, and I think anybody considers, that when you insert any digit, no matter what it is, into a female, then or into anybody, that's great.
Now, I'm not challenging that.
Also, it's important to acknowledge. It's also important to acknowledge that they don't actually judge what happened in the case, whether or not it's true. The jury determination is not what they overview in terms of the appeals court. So they wouldn't appeal on the basis of an incorrect jury determination.
Can I ask you guys a question? Sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So, like, do you guys feel, or like, would you agree or disagree with the statement that like both sides of the aisle are using like some degree of like lawfare on each other?
I don't think that this is like political lawfare.
No, I mean, I'm not specifically talking about this case. I'm just talking about like in general.
I don't think there's much now.
Okay, I was just curious. So the reason, like, obviously, because like I said, like anytime, obviously, I would feel like if someone got, I guess you can't say the word on here, but that were to happen, like I would instantly be like, oh, that's like a horrible person. Like, I mean, that's just, I feel like that's kind of a common sense. If you don't have that view, it's bad. But like, my concern is, and this isn't even the hush money case. I can't remember if this is a part of that. But the case where like Trump was, for example, like it was like about his property valuation. If you're familiar with that one,
the fraud case.
Yeah, like the property fraud case. I believe that was also in New York, or was that in New York?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like with that case, like my concern with something like that would be is like, and this is like I said, I'm a finance guy. So like I actively see stuff like this in valuation. Like it's not the person who's valuating a property's job to properly evaluate their property. Like I can come to you and say my house is
No,
worth,
he said it was like 30,000 square feet when it's like 11,000. Like, is that anywhere near each other? Is that like, do you think that he made just, an incorrect, so he's just completely delusional? He thinks that 11,000 square feet's 30,000? Really? He's that delusional?
What? You're talking about the property size?
Yeah.
Well, here's my point. Wait, because like, here's the thing. Anybody knows, like in finance, like if someone were to, like, because if you're going to a bank.
Anyone knows in finance that if you put it 3 times above how large it is, that you're literally purposefully doing that.
So if I told you that my property was 20,000 square feet, and
it was like 7,000.
No, I understand completely what you're saying. So
I'd be like, wow, they were fucking lying.
If I told you my property was 20,000 square feet or like whatever, and it was only 10, and you're a bank, you're going to take me at my word for that. If I tell you all this, then you're just going to come and get it. Like you're not going to do your independent I could tell you whatever I want. I mean, I can tell you that Abe Lincoln was here, and if it never happened, it never happened. I mean, because that's the thing with his property valuation, too, that takes into account that he's a celebrity that lived on the property, obviously. It has a historic valuation to it.
No, it's in terms of how large it was. Yeah, Shelly, thank you for the $20 for the Parker Rolex fund. Thank you so much. I don't know if I'd ever do that, but thank you so much, Shelly, for the $20. Thank you.
No, I mean, I know that's the court case. And what I'm saying is, though, is like, I could tell you whatever I want about my property, but like as a bank and like anyone in finance like has advocated for this before on both sides of the aisle, like they do this all the time. Like people overinflate numbers in their property all the time, and then they just come through. So why now?
Yeah, but it's still fraud.
Well, okay. So if we want to agree on that, no, and if we want to agree on that, that's fine. But then, like, why is he being prosecuted for it, and not any of the other politicians that have certainly done the same thing? And yes, I know.
Give me one.
Can you name one? Yes, I know. I can't name any. I know
that's what I meant. You should probably be able to name one, though. Dude, you thought of the question. You still didn't know how to answer. Come on.
No, because I've seen this quite a bit. Trust me. So like, I totally wasn't prepared to even talk about it. To be clear, I knew you were going to completely kill me on question line. Like I still came on. I don't care.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad, before I go on to the next person?
I mean, no, you can go on to the next person, but these comments are funny.
Appreciate you, man.
Brandon, I have one question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What's up?
If in the future it was a generic Republican, let's say Ron DeSantis or J.D. Vance or something, right, running against Josh Shapiro or someone like Josh Shapiro, who would you vote for?
A generic Republican.
Yeah, so let's say like obviously they're going to have like a.
Because I feel like those aren't generic Republicans either. Like.
Okay, well let's say like yeah, but the people who are going to be like within the party.
Let me this way. I'll put it this way: if it was Mitt Romney, running against a Shapiro Tulsi Gabbard ticket, I would consider Shapiro.
Okay, all right. That's good enough for me. Okay, thanks.
All right, let's have a good one.
All right. Let's get this next person up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. I got like another 30, 40 minutes left. So just letting y'all know. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yeah, I'm seeing all the DNC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing crazy is happening, apparently.
Right now, Steve Kerr is giving a speech. So
Steve Kerr?
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, he's a.
They should have let me have a speech. Yo, fuck them. I would have loved that. That would have been so great. Yo, it's a how old are you?
Good job, TikTok influencer.
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, myself? I'm 40.
Are you voting Trump?
To be honest, I'm still debating. Not really sure who to vote.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay, so then here would be my question: would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Probably not. To be honest, I might vote. I might vote for the Democratic Party, but at this time, I do have a question for you though. Can you say 5 things good about Trump and 5 good about Harris?
If we do, will you vote for Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to do it, Matt, or I'll do it if you want?
No, you can do it. Go ahead.
Okay, so 5 things good about Donald Trump. Operation Warp Speed, the First Step Act, getting rid of the barriers between states for transparency for pricing, the executive order for the $35 cap on insulin, and the stimulus checks during COVID.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, and then for Kamala Harris, most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, right? Supported the infrastructure bill, supported the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
$4.2 billion investment in 3 Central American countries to help stop a migration crisis.
Yep.
Perfect, man. I appreciate that. To be honest, I'm Hispanic, so obviously I do have a lot of friends that obviously their family came in illegally here, and then they got their papers, their residence, and everything. So I mean, obviously I have to work both Democratic. For Trump, I never voted for Trump before, but obviously I just wanted to kind of put it out there. But I definitely will vote for Harris. The only thing is, also I'm Christian. You know how it's a little bit hard for me as Christian to pass certain bills that kind of goes against what I believe, but at the same time, I have to have an open mind for what they want to do, and everybody's gonna choose whatever they want to follow. But I will say, you know what? I'll vote for Harris. Let's go for Harris.
Hey, I appreciate you.
All right, guys. You guys.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yo, Bal, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Everyone's watching the DNC right now. Just Steve Kerr giving like a...
Yeah, he's giving a speech. Harris came out a little while ago just to kind of surprise everybody, and that's what happened a little bit ago. And then I think here soon, Hillary Clinton's going to speak, and then Jill Biden, and then Joe Biden is at 10 or 10:30ish, I think, my time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me get this next individual. There's probably gonna be like no one live tonight, y'all. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, people are
what's
like,
up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
In this particular case, with most of his policies, I agree with, minus a few. I work for the federal. One, I'm 52 years old. I'm more of a libertarian, but in this case, I'm leaning more towards Republicans and what they have.
Like what does specifically?
I believe in Second Amendments. I don't believe in abortion. I believe in shrinking the government.
Okay, so do you think abortion should be left up to the states?
Yes, I believe.
Do you think abortion is murder?
I'm a Christian. I believe first it should be left up to the individuals, actually.
So you're pro-choice?
I believe the individual should choose.
So you disagree with Trump trying to restrict people's access to abortion?
I do disagree with that. I believe that is an individual choice, even though I am
Trump put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, I believe that's an individual person's right. Even though I'm against abortions, I believe that an individual has the choice and should choose. Personally, I wouldn't want people to get an abortion, but I do believe that is an individual right. So there are some.
Okay. So why do you want to vote for Trump, who's actively trying to undermine that right?
Because the more of his policies I agree with than I do, especially Kamala Harris. I see
what policies do you disagree of in terms of Kamala Harris's policies?
Well, I see what she did in California. You can look at California as a state and look at it and see. She says she's a lawyer, but she's put more minorities in prison than most people, and so is Joe Biden. Actually, he's the one who passed.
People. Okay, so can you give me any source of how many people?
Yes, I don't know exact numbers and percentages, but the three strikes law was done by Joe Biden. He's the one who said, "Hey, this quarter ounce of crack is."
Oh, I have to kick you now. You can't say that on the live,
bruh.
All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Same for me.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I think that the country was better back then.
Why so?
Not as much as the policies he's done, because I see you like kind of, I'm not gonna lie, own some people on the policy part, but just like the sense of knowledge, like obviously Trump's smarter, has more brain cells than Harris.
Really? So what tells you that?
Harris is an alcoholic, dude.
Being an alcoholic doesn't mean you're dumb.
And also,
do you have any evidence she's an alcoholic?
It doesn't help.
Can you give me any evidence she's an alcoholic?
Can you give me any evidence Trump's a rapist?
Oh yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll in 1996.
It happens too much. That happens too much. Fake claims. Too much. It happens all the time.
What fake claim? What do you mean it happens too much?
Wait, what's the proof? What's the proof that she has?
So did she make up therapist notes from the 90s?
Maybe.
Maybe. What makes you assume that? What's the victim's name?
Jean Carroll. You just told me that.
Okay. So can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
I didn't follow the case. No, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean,
well, I did just tell you one too. Therapist notes.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a pretty smart guy.
You said you're a smart guy?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about me or yourself?
No, I am. Well, you are too, but I am too.
Pride cometh before the fall. You ever hear that?
What are you looking at your screen like that, Parker?
Okay. I have a question. So you're saying you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No.
You wouldn't? So then Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, so you won't vote for him, right?
Okay, so I'm 19. This is gonna be my first ever.
So you won't vote for him, right?
I'm gonna vote for him, but I don't think he did it. I'm not gonna lie. He has
Okay.
been held civilly liable, but
So what
I mean,
reason?
I
What
don't
reason
think
do you
it-
dispute the case?
Well, he's a very famous man. A lot of people hate him. There's a lot of reasons that people would want to get him in trouble.
So you wouldn't believe anyone who's famous did anything wrong like that?
Not without proof.
Well, the proof was in
Like,
the context of the civil case.
I believe EDP 445 did what he did because there's proof.
Yeah, there's also proof that Trump did what he did. He was held civilly liable.
All right. And
I
I
have
just
a
don't
question.
like
If
this
someone
stuff.
was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you like let them take care of your kids?
Would I let Trump take care of my kids? Hell no.
No? Oh, why not?
I don't have kids. I don't have any.
Okay, so let's say like your future children were going to go on to a bus, right? And the bus driver today was Kamala Harris. Would you let them go on that bus?
Probably not, because she'd probably be drunk.
Bruh.
I mean, I've been reading multiple news
Can you
sources.
give me a source? One source.
I'm pretty sure CNN posted something on this.
Yeah, give me the title right now.
Dude, I'd have to leave the live for that.
No, you don't. I just wouldn't be able to hear you while you're off the live.
Wait, so CNN posted something about Kamala Harris being a drunk?
No, I'm pretty sure that I know for sure I read it. I don't know if it was for sure CNN, but yeah, I know I read a whole bunch of articles on it, for sure. And you know what? I think it's pretty hypocritical. Like, some Democrats don't stand for nothing, saying Trump's too old when they would have voted for Biden. He would have not dropped out because Kamala has a way better chance of winning than Biden did.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman who has said he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns
let's
the
get
place.
this straight. He says
Who
a lot of
denies
stupid
climate
stuff.
change? Who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country? Who says he grabs a woman by the vagina? He doesn't have to ask. Who said he'd be dating his daughter if it wasn't his daughter? Called his daughter voluptuous. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. All of those things. You're still voting for him? He said you'd date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
I'm not voting for the man he is. I'm voting from the president, and I don't think he did anything. He
And
said
can you
this
name me
stuff.
any
I know
policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
that I like.
Yeah.
I like the stuff that I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about the stuff he's gonna implement. That he's been claiming he's gonna.
No, actually, you came on the live saying that his 4 years was great. You would have been like what, like 11, 12 during that time?
You go look at his TikTok. Kamala Harris just openly said that bread and all the food was way higher when Trump was in office. She just speaks out of her ass sometimes. So does Trump. But
You're just yapping. Like,
Jesus
what?
Christ! Just because prices are higher does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Prices
caused
are
by-
higher globally. Did you know that there was inflation in Africa and Asia and Europe and South America and Central America, everywhere around the U.S. or around the world?
I didn't know that. There's a reason. I did know that. Yeah, I did know that. There was also inflation when Trump was in office for those countries too.
Okay, but it was on a trend globally. So I don't see why you're only blaming the Biden-Harris administration.
I'm not.
You were.
I'm just saying the inflation was higher when they're in office than Trump. It's not all their fault. It's not all their fault.
So what is their fault?
I don't know, dude. I've been watching Joe Biden trip downstairs left and right, talks like, dude, he called the president of Ukraine Putin. Are we serious right now?
Yeah, and
How do you
Trump,
call the president of Ukraine President
yeah,
Putin?
and
Are
how do you
serious?
mistake your ex-wife with someone you sexually abused?
I mean, that's bad, but it's not as bad.
That is worse. It's your ex-wife. It's your ex-wife.
What are you talking about?
It is worse. It is worse to mistake your ex-wife with someone you sexually abused than it is to say that fucking Zelensky was Putin on accident.
Dude,
like what?
Is that any different? By the way, is that any different than Trump?
Ladies and gentlemen, the president of Ukraine.
Hello. Hey, is that any different than Trump mistaking the leaders of Hungary and Turkey for each other?
Can I get a source for that?
Yes. Do you want a source?
That's I sure do, but That even
The
if that is
Hill
not as bad.
It's at hill.com, October 24th, 2023. Trump.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I believe you. 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 Okay. That's different. That's not as bad.
In the arms of an angel.
Dude, Trump talks out of his ass. What the hell? Am I hearing a dying turkey?
Yeah.
All right. So Trump talks out of his ass. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. I know that. Not voting for him for a person. I'm voting for him as a president.
You want a president who talks out of their ass?
What?
You just said Trump talks out of his ass. So you want a president who talks out of their ass?
I mean, yeah, more than Kamala.
Talking out your ass is a good thing?
It's not like he's always doing it. He does it sometimes.
And more often than not.
Dude, he took a bullet for democracy, man.
Oh, no. Dude. The internal cringe. Oh, my God.
Hold on. Ladybug, why didn't he take a bullet during Vietnam when he had bones?
Because he wasn't in the war. That's probably why.
Yeah, why? Why
wasn't Biden in the war?
He took a bullet for democracy. Like, what, dude? Not only did he try to overthrow our government, but he literally dodged the fucking draft multiple times.
Dude, all the rich people did that.
And that's a good thing?
No, it's not a good thing. No, it's not a good thing.
Then
he would have died. He would have never become president. Being president's more important than one soldier.
Oh, no, that would.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because if Trump would have died in that war, he would have never became president. Being president's a bigger job than.
Imagine that glorious world where Trump would never have been president.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. When Biden was in the race, it looked like he was gonna win.
Paige, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Paige. What's up?
When it was Biden versus Trump, it looked like Trump was gonna win there by a landslide.
Well, now it doesn't look like that. Looks like Harris is going to win by a landslide.
Nah, because we need a feminine on and on.
Yeah, we do need a feminine phenomenon.
Cringy shit. That's cringier than me saying take a bullet for democracy. That's more cringe.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How much people are voting for Kamala Harris for a simple reason? She's African American and she's a female.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So I've never heard one person say that.
How many people
okay, so no. Hold up. Why is this kid in the live, dude? Nobody knows who this is. All right, Parker.
People know. We don't know who the fuck you are. People know who I am.
Yeah, lady. Who the fuck are you, bro?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Wait, people actually know who Matt is. No one knows who you are.
I'm not a kid, by the way. I'm much more successful than you are. You don't even know who the fuck I am.
Matt is older than me.
Don't tell my mom, man. Stop. Calm down.
Don't tell your mom. You still live with your parents?
No, I don't.
Oh. Good for you going to college?
No. Yeah, I am. I'm playing football in college right now.
What's your major?
I'm currently just playing football.
Appreciate that.
I'm taking a break from college right now, but I'm gonna go back.
You still have a major though, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Which is what? What subject? Oh, he left. I'm asking for your major.
Leave, buddy. I did not leave. What?
What's your major? Hey, I think it's Brianna for $10. Thank you so much, Brianna.
Fucking dude, it's such a hard word. No, I sound stupid right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being a pilot. I'm becoming a commercial pilot.
Dude, what is it?
I'm actually.
Tell us your major. Impossible challenge.
I'm actually
tell us your
questioning.
major. Impossible challenge.
It starts with an A. It's to be a pilot, bro. How am I not thinking of this?
Aviation.
Aviation. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Aviation.
not difficult.
Aviation.
You don't know. Wait, hold on. Wait. You're becoming a pilot and you don't know what your subject is called.
Yeah, I'm becoming a pilot, bro.
Jesus Christ.
Please. Okay.
Melanie, thank you for the $2.
Oh,
dude,
shit. Now I'm afraid. Now I'm afraid.
Hey, would you let me fly a plane for you?
No, dude, no.
Wow, man, hurts my feelings.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. I just sounded stupid.
You have to at least know
anyway,
what
back to the presidential election and not my major in my college.
It's a very simple question. Just saying.
What? Yeah, I know, dude. I talk about it all the time. That's all I do, bro. Football and college. So I did kind of sound stupid. I was thinking about the presidents, so that's why I was tripping.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway, how about how you can't really argue too much against Kamala because you've never seen her as a president, but the Biden Harris administration has done some bad stuff that I haven't agreed with, as Biden saying he's going to get rid of all student debt. Don't know about that one.
Have you, Biden?
What's the issue?
Biden. Okay, another one. He pulls everybody out of Afghanistan.
That was set up by Trump.
And leaves all the stuff there. Dude, you know how much equipment he left there?
We left equipment also in Vietnam.
Also, by the way, the equipment we left was stuff that we gifted to the Afghan military. Everything else we destroyed.
What?
That's what the military indicated.
Am I wrong here, or is Afghanistan just a corrupt country taken over by terrorists?
So, again, the point that we're making is that Trump negotiated with them for a deal for them to leave.
Okay, but he wasn't president. I get what you're saying, but couldn't Biden have done something different where he could have?
He should have come back on the deal.
Yeah.
I see. Guess how old are you, by the way?
I'm 19.
When's your birthday?
2003, September 30th.
2003. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do I sound like I'm younger than 19?
Now we have to just verify because people in the chat.
Are you pro Law and Order?
Am I pro Law and Order?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Wait, hold on, no. 2003, you'd be 21.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, the fuck? I'm so fucking tired. I'm like, I couldn't math. Yeah.
Jesus
Bruh.
Christ. I didn't even think. I literally.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even process. Thank you, chat. W chat.
AOC's talking right now.
Yeah, I know.
We might need to do a listen in. Should we do that? Should we do a listen in, chat? Oh yeah.
Can you hear it? Okay.
Imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine having.
Wait, actually, oh shit, we can't do this. Oh fuck, we can't do this. Sorry, we can't do it.
Leaders like.
Hold up, Matt. It's copyright. It's copyright.
No, it's not. Why is it copyright?
That's at least what I saw from RTP.
The DNC is copyrighted?
Yeah, our RTP's not playing it because it's copyright.
Not even the audio?
I don't know.
Wait, the Democrat convention is being broadcast on every network, including C-SPAN and PBS.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I can probably go to C-SPAN and I'll probably find it because it's being broadcast. I don't know why it would be copyrighted. That doesn't make sense to me.
RT plays playing audio. Okay. I guess I will.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because they have coverage right here. Yeah, they have coverage.
We have as many viewers as the HQ account. Hey.
Well, there you go. Okay, here we go.
And we're on the following glitch. Let's go.
If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Is AOC religious?
I think she's I think she's a Christian. Yeah.
Dude, I feel like everyone is like forced to be Christian in American politics.
Hold on, during a commercial. So hold on. AOC. Yeah. She's Catholic.
She's Catholic?
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like almost everyone in politics is Christian.
Momentarily from
Okay, they're on.
Like it's hard to find someone who's not.
Wait, who's talking now?
We're going to hear from former Secretary of State, former First Lady, also Hillary Clinton, who some excerpts of her speech have already come out. She's going to sort of set this sort of.
Okay, they're just talking about it, so we won't play that because that's CNN.
There's no point.
And it's so.
Yeah.
I'll let you know whenever they come back.
Add more stuff. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
You hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
It doesn't matter who I'm voting for. You need to pay attention to what's going on, son. You have no idea what you're thinking about.
Okay, well, what do I not know about?
You're sitting here watching this DNC right here. I'm watching it too. These people are telling you full of lies. They're trying to shut down major businesses. They're not trying to help them. All them people at the union, they weren't protesting for Kamala. They were protesting because they're going to lose their freaking jobs.
Is that why Trump said that a union striker should be fired and everything? Right?
Pretty much, yes.
Oh, they should be fired.
Strike because you are protesting work from a.
Okay, calm down, Boomer. Damn.
I'll deal with them. I got you.
Okay, because people who are striking for better pay, for better wages, for better living, they should be fired. And that's what you're saying. So who's exactly arguing for better businesses and better worker type conditions? Which party?
You don't think that the union workers are making more money than you are and I am and Parker is? Maybe not Parker because he's getting paid by the Democratic Party right now.
Then why didn't they invite me to the DNC?
Well, because you want to sit here and do lives and you don't know nothing. You have no history.
Wait, so the only reason I didn't go to the DNC is because I didn't feel like it?
You have no intellect on what politics are.
No intellect on
How old
what
are you,
politics
Parker?
are.
How old are you? What, 20?
I'm 22. And
How much-
yeah, I do. I'm 22.
What about me?
Okay.
Kyle, how many branches of government are there?
How many branches? There's 3.
And what are they?
Judiciary, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell you this: we are not a democracy. We are a republic. Do you know when you go to school every morning,
What's
you
the
put your hand
contradiction
on your
between a
heart?
constitutional republic and a representative democracy?
Dude, you can say all this stupid stuff, bro. You believe in democracy. You don't believe in a republic. You need to do your research,
What's
son.
the contradiction between the two?
Oh my God, dude! Like I said, you're gonna ask all these things that you don't know about. So I guess you liked when Horseface spoke, talking about being a bartender, talking about she was broke and her daddy died.
Go fuck yourself.
What? Did you just refer to AOC that way?
Yes,
What
or
is
she's a beautiful woman. What the fuck
is wrong with you?
AOC had money growing up as a kid.
So?
Just like you do, Parker.
So?
She never struggled. Struggled. Have you ever struggled? Have you ever
No,
struggled
I have
in
never
life?
struggled.
Okay, well, see.
I have. Talk to me about it.
Well,
I don't think anyone in this country should have to struggle. I don't think we need to struggle.
well, I have in life, all right? This is back before freaking all these lunatics want to take over this world. Dude, you don't understand what's going on.
Let's talk about someone, because since
you and I apparently are the only ones here that have struggled, quote unquote. Which party, which group of politicians who was it that kept my family afloat, that kept me fed, that kept me warm in the winter, right? It was the Democratic Party. It was not the Republican Party. They wanted to take that away from me. When my dad, who was a construction worker who worked on heavy machinery, was laid off every single winter, right? He got unemployment benefits that was mandated through his union. Thanks to his union, he had to get benefits, right? It was the Illinois Republicans who wanted to gut that system because they don't like union. It was fucking Bruce Rauner and his cronies who wanted to take that away from us, right? So, no, it's people like J.B. Pritzker that actually protected unions, that actually want to make sure that people like my father, before he retired, got the benefits that he worked so hard for, and so that in the winter, out in his country home, he would not freeze to death. So don't give me any bullshit about which party.
See, now you're being all cussing and hostile. Let me tell you something.
I'm being hostile.
Okay,
No,
let me explain this to you.
I'm talking. I'm being hostile because this directly impacts people's lives. People would die because of this. My dad, when he was
Mats in the comment section. Let's get some watts in the comment section.
Would have died because there were politicians who wanted to take away his benefits. That's the point I'm making. That's why it upsets me. It's because people die when these politicians want to advocate for these draconian type of policies. That's why the Democratic Party, for all of their faults, for all of their craziness sometimes, they are the only ones that want to protect the benefits and the rights that people have worked for decades to build. That's the point. And now you can unmute.
I'll invite him.
All right, so let me explain this to you. Whenever it's freezing cold in places where y'all live, every state shuts down. You can't work. It's impossible. When it's
Matt, you got flagged.
40.
Matt, come up on your other account.
See, he don't want to hear what I have to say.
No, he got flagged. I had to remove him because he got flagged. So
I'm
say what
telling
you said again.
States like that, when it gets so cold, when it's negative 40s and stuff, you cannot work. So that's why the union keeps paying the workers. People don't want that to happen.
That was Republicans. Did you hear him?
Dude, it's every politic.
Wait,
it's
Kyle, can I ask you a question?
Republicans.
Kyle, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
Let's see. The black historical black college was about to be bankrupt, and he funded them millions of dollars for 10 years.
So no, he did 255.
Yes, he did,
listen,
bro.
Appreciate that.
Oh my God, dude.
He did 250.
No, dude, you're lying. That is a lie.
Listen,
you are lying, Parker.
Hey, Kyle,
look it up. Look it up right now.
Kyle, I
Go
want
to
you
your
to listen.
Google. Look
I want
it
you
up.
to listen. I want you to listen, Kyle.
Dude,
chill.
I don't have to. I'm telling
Kyle,
you.
I'm explaining it to you right now. Be quiet.
Jesus
okay.
Freaking Christ.
He gave $255 million a year, which the Biden-Harris administration gave $16 billion overall, which means they gave $4 billion a year.
Nope. Historical black colleges was about to go bankrupt before Donald Trump came along.
Not true.
All
They got $500 million a year under
dude,
Obama.
You are lying.
No, you're lying.
You are lying.
You're lying.
Dude.
You're lying. So
Bruh,
they got $500 billion.
Your little Google sheet.
I did. They got $500 billion dollars.
Okay.
They got $500 million dollars a year.
lie.
Listen, they got $500 million dollars a year under the Obama administration. They got $255 million under Trump, and now they've gotten $4 billion under Biden Harris. Listen,
You're
Kyle.
not even old enough to know who Barack Obama is.
I do know who Barack Obama is.
Oh my God.
You're 22 years old. He was the president of
Kyle,
2006.
Kyle, and you've had too much. And Kyle, when did Obama become president?
Let's see. That was 2016, and before that was Barack Obama, so that'd be 2008. Before that would be 2002.
No, what?
Jesus Christ, 2009, by the way.
Dude,
2009.
Yeah, he was elected 2008, came president 2009. Who was the president before Obama?
Freaking some dumbass named George Bush.
Yeah, 2004 and 2000. Okay, you gotta get your years right.
You know what I was talking about, obviously. So You want to be so
not-
correct
You want to be so wrong.
I don't know what.
because you guys know I'm right.
No, you're not right.
Oh my God.
Kyle.
So
Kyle.
were we not? So let me. Hey. So since you was how old was you when Barack Obama first come for president? 2006. Parker.
2008.
He was 2009. He was president 2009. By the way, so I was 7 years old.
It's every 4 years. That's not an odd number. It's every 4 years.
I was 7 years old.
Okay, so you know nothing about politics.
I was 16 and 17.
Kyle, that doesn't mean I know nothing about politics.
I remember
Kyle,
those
you
days
literally
very well.
couldn't even mention to me a single policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefits the middle class more than to benefit rich people. You can't give me one.
I'm not worried about policy. I'm worried about facts.
Well, what facts? You have
You
nothing.
guys are telling lies.
Wait, do you think the election was stolen in 2020?
I don't believe in an insurrection.
Do you think it was stolen in 2020?
Why haven't they ever? What happened to Ray Epps? Why?
Lois,
has he
thank you
never
for the
been
$5. Thank you so much, Lois. Do you think it was stolen in 2020?
I'm going to say it wasn't fair.
So it was stolen. So what evidence do you have
I
that it
didn't
was
say
stolen?
that. See, you're putting words in my mouth. I said it wasn't fair.
So
Don't put
Trump
words in my mouth.
Trump rightfully lost.
I didn't say that.
Do you think Trump rightfully lost?
I'm not going to say that. I said it wasn't fair.
Okay,
why
so
did they
you believe the
push
election wasn't fair.
Dimension
So
Go out?
what evidence do you have that says that the election wasn't fair?
I mean, first off, the Hunter Biden laptop that never got talked about during the election. That got covered up by all major media, The View, the NBCs, all that. All that.
That literally doesn't incriminate Joe Biden at all.
Yes, it does. They just
No, it
found out
doesn't.
today he got his hand caught in the cookie jar getting $27 million back in 2017. Why don't you talk about that?
From who? From who?
From all the Hunter Biden corruption?
No.
Crackhead
you
Hunter
can't
Biden?
say that on the live.
Bye,
That's
Kyle.
Actually, wait, because I'm about to get off. I'll keep them up. So, like, again, you literally have no reason to believe that at all as it relates to Joe Biden. So, what evidence do you have?
I guess you're watching Hillary Clinton on TV right now, aren't you?
Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I'm watching Hillary Clinton on my live right now.
I said Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so why do you want to vote for Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, Mr.
Donald
Trump.
Donald Dump. Connell Dump.
do you-
Sorry, my bad. Connell
Please-
Dump.
Hey,
Connell
please-
Dump.
Hey, Parker, I want you to do this. I want you to keep an open mind, and I want you to do research on what Donald Trump has done for you.
Why are you voting for Connell Trump? Connell Dump. Sorry, my bad. Connell Dump.
See how you.
He conned you. He conned you. He conned everyone. He bankrupted his business. He bankrupted the country.
Do your research. Well, dude, we went through COVID, and they made him shut the country down.
No, he bankrupted the country. $8.4 trillion of debt under his administration. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
You're getting
That
off
is a
soon, right,
lie.
Parker?
That is a lie, bro.
What is it?
You're getting off soon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That is a lie. He had the booming.
What was the lie?
Booming economic.
How is the economics booming?
Before COVID, we were booming.
How is it booming?
Black Americans had jobs. Everybody had
There
jobs.
was a lower unemployment rate for Black Americans under the
That is a
Biden-Harris
lie,
administration.
bro. You guys are telling lies. I don't understand
No,
why
we're
y'all
not.
keep
No, we're
lying.
not. Look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment, genius.
Oh my God.
Look
That's
at Kyle,
what you
bro.
believe?
Kyle's a genius.
Hey, Kyle,
Kyle's
you
smartest Trump supporter. Smartest Trump supporter right here.
Dude, you guys believe in lies.
And then
You
mustache.
need to
Thank you
watch
so much.
other news
You're-
channels.
You probably believe I'm paid by the DNC. You think I'm paid by the Democrats? What evidence do you have I'm paid by the Democrats? Richard the
You
Goose.
keep doing lies.
So you're lying. So does that mean you're paid by the Republicans?
I didn't say you're doing lies. I said you're doing lies. You're doing live videos.
Oh, okay. So just because I'm
Nobody
doing lives
else
does not.
in the world will do this.
Appreciate the
unless they are
galaxy. Thank you so much,
completely
Emma.
getting paid.
I did this before I made any money. Like what?
Yeah.
I love what I do. I really love what I do.
I guess you and Harry get together every once in a while, huh?
I've never met Harry in person.
Well, it's probably a good thing because Pierce Morgan destroyed him.
Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. That had no relevance to what I just said. So why do you think I'm paid by the Democrats?
Because you wouldn't do this if you did research and looked up the actual man that you discussed.
I do.
No, you haven't. You have
I
not looked
literally
up
do.
real history.
I have.
Dude, he's 4 times older than you. Do history, please.
Kyle, you want to ask? I'll ask you a question on history. When did Pearl Harbor happen? Like, what was the date?
1943.
Nope, 41. 1941. December 7th, 1941.
I'm
Now,
still there.
Next
still
question.
know.
Next question, because you're so good at history. Okay. Are you ready? When did the Civil War end?
The Union and the Southern 1945. 44. Whatever.
The Civil War ended in
You said the Civil War ended in 1945.
Bruh.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know Abe Lincoln lived that long. Goddamn.
Dude. Oh my God, bro. No way.
Yeah, and we don't know what we're talking about.
Jesus Christ. I need
Y'all
to know
talking
history.
about wars. You're not.
You
talking
need to know
about,
history.
You're not talking about politics. You're talking about wars.
Oh
You're talking
my
about
gosh.
wars. You're not talking about politics.
Okay, do you want me to ask you questions about politics?
How far are you going to go back? 2002?
Yeah, when was January 6th?
January fucking 6th.
Okay, I wanted to see.
When was 9/11?
Oh my God.
Kyle, thank you for the
9/11?
$10. Thank you so much. Wait, what year was 9/11?
9/11?
No, what year was it?
Oh God.
What year was? Hey, all right. You want to ask questions? What year was the Oklahoma City bombing?
What year was it? Tell me.
Oh yeah. What year?
What year was 9/11?
What year was the Oklahoma City bombing?
Dude, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
You obviously don't know that.
This
answer.
guy, dude, this guy doesn't know.
No, Kyle.
You don't know that answer. Tell me that answer.
Kyle, I'll answer your question when you answer ours.
Answer it.
1999.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Save us.
9/11. Parker, I didn't know I was saying it. It's 9/11, 1999.
2000.
And by the way, the
2001.
answer to your question in 1995, but
Jesus Christ, dude.
It was 93.
Also, by the way, I wasn't even alive then. By the way, Tria, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, dude. You literally didn't know what year 9/11 was. I can't even fucking believe it, bro.
Parker, go on your
Maybe
laptop.
I'm too young. I'm too young, but this guy doesn't know what fucking year 9/11
Parker,
occurred.
go on your
Are you
PC and
trolling?
type in Oklahoma City bombing and see when it happened. I'm saying 95. He says 93.
$1995.
Yeah, Kyle, you're wrong, bruh.
Jeez, and he thinks I'm paid by the Democrats. You've been lying this whole time. You're paid in order for you to
No.
come on here. You got to get paid by the Democrats.
Kyle, 1995.
Get paid by the Democrats.
1995. You're wrong, Kyle. You're wrong. You ever seen South Park? Like all I have in my head is like Cartman yelling at Kyle, like
Nah,
this.
because
Shut your goddamn mouth!
that's made for people like y'all. I'm above that.
Jesus Christ, that's perfect, bro.
I know, isn't it? That's my. Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
y'all crack up all y'all want to. I'm here for fun. It doesn't matter. I'm just letting y'all know. Y'all need to do real research.
Real
Not
What
research.
we're talking about.
Not
Yeah, the real research
research
indicates
that
you're
the
fucking wrong,
Democrats
buddy.
don't-
How do you feel about it? The real research indicates you're fucking wrong.
Oh, shouldn't you be canceled from your show since you're busting the F
Where's that
words?
mustache? Thank you so much.
I know. I just wanted to play South
Fuck
Park.
no.
You know.
Shut up! Shut
So
your
now
goddamn
we
mouth!
can't cuss? So we couldn't cuss earlier, but now we can cuss?
I never said you couldn't
As much as
cuss.
you want. I don't give a shit.
Oh, my God. You guys are so...
When did I say you couldn't swear?
You said your boy got kicked because he was cursing.
No. I got harassment and
Oh
bullying.
my God.
Probably because I was schooling you on like what it means to suffer and everything, and TikTok just didn't like it.
I got flagged. You know what that means?
So what do you think about Tim Walz? You guys like Tim Walz?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
guy wants to put tampons in boys' bathrooms?
Oh my God, we already covered this. We already covered this.
He would get mad at that,
y'all
like,
think-
hey,
y'all
damn
think
bosses in the boys' bathroom. Thank you, I appreciate that massage. Thank you so much.
Changes without parental.
Okay,
The greatest
that
threat-
doesn't happen. One,
the greatest
two.
threat
Also,
for people-
bro's scared of tampons. But like
Yeah.
the tampons, there was no mandate for them to be in boys' bathrooms. It was specifically just that anyone who's menstruating would have access to menstrual products. And you're like against that for some reason because what? You're a fucking misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's why you're against that because you're a misogynist.
The greatest
Men cannot
threat to
menstruate.
freedom is tampons in boys' bathrooms.
How many genders are there? How many genders are there?
Jesus Christ. So again, gender is going to be predicated off of the
just said
culture that you
Jesus
exist in.
Christ.
In our current culture, there's typically two.
Our current culture. No, in real life, in real factual life.
Yeah, in our
How
culture,
many-
in real factual life, in our culture, there's two.
Okay, that still exists. There's no 73, 74, or however many.
I don't believe there's
Wait, there are other depictions of gender, right, that exist in other cultures.
No, there's not. There's
Yes,
only
there
two
is.
genders, male and female.
There-
You have
yeah.
a dick or a pussy. That is it.
Jesus Christ. By the way, there are intersex
What do
people,
you
so
have?
that you
What do
just
you
didn't
have
acknowledge
between your
intersex
legs?
people.
What do you have between your legs?
You know when we say that
Kyle,
some
you don't
Trump
have much between your
Yeah.
legs. So I don't know why
when
you're
we
talking
say-
about what's between people's legs.
Yeah, you know when we say that some Trump supporters are weird, this is what we mean.
This is what we mean, dude.
Yeah, this is what I mean. You're asking a 22-year-old man what he has between his legs. I'm sorry, but that's weird.
No, it's
Weird,
not
Kyle.
weird. When you go
Yes,
to the
it is
doctor,
weird.
when you go to the doctor and you get a physical, does he grab
That's a
the balls?
doctor. You're not a doctor, Kyle. You're a doctor of
It doesn't matter,
idiocy,
bro.
maybe, but that's about it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are something else.
What state are you in, Kyle?
Oh, so since you want to talk about people's private parts, so technically, Trump, Toad.
Trump what?
Bro's got a mushroom head. Did you know that?
Oh, yikes, bro, dude. Toad.
Who cares what
Toad,
you got?
did you select Toad on accident?
I feel sorry for the women. From the women that he slept with.
Oh, you heard
Yeah,
it.
the corn
What-
star that he had intercourse
Oh, yeah.
with while she
So
was
y'all
while his
talk-
wife was
oh,
pregnant.
So y'all talked to them, huh? Personally?
No, it was in the court case, genius.
Oh, so y'all did talk to them.
I talked to
That's
Stormy
just-
Daniels.
It's
She's even
hearsay.
close. I talked to her.
Oh, it's hearsay. It's a bunch of hearsay. I mean, you guys, honestly, come on.
I bet you're used to saying that. Did you have to say that yourself? It sounds like you got a bit of history with saying that.
That's hearsay. That's hearsay.
That's hearsay. I promise you, it's not that small.
Oh my God! Now y'all just being weird.
Oh yeah, we're the ones that started the conversation by asking about genitalia. Yeah, Kyle, come on, bro. You're the one that brought it up.
Well, now y'all just got it all twisted.
No, you asked Parker literally what is between his legs. Like, I'm sorry, but
I
that's
asked both of y'all. Y'all
And I'm
sound
not-
like a bunch of females. That's why I was just wondering.
As if that's
Y'all
a bad
got
thing.
Y'all got a tampon in down there?
the misogyny. I tell you, it's just flowing from you, Kyle.
I can feel the misogyny through
Can
this.
you explain what that is?
Yeah.
You don't know what misogyny is? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't say I didn't know. Do y'all know? Silence. Silence. They don't know.
No,
They're looking it up.
I'm
Yeah, look it
responding
up.
to people. No, no.
Hey,
Kyle, Parker and I are responding to people. Oh, he got dropped probably for flag or
Yeah,
something.
hate speech, hateful behaviors.
We were talking to people that actually matter to us in our lives, so that's why we were not talking to you.
10, 20 minutes.
Okay.
I got about 10, 20 minutes, everyone. Yeah, because it's going to take me 25 minutes to get there.
Tristan, how old are you, bro?
I haven't
Tristan.
started yet.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry, everyone. I'm texting my girlfriend. Apologize, everyone.
How dare you?
Let me get. I know, right? Let me get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. I'm going to be here for like next week. Everyone, I got banned for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence on my third account, so we're over here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
You voting Trump?
No, I just have a quick question though.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally don't. I don't have like any time. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. I want to get someone up for the debates. Yeah. So I don't know what sexual exploitation. I don't know what that was. And I'll get it back in a week. But, yeah. What's up? How old are you?
Wait, is that a toilet?
Hello?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh, 100%.
What's up with the Trump 90 million votes then?
I said 100%. I'm all in.
I know that, but what's up with your name?
Oh, I always say I think he's, I'm pretty sure he's getting 90 plus million, but very, very likely 110 million.
110 million, huh?
Are you serious?
The bottom 90 million, the top 110 million plus.
I hope you know that's the most delusional statement I think I've ever heard. Rich the Naughty Chicken, thank you so much. That is like everyone's laughing at you. Like literally everyone here is laughing at you.
He got pretty close to it last time. Each time he's growing, right?
Well, it didn't happen very much according to Stormy. So it didn't happen very much according to Stormy Daniels, but I don't see how that means he's gonna get 90 million.
I think that he's that much bigger this time around. I think that, like, let's say if he got 78 last time, I don't see why it's so unlikely. I mean, you're a person of logic. His popularity only grew since last time, so I would think that he gets more.
Okay, so how many votes do you think he got last time? He's gonna bigly lose.
What they're saying is 78 million. Obviously, that's a large number to know offhand.
No, that's not what they say.
Maybe 81 or 78?
74.
78, I'm pretty sure.
74.
78.
74, I promise you.
81, yeah. 9 million. He lost by 9 million.
You said 71.
He lost by 7 million.
What did you say? Your number is 74 to 82?
74, yes, to 80. It's almost 82, yeah.
Okay, so
what's
like
81.9?
What's so unlikely for him to get another 60 million this time around?
Yeah, I'm not gonna think he's gonna get 16 million. Yeah, that's insane. Since then he tried to overthrow the government. Since then he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. Since then he's gained 34 felonies. Since then he's become even more incoherent. Since then women's rights have been restricted. Since then, all of this crazy shit happened.
Yeah, but if you follow the trend, each and every single, I think you'll agree with this, every single one of these things that you've just mentioned in your last sentence, he grew each thing. You saw the fundraising that happened after each and every one of those. He was shooting through that next day. His polls and his fundraising was skyrocketing.
You know who got more money? He said, we've got the biggest amount of funding no one ever thought we could.
Yeah.
You know who did? Kamala Harris got more money, way more money.
Yeah,
she won bigly. She won bigly.
That's not my point. That's not my point. If Kamala got how much she got, how much Trump. I'm saying the fact that Trump, after each and every single one of these items that you just mentioned, an insane amount of support came out for him. I would think it didn't affect him. So I would think, to top it off, it means it's a wash. Nothing came out of that, and he only grew more popular among his supporters.
His supporters have a floor, but they don't have a ceiling. So he hasn't reached a ceiling, whereas Harris has been growing and growing and growing each week. And each week she goes up and up and up and up, while Trump either stays stagnant or actually drops a little bit. Because he has the same message, the same stuff. He just repeats it over and over and over again. And it gets tiring and boring, and nobody really cares.
There's no real indicator or no way to really show that if he went up or down by the days that he's going out. I mean, the only thing I mentioned was I thought if he got that much fundraising, that's a decent indicator. Polls, I don't know. I don't know where you would get those numbers if he's going up or down right now. Like, how do you? Nobody questioned me.
Polls.
Nobody.
I've gotten a phone call. I've gotten 2 phone calls. But they're for state races, because I'm in a state that has a tight or has a kind of competitive Senate primary or a Senate race. So I've gotten calls for the Senate race.
Stacy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Stacy.
I would go, like, tell me if this makes sense. I mean, I would go more with the momentum, like what you're seeing on the show, not necessarily in the media, because media obviously could flip it either side. I would say the energy that you're getting. And I mean, I'm out in a real blue state, and I'm seeing crazy, and I'm not really instigating anybody. The energy I'm seeing is really right now.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm hearing from people who even support Trump saying that their typical red districts are like kind of mute now. I mean, I'm seeing actually more support for Harris all over the place. I don't know what you're talking about. Like places are like lighting up. You want to talk about like things like rally size, right? She's having way bigger rally size than she is. She's actually gaining in the fundraising. She's doing everything that Trump wishes he could do. He wants to have what she has now.
I don't know about that.
Which is why he's attacking her personally and not going after policy. He can't help himself. Like he just can't live with himself the fact that a woman is doing better than he is. Like it just
right. No, makes sense.
His soul.
Makes sense what you're saying, 100%. Now, did you guys see? You know what's interesting? I was watching the DNC a little bit. I tapped in for like 20, 30 minutes earlier. Then I stuck around for another few more minutes. They didn't mention one thing about Kamala. Like there was no mention of her. All
she came out. She literally gave a
again, let me finish. Let me finish in context. It doesn't help you. I said nobody discussed her. No, none of the other speakers discussed her.
AOC.
Watch all the speeches tonight. You'll see they don't mention her.
AOC mentioned her.
AOC mentioned in I didn't see that part.
AOC mentioned her like multiple times.
The 40 or 50 minutes. The 40 or 50 minutes I watched, I did not see her name come out once among the 4 speakers or 6 speakers that were there during my 50 minutes.
Hillary mentioned her. So did AOC.
Again, you're going to say all these examples. I'm saying majority. Yeah, maybe one or two that made a mention of her. I'm saying that they did not.
Those are like
speak
the
about
two
it.
most notable ones.
Wait, out
They
of
did not
five,
mention.
out of 5 or 6 hours, you watched about 40 minutes. That you're saying, and from 40 minutes, you have generalized.
It could be a pretty good indicator if you watch for 50 minutes and between 5 speakers, and all 5 of them did not make one mention of her. That's
you
a
know
pretty
how
decent indicator.
programming works. They always leave the big names and the mentions of the candidate later because people watch the program later. No one's watching at 6 p.m. because people are making dinner, they're picking their kids up, they're doing things. Whereas at 9 p.m., right, people are home, they're sitting down, they're watching the news. That's when you start mentioning the candidate. That's when you have the big players come out. People like Hillary Clinton, people like Bill Clinton, people like Obama. And people like AOC, and that's exactly what they're doing. Is they're putting on a program where they're going to mention her later in the program.
Yeah, what did AOC and Hillary? What accomplishments did they mention about her?
They talked about all the things that we have mentioned, how she has advocated for the policies that went into the bills that Biden passed or Biden signed into law, how she has fought for the rights of women, how she has fought for LGBTQ rights, how Donald Trump has gone actually berserk at like the fact that she is a woman and that she's better than him, and how he's complaining that things are AI. I mean, so they're doing exactly.
Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't have a list, everybody. I don't have a list. I promise you I don't have one. People think I do. I promise you I don't. It's the microphone. I have a stutter.
Kayla, I do want to see that. Yeah, no, people.
I'll tell you what it is.
Saying dumb shit.
I'll tell you what it is. Like, I tuned in and I'm like, just pitch me, like elevator pitch. Let me hear 1, 2, 3 speakers. Just say a few, good things about her accomplishments or what she's about. And all of a sudden I see 5 speakers that all they're doing is bashing Trump. I'm like that's not substance. Like, you guys been doing that for 4 years. Give me something new.
So you had the same critique, correct? Whenever the RNC was on, and all they would do was bash Biden and Harris, right? You're like, wait, hold on. All they're doing is bashing Biden and Harris. Where are the policies? Where's the talk about Donald Trump, right? You had the same critique, right?
I didn't need to be sold at that point. I'm all right.
So
I didn't need to be sold. I know what the Republican Party is. I know what the Republican Party is about. I don't need to be pitched.
But not for me. I get you. Okay.
I don't need to be pitched. I mean, I don't watch the majority of the RNC, so I can't answer to exactly what went down over there. But I'm saying it
was boring, all right? It was so boring, right?
By the way, this is night 1. They have 4 nights. Okay, it's going to get increasingly more about Harris as the days go on, because today was an introduction, and I guarantee you tomorrow when Bill Clinton talks, it's going to be about her and Obama, and then when Michelle Obama talks, it's going to be about that, and then when Biden talks in here a little bit, it's going to be about Harris. Right? These things are going to progress up until Tim Walz speaks, and then finally Harris speaks on Thursday.
Okay, I'm looking forward. I definitely want to, I want to see what the other side.
Okay, and you'll be able to see all the highlights. Believe me, they'll be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. AOC, because she gave a great one.
Wait, would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
So I want to make one mention about that, Parker. When a lot of you guys on your rooms keep on bringing that up and keep on discussing this and mentioning about how the jury pool works. I'm not an attorney, but I have spoken to a few attorneys out here in New York City, actually. The way it works is you always keep on mentioning that the defense also has a choice in the juries. We all know that's not really the case. The way it works is that the defense can nix up to a certain amount of juries. Meaning, if let's say they have 100 juries show up to that pool that day, or whatever the amount of numbers they're looking for, the defense is allowed to say, hey, this one or that one, up to like maybe 6, I think they say, you're allowed to nix. They can't, if they were able to nix unlimited, it will never start the court trial, right? Any defense will say, hey, let's do this for 10 years. You're allowed to nix up to a certain amount of numbers. When you keep on selling this thing that they also had a say in it, they could pick the jury. When you're in one of the most deepest blue
Did they use up all of their
I don't think so, but I don't think it matters because I don't think it matters. That's not the point I'm making.
And you can't.
I'm trying to say that when you sit there saying that that they had an equal, that they could do that, that's not real. That's false. That's not true.
No, they could do that.
No, they can't nix. They can nix up to a certain amount. No,
but they didn't even reach the point in which there was a limit. So they could keep.
So why didn't you mention this earlier? Why didn't you mention this point that it's not unlimited? Why do you keep on pushing
that?
There's no point
to mention that if they didn't even use that.
Because there's no points for them. How would it help them? If they have 100 deep Democrat people staying there, they can nix 7. It doesn't make a damn difference at that point. They know that it's not going to affect anything. How would it help them to nix 6 out of the next 90 that are showing up? Well, what does it help them?
So
it just brings back
because it would allow for them to have a less biased jury.
No, it wouldn't. I'm explaining to you. Let's say 100 deep blue people in the bluest place in the world, probably, if I have to say, show up there. How would it help them if they nix 6 of them, if that's their only option to nix 6, if they feel that every single one is biased? How would it help them to nix 6 of them and just draw a bad favor in the judge's eyes and everybody? So there's no that thing about you keeping saying that they can pick the jury, that's BS, by the way.
No, so they do have the ability to pick jury, right? You're just
No,
like,
they
I don't know why you
don't.
keep
We're
saying
going
it's
in
BS.
circles. We
They
just said a
do.
second ago- we
No,
just
because
said
again,
second
they
ago,
never.
only
I know where I'm
mixed.
going to say the same thing again because you just restated the same thing. Like, of course, like they have the ability to keep selecting, and they didn't use up all their selections. So it wasn't the selections that it was the issue. It was their choice. And also, they didn't have to be unanimous, and they were.
Who didn't have to be unanimous?
The jury. But I'm asking you a question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It's all relevant. It's not. It's case by case of what the circumstances were. You can't. It's not a black and white answer.
So you would in some scenarios?
It's not. In Trump's case, 100% I would vote for him.
Oh, okay. So if Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him still?
Again, I said, I know you're about to jump out of your seat with your stupid giggles. Again, I said it's all relevant to the case and the circumstances. It's all relevant.
If Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids.
Like I said to you, if I think there's no motive against somebody, there's no bias or no motive and nothing, and then a random thing comes out that this guy did this to a child or woman, 1,000,000,000% I wouldn't be near the person.
Well, let's see how far we go. So would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids? Can't hear him. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
You
got only a few
know
minutes before I
exactly what
gotta
the
go.
answer. You asked 1 million people the same stupid logic, and it's stupid. It's flawed. It's not relevant. 100% it's stupid because there's one basic answer, and then you try to stretch it. If somebody killed his 90 grandmothers 5,000 times, who cares? The point. It's all the logic.
Answer the question. Say yes or no.
Again, it's all relevant. It's all relevant.
I want a yes or no.
There's no one answer to that. It's a stupid question. It's a stupid answer, yes or no to.
So it's not a yes or no question. So tell me why.
I'm not falling into your stupid trap. I'm explaining to you.
What's a yes or no question?
What's a yes? Is if I make a left turn right now, would there be a red light there or not a red light? That's yes or no. No, there's no red light there. Like, there's many questions that are yes and no, and then there's many questions that are great. There are context. There's an answer. It's not yes or no.
Yeah, so it is a yes or no because again, in this scenario, it's one or the other, right? It's either that you would vote for one or you wouldn't. You would in some contexts or you wouldn't in some contexts. So are you saying yes in some contexts I would?
Like I said, it depends on the context overall. So yes,
you're saying yes.
But not yes across the board. Not yes.
So
yes,
no, I'm not saying yes across the board, but yes in some scenarios, right?
Again, yes, in a scenario, not that the person did the act, that he was however the way he played out here in New York City. Yes, in that case, I would vote 100%. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with voting for that person.
Okay, so again, so would you'd vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 kids? In some contexts.
It's all relevant to what happened over here. Is the person being framed? Is it what? It depends. There's
what about
civilly, which is just abundance of evidence. Yeah, I mean, it's all relative to what the circumstances is. If somebody has an event,
it's relative.
It's relative.
It's just so relative. It's so relative that I don't know the answer. I don't want to answer, and I'm just going to say it's relative. It's so relative.
Parker, stick to your day job. Your thing of him is so. I appreciate good imitations of him, but you're so like bad and cringe. It's like it's stupid sounding. It's not even like it's not even like funny. It's like stupid and silly sounding.
I like making you feel weird.
Good,
because you are. It just makes you feel like what you are. You're weird. If I make you feel weird, just know that's how you are.
Who told you to start using the weird word? Your upper ups, like you're a bunch of sheep.
Yeah, the DNC told me. Yep.
You're all like little sheep.
Yeah. The DNC told me. Yep.
Okay.
I get direct orders from the DNC. All the people who pay me, the Illuminati, all of it.
Now let me ask you something.
And they tell me to call you weird.
Good, I'm weird. I'm extremely weird.
The DNC pays me so much money, but then they also did invite me to the DNC.
Listen, Parker, let me ask you something.
Makes sense.
Parker, yes or no? Do walls work?
Do
yes
walls
work to keep out? Do walls protect? Do walls do anything? Yes or no? Very simple.
In
yes
some contexts.
No. Oh no. You said I'm not good by doing that. So now let me.
Yes, in some contexts. Daniel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the
Parker,
DNC. Thank you for Kamala Harris in the DNC. Thank you so much, Daniel.
You do this all the time. You cannot. You call out somebody, but you a second later.
Yeah,
you're not
Tim
ready.
Tim Walz is a great guy. I can tell you that. He works. He's very good.
Good. Do walls?
Yes, walls does work.
Does work. It does work.
Yes, walls does work.
Yes.
No,
Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Walls works hard.
Do you agree that a big, beautiful wall on the southern border works?
I don't know if I would say he's big and beautiful, but walls would work.
If that border
even if he was there at the southern border, he would
if
work.
that border is Tim Walz, then yes.
Here's the biggest hypocrites. They're sitting and screaming that walls.
If that border was Tim Walz, yes.
And walls and fences and all these things don't work. And you're watching on live television, the DNC.
He's like, oh my God, the DNC, they did it so good. They had such good walls, very good walls.
they're putting up massive fences and walls, which didn't actually work. They knocked it down a bunch of the protesters. But the point is, they're putting up a bunch of walls because they don't believe in walls, right? And millions of police.
Walls does work. Walls does work.
And loads of police there because
they worked very bigly. They worked bigly, so bigly.
They putting loads of police there. The same people that say defund the police. You understand what type of hypocrisy that is?
No, it's not. It's not hypocrisy. Defund the police means that they're just going to reallocate funds from the police budget into other things that would better suited to it to get rid of crime. It doesn't mean that they're going to have no police. Also, I like how you guys say that you guys are pro-police, but then you're voting for someone who said he would pardon people who were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That doesn't sound hypocritical at all, does it? Man, I honestly, I think that they don't sound hypocritical at all. You know, that's very consistent.
Yup, but again, like I said,
Marlon, thank you so much for the $5 for an awesome Trump impersonation.
Parker, you don't find it interesting?
Crimson, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much from the DNC. Thank you very much.
You don't find it interesting that they put out all this fencing there this week?
Yo, Hannah, thank you for the $10 from the big, beautiful walls. So big, so beautiful. Emily, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Beautiful walls.
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say? Trump 90 million votes? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said you don't find it pretty interesting that there's that much wall going up there by this convention this week?
No, I don't find that interesting at all.
It's so interesting. Like it.
You know, I'm really into walls. I'm really into walls.
I'm into walls. It's so. I'm wondering what brand they
They're
use.
so important to me. I really care about them so much.
Wait, you know why? You know what? You know what it boils down to? What's good for me, but not good. You know what I mean? Like what's good for me, the leader, the elites, but the citizens.
Wait, so I have a question. Do you want to put a wall between California and Nevada? Why not? We don't want that crime from Nevada. You know, it's so bad. That crime from Nevada, I really don't like it. Alexis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And they can just walk right through. They can just go right through.
I'm sure that if there is enough crime there,
for the wolves.
I'm sure that if there's enough people there, people who got family members hurt or killed, I'm sure feel that way. But then again, there's a way that's constitutional. There's ways that these things are done. You can't just build a wall there. But if you could do it, then you should do it.
You should build a wall.
No, I said no. I said in a case legally, let's say if there was a dangerous situation where enough people getting killed or injured, I think there should, I don't know, but there should be protective measures taken to protect the citizens.
Yes, everyone build a very good big wall right between California and Nevada. Don't let them win. Don't let them Nevadans in. It's terrible. Nevadans, they're so scary. They're so very bad. They're illegally trying to come into California and steal our jobs.
Next great policy, the great California-Nevada border wall.
Yes, so good. Alexis, thank you for the $5 for the wolves.
To the wall. To the wall.
He got nothing. He's gonna run away. Look at him.
You guys are singing. What do you want me to? I start singing with you? Like what the hell do you want?
Yeah. Sing right now. Sing.
Okay, I'm gonna sing one song. All right.
Go for it.
Donnie D.
Okay.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming up. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are very great. Some ROI should be on. I'll be back on this account. Follow me here if you haven't followed me already. We're going to win bigly on this account. Win bigly. Very big. Tremendously. All right. Have a great night, everyone.
All right.
Love y'all so much.
Bye, Parker. Have a good night.
Should we Should we...
No one's on right now.
All right. Bye, Matt.